one is for the fucked up, shoot up, spit out, stepped on, no luck, no fucks, tough love, half blood, stripped down, beat down, blacked out, choking, no sound, no crown, burnt up, broken.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Matthew Fish-Stewart. Joining me tonight for the first game will be Zach Rusty Pie. How are you doing today, Zach?
Fantastic, great to be here. Of course, it's the big day of LPL, the first of two, and we get to kind of flesh out further how the standings start to lie.
Certainly will be able to. Tonight we have three amazing games coming up. It's going to be RNG, OMG, Vici against Iron Man and Team W taking on LGD. But before we dive into those matches, Rusty, let's kind of talk a little bit about yesterday, because we had two really interesting matches. Game Talent still continuing their undefeated run in game number one as well.
Yeah, the weirdest thing I think to say from a newbie as well, coming into this split of the LPL, actually looked decent. They put up a fight against every team they've played against, but for some reason, GT Game Talents just looked unreal. And they managed to dismantle newbie, and that is such a positive sign for GT, but a big question mark on that entire group.
It certainly is. And, speaking of game talents really quickly there, Frosco touched on it a little bit last night. They're the hybrid team, Masters 3 and EPA combining together, and nobody really expected these five players to pull out much here. And they're just looking promising, looking a lot better as a team right now.
And that's the thing to me. They're looking promising, but they are still a combination of two lesser teams put together. You can't put two bad things together, essentially, and make it better out of nowhere. There's some kind of magic involved here. Or it's that the other teams that they're playing against are underperforming whenever they do. Newbie, we're never sure how they're actually going to perform, if they're going to show up. They're a very inconsistent and emotional team. That has been known since Doinbee's left the roster. They have the tendency to maybe underperform. Sometimes they step up and go massive, but game talents, for what it's worth, promising is the right word.
And on the other match, we also saw it was Invictus Gaming taking on Saints. We thought it could potentially be a night where we see two teams that we underestimated coming into the league, step back up. Saint, we talked about how they have a large ceiling and were just not able to get to that ceiling point. Invictus Gaming, very clinical in game one. Game two, dropped the ball a little bit. Game one and game three, dropped the ball a little bit in game number two. But, it just looked like a very standard victory coming out from the lineup. Saints still underperforming and not impressing so far in the LPL.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Saints, you already mentioned it. They've got a pretty high ceiling. They've got a lot of room for performance, but they just aren't performing full stop. I think Invictus Gaming, on the flip side, they have the same amount of potential, but it's usually just through the middle lane and kind of live and die by the same strategy. This time around they live, but they did still show signs of underperformance. If Saint can take a win off you already, and what looks like a weak side in Saint, then it's the same questions asked for IG as it is for newbie. Can they maintain consistency?
A point that Frosco touched last night was the fact that a lot of people look at Invictus Gaming and they look at Rookie in the mid lane, how he's been performing really well for the team. But especially in those two games they won, a lot of the power came from Tatai up in the top lane, came from Kid as well in the jungle, and now their bottom lane actually looking like a strong force. IG, really looking to try and be the top-notch team in the LPL that they want to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we always expect Rookie to do well. We say live or die by Rookie, but the way that it works is more so the team plays around his existence. That he's always going to be a big presence in the middle lane, and you can choose, I want to gank for him, either just leave him alone to do his job in the 1v1, look elsewhere. There's definitely strategies you can implement that does start from him, but he's just the crux of it, right? Zatai, if he steps up and performs, always makes it better. Kid as well. A lot of the games that IG have won is through the jungler actually performing well, which is kind of more than expected for an AD carry now turned jungler. And Invictus Gaming as a whole, they're just a team. They're actually happy with how they're playing right now because they enjoy who they're playing with. And naturally, everyone will start to rise because of this.
And one final thing I want to touch on before we close up last night's matches was Saint here. Formerly, they were Hyper Youth Gaming. Now they no longer have anybody left on the roster that was from Hyper Youth Gaming. They didn't play Chuman last night. Instead, we've been captain in the jungle. And they're one of the few teams that actually have been performing as we expected them to coming to this split of the LPL. And unfortunately, it's not well. It's been performing poorly to our expectations. And it's is what's going to happen to this team because they just haven't been looking good so far.
We just need consistency from them, I guess, and it's something that we question for most of the LPL, right? But at the end of the day, they can start performing. They just need to stay true to their form, something that a lot of new teams do. And remember, you said the entire roster swap. They do have Chimin available, but they haven't used him in their last games. If they can keep a consistent roster or work out what the best strategy is for their roster or their star players within, then they should be able to start performing and getting the wins.
Well, hopefully we can see Saint do that in the next few weeks or the next few matches of the LPL. But for now, we're going to get a chance to look at the standings very shortly. And, you know, week 2 here in the LPL, this is a chance for the standings to be shaken up. We've already seen that slightly in Game Talent's group, in the group that was played last night. They've been looking really strong, potentially contesting EDG to be one of the top teams in that group and potentially top teams in the region.
And that's something we never thought we'd say in week 2 of the LPL, to say the Game Talent suddenly they're up there with EDG, can actually challenge #1 on the rankings. And absolutely right, they can do that. We don't know what's going to happen across the board between our top teams yet, but what we've definitely seen is a disparity between the EDG, Game Talent, and the rest of the groups now as they're starting to find losses across the board, except what seems to be our standout performers there.
Yep, they've been performing well. And one of the teams that we're going to get to watch tonight is RNG. They're still the top dogs of the group and probably one of the best teams, if not the best team in the LPL region right now, especially with the strict upgrade of their AD carry, picking up Uzi, the star AD carry for the team right now. They're looking strong and looking like they're going to have another dominant split here in the LPL.
Yeah, until further notice, I think we should definitely say that RNG is the best team in the LPL. There are international representatives. I think it's safe to say that they learnt the most by competing on an international stage. They've now just come back and, as you said, added Uzi to the roster. And that is actually a good thing because Uzi's now an experienced player in the LPL. He knows how to listen to shot calls, I guess is the best way to describe him. And now that he's got Marta to lead him, Uzi can just be a mechanical genius that we know he is and just to shine.
Well, we're going to take a look at those standings very quickly, but for now, let's take a look at the KDA rankings between all the players here. First up, top lane, Mouse, still leading the charge for EDG, as Team WE's 957 is just behind him, 5.2 to tie. Gimgoon and Amazing J are all up there as well.
Yeah, safe to say the winning teams at this stage in the tournament will have the highest KDAs, but Mouse in particular, standout. Remember, support player, mid player, you name it, Mouse does it. Now sitting as resident in the top lane for EDG, and somehow finds himself on top of the KDAs, pretty much because he's a support mentality for a top laner.
Still very early into the LPL though, so nothing's been shaken up too much. If we take a look at the jungle of Voidless, still sitting up there, nice and strong. Hasn't played too many games for IMA just yet, whereas Clearlove, the resident of the KDA position in the jungle, is sitting just behind him at 14.2.
Yeah, Clearlove definitely what I would say #1 on KDA rankings until IMA start to play a Voidless again. As prior to this, we actually saw both of IMA's junglers in the top 2. Now one of them's missing, as they actually found some defeats.
Just behind them is Condi and Wushuang, the two players who used to play for Team W, both very standout junglers and be playing well in MLSG. Just behind that is mid lane. Athena still sitting right at the top with Baimi. She's right behind him, 22 KDA with 6. Just behind him is the 80 carries here. Uzi is sitting right at the top. Apparently he's got no face today.
Uzi doesn't have his face. It doesn't matter though, the faceless carry of RNG with 2 MVP performances in their last best of series. Stand out for his team.
Let's take a look at the supports as well. Savoki still sitting up there for Game Talents, undefeated at the moment, and he has been an absolute shocker in the support position for his lineup.
Yeah, honestly, he has been. Savoki's been doing well. Zero as well, stepping up pretty massively. Tabe, the biggest surprise, I'd say, inside of that KDA ranking list, and the faceless bottom lane of RNG rounded out.
They certainly have. As we take a look at the MVP rankings, I believe we should see Republic right at the top there after 2 fantastic games for Game Talents. Picks them up another big MVP performance with Athena, Uzi, and Mystic sitting right behind them with 2 MVP ranks apiece and a couple of people just below them with 1 each.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird because Republic getting all of these MVPs, if you want to think back to previous splits of the LPL, Republic was just a non-factor. He was basically the Victor guy that would just play Victor, would just roleplay, like facilitate for his team, and suddenly he's doing a lot more for that team. Now they've got a reinvigorated roster and really is stepping up to the plate.
And he's been playing fantastic. And, you know, we talked about him a lot in the mid lane. You know, not very great in the spring split. You know, didn't expect too much of him coming into this. And it's just been the story of his entire team here. No expectations coming into Summer Split, but have performed out of their minds in the first 2 weeks so far.
Yeah, seriously, like Game Talents, they're just exceeding any expectations. And I think I said this a couple of times, but as casters, kind of doing power rankings coming into this split, we had no expectations for them. In fact, I think they were the one team we just left off the list because we just don't know where to put them. There's a volatile group, to be fair, but now where they're placed in that group is just like, damn, you just keep doing you.
You know, it was a kind of similar story with IMA as well. They, you know, we didn't know where to put them that well. We knew they were a great team, you know, first from the LSPL, performing very well now as well in this match. So a lot of the teams have really surprised us, and some have underperformed, some have performed out of their minds. A few that underperformed that stand out to me is one team we're going to see coming up next, which is OMG and Snake as well, you know, having a very disappointing start to the season.
Yes, great segue. It's exactly what I was thinking when it comes to underperforming. But before that, we can check exactly how poorly they've been playing with the standings.
As we take a look at Group A, first up, Game Talent sitting right at the top here with 3 wins. EDG just behind them, 2 wins and no losses, just as whereas RNG are 1-1, Newbie are 1-2, whereas Saint and Snake sitting at the bottom of the table with 2 losses each.
Yeah, and remember, EDG are still undefeated, just with a game behind Game Talent, so the standings don't accurately reflect it just yet. So move towards Group B.
RNG will be sitting at the top at that list with no surprises here. They have their first match today against OMG, who are sitting at the bottom with 2 losses. IMA and TW are both 2-1 at the moment, whereas Vici is sitting right behind them, 1-1, and LGD currently have 2 losses as well.
Yeah, difficult group B is to actually pick where the standings should finish, because OMG, they've got a pretty tough task in this group.
They certainly do, and they've got a pretty tough task today as well, as they take on RNG in the first match of today to shake up Group B standings a little bit more. The next match that we have coming up right after RNG against OMG will be Vici taking on IMA, the young LSPL team looking to try and impress one more time.
Yeah, and they have been impressing so far. Against Vici, though, the first real test, because similar to the last time around, slow against fast is what we'll see from these teams.
And Team W will be the last to play tonight up against LGD. Team W, the very teamwork-based team against LGD, a team that, you know, we don't really have much expectations of at the moment because they have been, you know, throwing a few curveballs here and there, but not looking good either in this split of the LPL.
Yeah, LGD have got a lot of work to do. WE as well, kind of setting the benchmark for what a top-tier team looks like in the LPL. LGD need to really overperform.
Well, let's dive straight into the first match of tonight, which will be RNG taking on OMG. And first up, we're going to take a look at the roster for RNG, which is Looper, MLSG, Xiaohu, and Uzi and Mata rounding out the competition in the bottom lane with Sask and Wushen as their substitutes.
Yeah, the MSI roster with the addition of a star AD carry in Uzi absolutely have come back to the LPL and shown they mean business. And it's all business for these guys as they have just steamrolled every opponent they've had.
They certainly have. They're proving to be one of the best teams here in the LPL. They're very vocal about how they want to go to Worlds. They want to win Worlds as well. And they're definitely looking like a roster that could stand up to that challenge at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. RNG's big goal is not just Worlds, but to win it, as Mata has kind of constructed himself the Samsung White mini team that he's now got working behind him to get it done, hopefully get them across the line. But their first step is always going to be the local league.
You know what? People have questioned RNG forever right now. They always say, you know, can they do it? Are they really ready to do it? Time and time again, RNG prove people wrong, that they are the ones that are ready to do it. They are the ones that can do it. People still question them, but now it's just not happening anymore. Everybody knows that RNG is to be a force to be reckoned with. And the opposite side of the rift, we have OMG looking to try and contest that fact. If we take a look at that lineup coming into the first game for today, it is going to be Xiang up in the top lane with Dredre starting in the jungle position for tonight. Cool will be in the mid lane with SMLZ and 5 down in the bottom lane. World 6 and Icon will be their substitutes.
And funnily enough, the 2 substitutes that OMG have are, to me, arguably better than the people replacing them in the main roster right now. Icon is a star mid laner, but because Cool's got that experience and potentially the shot calling to back them, I think they value that far more highly. And Dredre in his first game of the LPL, taking out World 6, I'm not sure what the decision is behind this, because World 6 has been playing quite well.
Well, OMG did have a very disappointing start to the split of the LPL. Hopefully, bringing in Dredre here will have a change in the way they're going to be playing against RNG tonight.
So 3 people on OMG have an 80+% kill participation, which is a pretty rare thing. And one of them was the jungler that has just been replaced by Dredre. The other 2 are the bottom lane, which means the Cool and Xiang are definitely struggling to get into these fights, whether it's through teleports or whether it's through the Twisted Fate ultimates as an example. It feels to me as though OMG's strategy revolves around a 1-3-1 or teleport-heavy plays, but they've really struggled to actually get those going, and so most of the effort has been done through the remaining 3 that have had to put in extra work to get them anything, and they still haven't found a single win.
Well, we'll have to see if OMG are able to use those 3 to put in that extra work to find a win here against tonight, against RNG. A very difficult task for them as RNG, you know, one of the best teams in the LPL at the moment. What stands out coming into this match, Rusty? Because this is a big one for both teams. RNG want to continue their dominance. OMG need to find a way back into their group, find a way back into their form. What are we looking at between these two teams that stands out?
So the first thing that we have to look at, and this comes from the point that I actually just made about kill participation, it's how important the bottom lane is for OMG to actually get things done. It was with the jungle coupled together, but Uzimata MLXG up against anybody in the LPL is probably stronger.
Well, we'll have to see if their bottom lane can come out trump here for OMG and RNG. If Uzi and Mata can continue their dominance as probably the best bottom lane in the LPL. RNG were a fantastic team going into MSI with Wushen. A strict upgrade of Uzi coming in here. And wow, this is a pretty crazy pick-up ban phase coming up between RNG and OMG already. Thresh, Twisted Fate, Maokai being banned up by RNG, whereas OMG, they're taking away Kindred, Bard, and Nidalee, which means we are going to see Rise played by RNG as it's going to be the first lock-in for their lineup.
Yeah, and at this stage you would have to imagine Xiaohu's going to be the one playing that Rise. Weird target bans, most importantly from the side of RNG. OMG, we want to get rid of MLXG's champions. That makes a lot of sense to me. But with Kindred and Nidalee banned, I question where they're going to go from here because Rek'Sai stands out. MLXG might just default to his Graves that works anyway. They picked both junglers as a ban option, gave over the Rise, and they're not picking jungle for themselves in their first rotation thus far.
This is scary because, if I'm not mistaken, Rise has been 100% banned on the red side. I don't think we've seen him played at all in the LPL so far.
I don't think so. There might have been one in the first day.
And it's been 100% banned since then, if it has been played. And it was just the story of every single match, you know, red side, you just always ban a Rise. Either first ban rotation, second ban rotation, just make sure that blue side can't pick it up as their first pick. And now RNG going to have this powerful champion to work with in the first matches. OMG, they're going to be picking up 2 powerful picks for themselves, which is going to be Swain and Lucian.
Yeah, so we're going to see OMG's team composition definitely just be strong champions. They might be a team fighting focused team, basically with the Swain there regardless now. Can just soak up a lot of damage. They've got a skirting AD carry in Lucian. But to get through to RNG and put that damage down with what they have so far, you're going to be taking a lot back.
Rek'Sai and Karma are going to be the next 2 pickups coming in for RNG here. So still picking up some strong champions for themselves. We see a lot of resurgence of Karma being played as they support a couple of times as the mid laners for a couple of the LPL teams.
Yeah, definitely. As far as RNG's draft is concerned, with the 3 they have at the moment, very strong meta-related champions. Rek'Sai just stands out above the crowd of junglers when Nidalee and Kindred are unavailable. Karma, as well as the support role, is just impeccable. And they also took it away from a Lucian Karma lane, so a little bit less augmentation of a Lucian's strength. Gaining power, but up against the Rise, not having potions, kind of made a mistake. And if you're going to teleport to that lane with no potions and no sustain, you are going to start falling behind if you're not cautious.
Well, let's take a look at the items that have been picked up so far. The Rise has picked up the Tear and the Catalyst. It's disgusting up in this lane. Rise picked up Tear and a Catalyst before getting back to his lane. Swain only able to pick up those 2 Doran's rings, sorry.
He'll get more now. Should have a Catalyst.
Was SMLZ and 5 actually forced out of this lane? They're going to go back to base and pick up a couple of items for themselves. Xiaohu already has the Kindle Gem and a Negatron Cloak, so some big item pickups for the Vlad, and there is that Catalyst you were talking about for the Swain.
And we're going to actually swap lanes now. Siyoung's actually recognized the fact that the bottom lane's not having a great time. He's not having a great time. Nobody is enjoying themselves on Summoner's Rift for the team of OMG, and so they have to change it up. And the strategy now is to put that Swain top, readjust their lanes, and if RNG match this, the funny thing is they still have to start again on hitting these turrets because it's going to start at full.
For now, though, we're going to take a look at the mid lane. Xiaohu still being very oppressive against Cool there. You can see the Tides of Blood slowing them down, but Lupa actually going to be ganked by 5 and Jojo here. The Rise going to have to put on some work to get out of this gank. Pops the hurt down on towards his grave, tries to take him down. It's not going to work out as OMG put themselves back on the board.
The exhaust from 5 and the heal from SMLZ is enough to keep Zhuezhue happy, but he also missed a lot of spells here, Looper. And that could have actually been the difference between a kill or not. Still, doesn't use his flash. I think it's going to be available in about 2 seconds, so he didn't have it, and well timed, honestly, from OMG.
Able to alleviate some of the pressure coming out from that Rise. We have to see if any swaps come out from the side of RNG. And yes, there will be, as Caitlyn and Karma actually head down towards the bottom lane to match the swap that came out from OMG. And now going to send Looper up towards the top lane to go up against the Swain one more time.
Yeah, but as we mentioned, you can see that the health of that turret, which means that RNG, whilst they're still going to win this lane, they're still having a fantastic time. Like, that's almost too fantastic.
SMLZ actually taking a lot of damage. Uzi, he's being caught out. Piercing Light comes down. SMLZ actually able to pick up the kill and use the Relentless Pursuit to get out of there. OMG trap him in between the turret and a hard place.
It was a good pillar, but it was not a good flash from Uzi. Flash and heal used, flashes into the pillar. He was inevitably going to die. Well done from SMLZ to catch him out, though, and work his way back in to put his burst on top of him. That's now a 2-0 Lucian from something that should never have been.
OMG, they're still behind RNG at this point of the game, but able to find a way to get back into this one, especially in the bottom lane. In fact, the Lucian is now ahead of the Caitlyn in terms of CS, so what was an oppressive lane being dominated by Uzi has now kind of evened out in that bottom lane.
Yeah, and on the back of mechanical mistakes from the AD carry of RNG, who has managed to find himself 2 MVP performances. He's doing the exact opposite right now for his team.
We're going to take a look at the mid lane one more time here. Xiaohu up against Cool. Cool's gone back to base, upgraded his Hex Core, picked up a Pink Ward and a couple of potions for himself, but he's still having a little bit of troubles against his Vladimir. He's about 10 CS behind at the moment.
Everything kind of settled down, and that's the important thing. There are 1,000 gold ahead at 4 minutes in the game, and this could well have been.
Oh, they're going to see a fight in the mid lane. It's cool. Actually popped his ultimate on top of Xiao, who takes a lot of damage, has to flash out. The Ignite was ticking onto the Vladimir. Cool. Standing his ground against Vladimir.
Yeah, very well done from Cool. Unfortunately, Xiaohu, never mind. We're just going to watch MLXG dumpster Zhuezhue.
Puts a lot of damage down on towards this grave. Cool's going to come in here, try and get something done, but LNG, he's not scared. He's going to go for the 2-on-1 here. Tunnels forward. It's going to get locked down by the gravity field. Does force a flash coming out from the graves.
Yeah, so he does get the Summoner spell burnt, and MLXG just kind of showing off his strength. Tank item against damage as Marta's here.
He's going to flash in aggressively with a tether. MLXG will flash in as well. They pick up a kill onto Cool. Clinical coming from RNG.
And Marta with his signature roam. MLXG always going to be there to back him up. And with the knowledge of Zhuezhue being low with no flash to his name, he wasn't going to get any support. Cool goes down. And Xiaohu suddenly a lot happier in this middle lane because no one's there to hold him.
You know, RNG were able to alleviate some of the pressure down in the bottom lane, but it doesn't matter too much because Uzi, he's happy to farm this underneath his turret alone, up against the Lucian and a Trundle, and still 1,000 gold for RNG at the moment. They're pretty comfortable in this laning phase, you could say.
Yeah, and you have to remember, they're going to be scaling. Absolutely. It's a Vladimir and a Rise in the same team composition. And any Rise in any team composition signals late game strength. That's one thing it's always had.
And you have to think, you know, we have Marta and Uzi on this lineup with MLXG. RNG, they're always going to be a team that have that late game strength. They're not afraid to take OMG to 35 minutes if they must.
RNG is a team. RNG is a team composition. Pretty much all the makings in this with an early game lead to carry themselves and to bridge that gap for a Caitlyn. Perhaps get him to that 2-item stage a little bit more comfortably.
But on the flip side, OMG also content with scaling up a little bit. They do have a Swain, a Graves, a Victor, and a Lucian, so late game is not that bad for the OMG lineup.
No, it's not too bad, but once again, I think the biggest question mark is going to be range of their carries. It's something that we do see often, however, is Graves and Lucian in the same comp. If it's not the Graves, it's usually the Kindred.
And you know, SMLZ actually is going to get ultimate here by coming out from the Caitlyn. Lots of damage being put down on towards the Trundle. Summon a heal being used by SMLZ to keep his support safe, but OMG...
Teleports in. They're 4-man diving this bottom lane.
I'm going to get dived on here, so Teleport's going to come in return from the Swain, try and stop this dive. 5 SMLZ do get knocked up by the Rek'Sai. Lupus here as well, puts a lot of damage down. MLXG trying to return as much hurt as he can towards the jungler, but he is taking a lot of damage in return. Uzi and Lupa looking to try and lock him down, but a flash does come out from the Swain. He's going to be able to get away.
The Vladimir and the Victor were also fighting each other on the side of this, so everything settles down as we get close-ups of faces and reactions. Cool's in, has his ult.
Here comes the Chaos Storm, puts a lot of damage down on towards Uzi. Do see
Oh my
JJ trying to
God.
get some damage down on towards the Caitlyn. Uzi has to use his summon heal to get out of there, lives with sub 100 health.
That was far too close. We are going to see this dive again, though. Remember, the 4-man of RNG. And this game so far has just been MLXG and friends. The amount of damage and work that he's doing. Double knockup, most importantly, onto SMLZ in 5. Looper, whilst exhausted, still has enough to take them out. And if Xiang's focus is going to be Marta, then RNG are going to be happy.
Still a 2-for-1 trade in favor of OMG there. They even got the flash onto Looper up in the top lane. Onto Xiang, sorry, on the top lane. We can take a look at the items that have been picked up since then as well. Xiang went back to base, got a Rod of Ages for himself. That's a lot of damage though, coming out from the Victor and the Swain.
I told you when I said it's the MLXG show, I meant it. Sure, there's a lot of damage coming out of them. 0 from the Lucian is the standout feature.
Did nothing in that fight, was actually crowd controlled by MSG quite nicely.
But the 1,000 damage out of a tank Rek'Sai who is ahead means that he's going to stay ahead and he's going to continue to do damage. So the major difference right now between these teams is a lot of magic damage being the primary source out of OMG. I think you'll find that he can stack magic resistance and teamfight happily.
No, actually very confident player from the lineup of RNG, very consistent as well in his playstyle. One of the backbones for his team. He's been playing phenomenally the later part of the spring split. Great at MSI as well, now looking great in summer split. So Pillars come out in the bottom lane, trying to separate Uzi. Not going to happen there.
Yeah, and even the Tiamat, I was going to say, out of MLXG being rushed before a Sightstone, he's going to have a Titanic Hydra pretty quick. The amount of damage that he's doing is a sign of recognition. He knows that he is a carry for the team at the moment. That's exactly what RNG and OMG are constructing with their compositions. Everyone does damage, everyone does their buttons at the same time, and people just explode on the Rift.
Well, we can take a look at all those other items at the moment as we have the Rod of Ages and Tier for Looper up in the top lane against the Rod of Ages of Swain. On the flip side of jungle, Warrior and Charmer being picked up by Dredger already. Hexcore being upgraded by Cool one more time. Here we see a lot of the LPL mid laners for Victor do that quite frequently. Protobell has been picked up by Xiaohu already. And the bottom lane, Eddie carries. We can see the traditional Caitlyn build being picked up by Lucian. He's going for the Yoma's Ghostblade Black Cleaver build.
Yeah, he's going for that early game power build, and it makes a lot of sense because he's going to need it. I will say, how many Vladimirs have we actually seen going for Proto Belt that aren't in the LPL? Because I don't think many of them that aren't in the LPL go for it.
If I'm not mistaken, we saw a couple from the EU LCS, but I was at the 3rd or 4th item. Not a straight up rush that we see all the Vladimirs in the LPL do. As the Cloud Dragon will fall for RNG here, the next dragon to spawn will be that Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. So the second dragon will be far more important than the first, but at 15 minutes for the first one to fall, there won't be a lot of Drakes this game, to say the least, as everything is continuing to slow down and settle. We're going to have advantages forge organically almost through control of the map.
But RNG already forged a nice advantage for themselves. They're 3,000 gold ahead. A flash actually coming in here for Xiaohui. Straight on top of Cool. Puts down the pool as well. Emma, she will get it with the Praise Seeker, but that was aggressive.
And that's why you have a Proto Belt, because Xiaohu, with no offensive summoners, can make everything that he has offensive anyway. So much burst comes out of him whenever that Blood Bank is ready. And when he actually rushes forward at them. Oh my god.
That was just disgusting coming in from Xiaohui.
I think we've said that every time we've seen a Vladimir.
Pretty much. It's just too good.
Bloody hell. What it is.
Literally.
These are nightmares. They're still struggling in this 2v2.
Did look like SMLZ had a little bit of a
Yes,
reprieve
was
when he got
back.
the 2 kills.
Again. MLXG is.
He's looking for something, trying to help out his bottom lane one more time here. But this should be another tower falling in favor of RNG if they can continue this push. We're already able to take down the mid lane outer turret. Xiang and Jojo, though, looking to try and get a gank on towards Looper. Nevermove should be able to come out shortly onto the rise. There it is. Flash over from it, but actually a pretty good flash to get over the entire distance
Cool's
of
coming,
that spell.
though. He needs to be a little bit careful.
There's
he's
the gravity field, zoning him out. Looper got nowhere to run now. No flash either. Tries to go toe-to-toe with Jojo, but not going to happen, and Xiang will pick up that kill.
Looper once again puts down a lot of damage, but the flash was actually wasted because best case scenario, he dodged the never move and then flashed over a wall somewhere to safety. There was no mid laner available for RNG, so Cool can just rotate and get the pick. Small error, but it was an individual mistake that he was not aware of Cool being there. He was too busy trying to live.
Still, with the outer turrets being picked up in the mid lane and the bottom lane for RNG, they're 5,000 gold ahead of OMG. 17 minutes, 30 seconds into this game. Looking like a really strong side at the moment, and OMG continuing to struggle at the moment.
Yeah, the name of the game is try and keep up in farm. If this is going to happen, and we're going to have Xiaohu 1v2, let's just see how it goes, honestly.
He's probably just going to try and turn around, does have that Crimson Rush available. Once the culling ends, though, just decides to back away. Allows the Trundle and Lucian to continue pushing in the bottom lane.
Yeah, there's actually 4 of them down there from OMG, and you'd say that's one too many for a Vladimir to deal with.
You'd think that.
So he has to back away. Of course, RNG still ready for the trade, always being reasonably reactive, if not proactive, in their movements.
And take down another outer turret up in the top lane, opening up the map completely for RNG at the moment. We should see them start to move in towards OMG's jungle and start to take control of that as well. And was she very fond and known for doing that once RNG opened up the map for him.
Yeah, and still RNG trying to over-push in comparison to that of OMG. It's the little details right now that are giving them bigger advantages as we move further into the middle stages of this game. The question when we'll start to see these team fights happen, and you would imagine mostly around the middle laners, with Xiaohu and Cool not having teleports with Prince Young. Once they actually find themselves in side lanes, we'll start to see contesting for buffs and neutrals actually come out.
They're already trying to do just that. Smite did come out there. Looked like it did go over to Churchill. Picks up the red buff for himself. She wanted to contest for that red buff, but only had Uzi backing him up inside of the jungle.
Yeah, I think the major difference now is also going to be that the middle turret has fallen. There's a lot more control available to the side of RNG. Once this next dragon is available, you would also think that they will look towards that, and it's going to be a difficult task for OMG to contest.
They still do have the wave clear of the likes of the Victor, the culling if they need it, Graves if they need it as well, and Swain helping them out. So they could definitely hold on here, but question is for how long, because Baron's coming up, Dragon's up shortly as well, and Cool, he's been caught scouting the map there, was actually using his sword to try and ward somewhere. Takes a lot of damage. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, we do see Xiaohu going toe-to-toe with Lucian. That's a lot of healing coming up from the Vladimir. The pool does come out as well. Uzi, though, SMLZ will be able to pick up a return kill. Looper is trying to do something, but is not able to get anything off. As RNG, the remaining members have come up towards this lane. Prayseeker comes out, tags SMLZ. Is not enough to take him down, though.
They don't get the kill, but Looper also finding Xiang, and 2 teleports burned means that the next fight could be quite delicate. Xiaohu bites off more than he can chew. He absolutely wanted the 1v1 against SMLZ, and it was essentially a 1v1 that the Lucian got.
SMLZ not able to come out big in that engagement, was waiting for that Crimson Rush to try and get a lot more health back in that fight.
And he got it, that's the thing. Like, he still had a good combo. And for what it's worth, the Lucian just seems to be stronger at a 2-item mark. It's the Black Cleaver Ghostblade build after all. And once he gets, I'm assuming, a Hex Drinker as his next option, SMLZ is going to be even harder to take down.
On the flip side, you can see Xiao, who's picked up that Protobelt earlier, now looking for bits and pieces of his Abyssal Scepter and the Zhonya's Hourglass for this Vladimir, so doesn't have one of those items completed just yet.
And holding a variety bucket at the moment.
Uzi, in the meantime, does have the Rudan's Hurricane picked up, looking for an Infinity Edge as the next item on Caitlyn.
Now the big one is also Morello. Nomicon on Cool.
That's been picked up, going to try and reduce the healing that will be coming out from the Karma, the Vlad, and even Uzi, and the likes of Looper.
Rise, yeah, like all of them. That's actually just a very valuable item purchase, and even the Lucian, once he gets towards his Last Whisper upgrade and reduces healing once again, the probability of everybody having reduced healing is then increased.
Could definitely actually see the pickup from Jertre as well. We've seen a lot of Graves go for the Mortar Reminder. As the second dragon of the game does fall for RNG, they pick up an Ocean Dragon. Uncontested from OMG one more time here. The next dragon to spawn will be that Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, we mentioned how hard it actually is to get into that area and look for the Dragon Pit. So they don't get what they're looking for on the side of OMG, and that is to stop the Drake from falling. They don't even get the top lane turret where a bit more of their resources were looking towards. And once again, free objective, and nothing gained on the flip side as the gold lead stretches further.
They're about 5,000 gold here ahead of OMG. 6-5 in terms of the kills on this map so far. 2 dragons to none and 3 towers to 1. RNG very decisive in this early game against OMG.
Yeah, it's the 2 towers and the 2 drakes in advantage that separate them, as well as farm values starting to work their way up. Major differences being the jungle, I would have to imagine.
Every lane's actually ahead by a small amount of CS here. You can see about 10 in the mid lane, about 15 in mid lane, sorry. Top lane about 20 at the moment. Jungle is about 30. Bottom lane even about 10 in favor of Uzi. So RNG just winning in all aspects of this game right now.
And that's what we said before the game even started in terms of draft, team composition, how they actually want to play the game and win the game. Very similar team compositions and execution requirements for OMG and RNG alike. And at the end of the day, the better team will actually just come out ahead.
It's difficult to say that because, you know, they both want to do the same things, just RNG do it better right now. I've definitely picked better for it as well.
I think the major difference being MLXG is a tank jungler, so he's able to enable for his team further. Zhuezhui being a carry-oriented Graves, building damage. Not ideal.
Mata actually takes a lot of damage as he tries to lock down Jojo. But Cool is there to help out the jungler. Actually, he is so tanky right now. 3,200 health on this Rex side with the Titanic Hydra, the Spectre's Cowl, and also the Cinderhawk being picked up.
For blue.
I want to try and take it down. MLXG not going to be able to smite it away.
Yeah, MLXG
Oh,
got
she
it.
does. He's able to smite that one.
Yeah, the Rek'Sai picks up the buff, takes it from Cool / everybody on the side of OMG. One big question mark I have to raise is the lack of Spirit Visage for Xiang. Went for Azonia's Hourglass, which is definitely warranted, but Magic Resistance arguably more valuable right now.
And RNG immediately going to try and fight over this red buff. Jojo is the one that's able to smite it away. Now looking for Xiao, who pops the Proto Belt to try and close some of the distance, but this Grave being a little bit relentless at the moment. Actually goes for an auto attack onto a ward instead of opting to hit Vladimir with that.
Probably a click to push. It's just one of those things that you do. There was no real chance of killing the Vladimir, especially with a pool and a Proto Belt. Bit of distance closing. Ghost and Flash if it came down to it as summoner spells. The red buff was nice to get as well, though. He's going to have a bit of extra sustain, health regeneration, and the slow, which almost got him towards a Vlad. Almost is never enough.
We see major item pickups coming out throughout the map here. Lupe's picked up the Saris Embrace there, so he can have an extra shield for himself, as well as a lot of mana to buff up his abilities and also spam them during these team fights. Sonya's Hourglass has been picked up by Xiao Hu as well. He's still sitting on the Negatron Cloak for his Abyssal Scepter, which should be his third item pickup, giving himself 30% cooldown reduction.
Yeah. Slowly and assuredly, though, RNG are pushing themselves towards a breaking point where they will be able to fight for anything, and the keyword is they'll actually fight for it. They won't just take it. To remember that the Drake will be up reasonably soon. Baron's going to be a presence now that we're 25 minutes into this game. And so whenever they decide to set up for or pull the trigger for those objectives, you'll find that RNG potentially in the driver's seat in that respect, and OMG have to respond effectively. SMLZ really wants those wards instead of 5.
Well, let's see if SMLZ and the rest of his squad can do that, because RNG still have a commanding 5,000 gold advantage for them this early into the game. It's going to be difficult for them, for OMG, to try and fight their way back into this one. Dragon is going to be spawning in a minute 30. It is the Infernal Dragon, so something RNG would definitely like to pick up for themselves, give themselves extra 6% ability power and attack damage.
Yeah, it's an important Drake to fight for both of these teams. Both being very capable of team fighting and being damage-centric rosters. Oh, that one true damage. Get him.
Makes the purple worm angry.
Someone put a pillar inside my area.
Inside your house?
Yeah, I'd be a bit pissed off too.
Yeah, don't see why not.
Outdoor decorations are fine, you know. Just don't put it inside my house. If I was Baron, I'd be angry.
For now, though, everyone just farming up, waiting for that dragon to spawn. To see Xiang is trying to push out the bottom lane. Looper going to be able to pick up his own blue buff in his jungle, so has a nice buff for himself as we head towards this next dragon spawn, which will be in 45 seconds. Uzi just went to back to base, and picked up a Zeal for himself, and also an Executioner's Calling. That's his next item pickup.
Yeah, reduction of healing for the Swain's going to be invaluable. Potentially the Trundle also, and the Graves to an extent. So quite a good purchase. Having the Zeal beforehand, a little bit of extra crit to complement his item build as well will be very handy for the Caitlyn. And that means that the gap has been bridged for RNG and their 80 carry strength. Uzi is 100% relevant. as we move further into this game.
On the flip side, we can see Lucian going for the bits and pieces build here. Has the Black Cleaver Yeoman's Ghost Blade on, so probably going to look for a more of Mount Mortius as his next item pickup.
Needs that to prevent a lot of the magic damage and burst that'll come out of RNG. Vladimir's combo with Ryze. Even Marta's combo with Vladimir at this stage on the Karma. Just a bought mission.
It's pretty sure RNG were going to try and take that one down instead. Now, this Dragon might
give
be
it to
fall
OMG.
for OMG. That goes over towards Jedra, does get the stun, but he's going to be locked down by the Ryze. Xiang now caught between everybody. Uzi going to put the Grievous Runes down on towards the Swain. Has to pop Zhonya's Hourglass. Going to try and heal as much as possible, but still will get taken out by Uzi. OMG have to run for the hills here. They do get the Dragon, though. And I think they're pretty content with that trade.
And 5 almost goes down to the Caitlyn's ultimate, but not enough. RNG were really close to just outright getting that entire team fight. They'll be happy with the picks because they can look towards the Baron. They still need to show some respect to OMG, however, that are going to be there in time. We'll see how this one breaks out. For a Ryze and a Vladimir, they still take it quite quickly.
OMG, they don't have any Mountain Dragons here, but still taking this Baron down to below half health before OMG even able to get towards this pit. Ultimate being popped by Ryze here, trying to put as much damage down towards this Baron buff. They should be able to take it down. Smite does come out from MXG, and RNG, they secure the bigger objective for themselves by taking down Baron.
Yeah, securing the epic monster for themselves. And as far as trades are concerned, you'd be quite happy with RNG's outcome. They will lose a turret for their trouble, so OMG are getting absolutely everything they can out of negative situations. RNG still in the driver's seat. And the closest thing in that last team fight at the Dragon was actually Xiaohu's proto belt. He tried to use to get over the wall and missed it. And if he had that, or if he used it successfully, everything could have changed.
And like she actually going to get caught out. The pillar going to
that's a bit awkward.
catch him in the wall there. He's going to get stuck by another move too. The pillar's just going to be put inside of Baron's home. It locks down the Rex side, denies him from leaving that pit.
And that was like the pixel perfect pillar. I don't think you'll ever see something like that again. Unbelievable. MLXG would be a little bit sour given how that turned out.
I don't think he can believe it either.
It was also overreaching for a red buff in general. The fact he had to flash over the Baron pit was a statement of how that was actually progressing for him. Not sure why he went that deep.
Meanwhile, RNG continuing the push here, looking to try and take down the bot lane inner turret as well. Xiang doing what he can as Swain to clear out these minions before they get too much damage down on towards these turrets.
And the Swain's not too tanky at the moment, though, to be fair. He does have his Zhonya's working towards the MR, but Caitlyn, if he hits, definitely puts some pain onto his face.
Especially with the Grievous Wounds pickup coming in from Uzi early, going to deny a lot of the healing coming onto the Swain.
Yeah, also Rapid Fire Cannon is the notable. He's going to be doing it at a higher range, so he's going to be a little bit safer here, Uzi.
He's got 70% crit chance as well, so the Caitlyn well and truly online, getting lots of headshots off with the Hurricane pickup. Also just critting a lot more in general.
Just crits everywhere.
Meanwhile, you can see the Vladimir, he's picked up the Void Staff for himself, opting not to pick up the Abyssal Scepter just yet.
No, it makes sense. The Void Scepter is actually being picked up by both magic damage dealers, so that they can be as efficient as possible in their team fighting, which will definitely be breaking out now they've got a Baron. You would assume, if OMG wants it.
Well, RNG are going to be able to take down the bottom lane inner turret, as well as work towards the mid lane inner turret. They should be able to siege this down. They do have a Caitlyn putting traps down everywhere to stop OMG from getting any good positioning to try and clear these waves.
Yeah, the old zigzag approach, and even one on the far side of the turret. Those are probably the most efficient trap placements. There should be no way that this turret is contested. Very easy pickup.
RNG being very clinical in this game so far. They're 8,000 gold ahead of OMG at the moment, and they're just taking down turret after turret, working their way towards the inhibitors of OMG and just taking things very slow and very steady right now.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Kind of working around cooldowns. Thinking of Ryze and Vladimir as champions as well. They are quite spell uptime reliant. Vlad doesn't do a whole lot of damage unless he's got the Crimson Rush actually stacked on his passive. Obviously, I'm talking about the red bar he has below his health.
The Vladimir resource bar.
The blood bank.
For now, though, he's going to be able to pick up a red buff for himself from his jungle. Augmenting his auto attacks a little bit more. Actually giving the blue buff over towards Xiao, who doesn't have the extra 30% cooldown reduction, so it definitely will help him out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool guys don't look at explosions either. Pops the Tides of Blood to pick it up for himself.
Wouldn't say Vladimir has explosions.
You don't count?
Plagues.
Okay. I'll show myself out. I'll go there.
He doesn't have explosions, man. It's blood.
Lupa, in the meantime, up in the top lane. He's got a Guardian Angel for himself, so not opting for the Abyssal Scepter peak, though. Instead, just wants to resurrect himself one more time if a team fight breaks out.
That's exactly what RNG do as a team right now, though. They've got a mixture of damage with tankiness. Ryze might be a damage dealer, but you're going to have a rough time killing him at the moment. Vlad's always going to be in a similar position, and Marta's able to keep everybody else alive and happy as well. Right now, you're just waiting for the trigger to be pulled realistically. There's no Baron. There is going to be a Drake in 50 seconds, and they've got their teleport on the right side of the map here with Lupa. As long as they've recalled, they've got their item spikes, everybody's happy to go. We'll see if OMG can actually look towards this one, or if they just continue to concede.
Oh, she does get caught out slightly there, but we can take a look at OMG's items really quickly to see what they can use in these fights. Xiang already picked up the Spirit Visage, so going to be able to heal a little bit more on his Swain. Whereas we see Jojo in the jungle on the Grades as well. Got a couple of tanky aggressive items. The Sterix Gauge coming out as well as the Maw of Malmortia. So fully upgraded Hex Core is on the Victor right now, as well as that Abyssal Scepter for extra cooldown damage, cooldown reduction, and extra magic penetration as well. Whereas we now finally see Lucian picking up a little bit of crit for himself.
Yeah, it's starting to hit a point though where you'd say he's outscaled just from crit alone. RNG in the driver's seat.
Certainly are. They're looking to try and take down their own Infernal Dragon, which will be the last elemental dragon to spawn in this game. They take it down without any contention coming out from OMG.
Yep, next one's going to be Elder. Baron as well in a minute 30, so RNG can kind of work from one to the other, reset that vision control, and maybe look towards sieging once again. You would expect that Lupa will then swap his positioning to the bottom side of the map. The question is how soon they want to recall towards the Baron actually spawning, or if they want to do something that isn't the Baron, because they can look towards these side lanes where the vision has already been established.
OMG really taking their time right now. You can already see Uzi. He's got 5 items picked up, as well as that Executioner's Calling just to deal with Swain. Lock of the Iron Solari being picked up by the Karma here. Vladimir is going for a nizzly large rod first, just sticking for that Negatron Cloak for now. It's a very, very big lineup from RNG, looking to try and steamroll towards OMG's base when they pull that trigger.
Yeah, funnily enough, I think that the Negatron Cloak will be enough magic resistance for the Vladimir. He'll actually just be fine with what he has now. And yeah, that could be upgraded at any time towards an Abyssal if it comes down to it. Even a GA if he really wanted. But what Vladimir should be getting is probably a Death Cap, to complement the fact that he has a Void Staff already. And he's doing a lot of damage, but he's also impossible to kill as it stands. And so he can afford to get that damage. Uzi needs to just stop critting for 1700, because it just makes me feel bad.
So that's not going to happen, Rusty. He's going to keep doing that with 70% crit chance. Xiang now actually getting caught out by Lupa. He does some damage on this Ryze. Swain trying to heal up whatever he can. Lupa still chasing him down. Doesn't have the snare, so going to get locked down by the Root. Meanwhile, though, Xiaohu's been able to take down 5 here. Culling is going to get popped by SMLZ, trying to return a kill for himself. And that's both summoner spells burnt on towards the Vladimir. They still get a pick.
Yeah, Vlad does use 2 of his own, but most importantly, the kills there. Baron is up as well, so Lupa and Xiang fighting each other means that they can't teleport in, or that Xiang can't teleport in. So with the numbers advantage, here it goes.
And there's Lupa channeling his teleport early, trying to get towards the Baron pit as fast as possible.
You don't want to be outside the pit.
Oh, he is for now. Did take the tunnel out of there. Might have to flash over the wall. He does do just that. We'll be able to smite the Baron away, though. And teleport does come out from Xiang, but gets cancelled immediately.
Yeah, well, definitely cancelled is the important factor, as we are going to see how 5 fell down. I think it's safe to say we know how. Pretty unreasonable damage, to say the least, from the Vladimir, with a complimentary Caitlyn ultimate to boot. Hits the mark.
RNG still very much in the driver's seat here. 10,000 gold ahead of OMG. With that Baron buff, it's going to be really difficult for OMG to contest them in any way right now.
Yeah, absolutely. OMG are just struggling. They have been since minute 1, when they actually got onto the Rift here in their first game of this best of 3. This is just a sign of what OMG have been like this entire split so far. SMLZ's doing work. The rest of the team really just aren't. 0-2-on-1, cool. As a shot-calling member of the team, an experienced member of the roster, being involved in 1 of the 6 kills, really poor performance.
Definitely not going to be great as Churchill is going to get caught out there by Xiaohu. Pillar comes out from Toronto to save him, though.
I think Cool might be in an awkward position here.
Ultimate does come out from
That was a lot
Caitlyn.
of damage.
Chunks him down. Caitlyn now actually has all 6 items completed. Mortal Reminder has been picked up by Uzi.
These two.
It's just running at Xiang, not afraid of this Swain at all right now.
No reason to be afraid of him whatsoever. Swain is ignorable when it's not a team fight. As these two,
Xiaohu is going to fight with SMLZ one more time here. It's another time where SMLZ comes out strong, but RNG, they're inside of the base of OMG, already able to take down the turrets. Uzi trying to put down whatever damage he can towards these inhibitors. The rest of OMG actually backing off. MYC tries to go and find the knock-up, not quite able to get it. A flash comes out
nice
from Mata to get away as the never move does come out, but that's a Zonya stasis coming out from the Swain. Has to flash
Uzi.
out. Uzi dealing so much damage. Here comes the Lucian. SMLZ tried to find something, but has to get out of there. He will get taken down by the Rise, and suddenly RNG's Looper, he's fired 3 kills for himself, and then looking towards the Nexus.
and RNG's team composition, we called it similar to OMG, but when it's ahead, all 5 members are doing damage. This should be the game as Looper's having a laugh with the remaining members of the team.
He's
Very impressive.
Skirting in and out beside the fountain, trying to take down the Nexus at the same time. Graves will live to tell the tale, but RNG, they're able to pick up game 1 against OMG.
Yeah, and a very convincing game 1 at that, I think it's safe to say, from RNG. At 4 minutes in the game, they were 1,000 gold up. They had 5 carries on their team. And the biggest thing to me is always going to be MLXG, because yes, Looper did his job when it came to late game. Xiaohu was just an annoyance that was fighting against a Lucian in a side lane. That was unusual. Like, Uzi did his job in team fights, Mata did his job. MLXG was just a god. It's plain and simple.
He certainly was on that Rex side. You know, he made a couple of weird decisions, like flashing out of the Baron pit to get back into it later to smite it off. This was where it started to look good for OMG when they got this kill onto Uzi, trapping him and forcing him to blow his summoner spells. And on top of that, SMLZ was constantly getting these one-on-ones against the Vladimir and was winning 100% of the time.
Yeah, Vladimir, not exactly the strongest champion. Absolutely, I'm joking. He's the strongest champion right now. But Lucian also up there as a top tier 80 carry. And when it came down to these mechanical battles, SMLZ still showed up to play. It's just that the rest of RNG were definitely there as a 4-man roster. Looper puts in overtime and gets 3 kills, but Uzi's kiting as well in this last fight with no health the entire time. Just does so much damage. And all of the emphasis is to kill Uzi. That's just how you play against Uzi in general, is it not? You just make sure that he goes down because he's the hyper carry of the team. You can't sleep on Looper when he's playing Rise.
You know what, a big thing for me in that match was the fact that RNG, they just looked so clinical in that game. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break before we head back with game number 2 between RNG and OMG. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm still Matthew Fish Stewart. Joining me is Zach Rusty Pie, and we're going to take a look at the MVP for game number 1 between RNG and OMG. It's going to go on over to LXG in the jungle.
And I think it's safe to say with a 91% kill participation, he absolutely did his job. All of the early ganks, the early pressure, focusing the right places at the right time. MLXG was a one-man army, and it's a refreshing thing to see for RNG, because you don't often get this performance out of the jungler.
He's just really good. He's been looking good, like we said before the game, throughout the later parts of Spring Split. Looked great at MSI as well, but continuing that trend here in the Summer Split of the LPL. This was one of his first highlights. This was after he just went on a 2-on-1 mission against Cool and JJ as well.
Yeah, forced the flash out of the graves. This is the level 3 gank as well, the first blood to kick it all off. Didn't want to use his flash, but at the end of the day, he had to. But again, I said right place, right time. It's something that we will continue to see. This tower dive 4-man gets the double knock-up. SMLZ did 0 damage in this team fight from this moment onwards, I believe. He hit minions there, not even Uzi. And it's just so well done from MLXG.
Played a really good game, and you know, it's difficult to single people out on the side of RNG just because they're such a star-studded roster. You've got Uzi Mata bottom lane, you've got Xiaohu mid lane, Looper up top lane, but he really performed in that match, LMXG, and he just was the catalyst, so to speak, for the rest of his team to get them into that game against OMG, and OMG just looked disappointing one more time in that match. Yeah,
OMG, honestly, they are continuing to disappoint. They're a strong team. They do have a lot of potential. Cool backing them just seems to be underperforming himself as like a personal indicator for the team's performance. Changing the junglers over did not do anything for the team either. What they really need to do is reassess either how they're drafting the games, which they were similar to RNG, but RNG just have 5-star players. They can make any team composition work, and picking 5-star champions for 5-star players does exactly that.
We're actually going to see a sub coming in here.
They're
Icon!
listening.
They're coming into the mid lane. Going to be taking out Cool, it seems, that the Korean Slayer is coming back one more time to try and take on the Chinese mid laner.
Yeah, Icon are very, well, I'm going to say renowned for us as the slayer of giants in the mid laner. He's been taking names against every single person he lanes against. Good RE player, similar to Cool in the champion pool that he has, but not the way that he plays on the Rift. This guy wants kills. Cool wants to win as a team.
Well, for this match here, with Icon coming into mid lane, what can we expect being changed here from both these teams? Because, you know, RNG, they were clearly cool in that match. They just looked stronger in all aspects. OMG falling behind in every aspect that RNG were good at.
I think the biggest thing is going to be the mid lane pressure. If we maintain having JJ in the jungle, I would say that he looks towards mid lane as an option where he should approach, should gank, should actually attack that, get Icon going, because we've noted already the last time that we've seen Icon play is if you get him snowballing, he can just hard carry the team. Cool. If you get Cool ahead, he'll get the rest of your team kind of going. And what we have seen so far is that SMLZ is going to be reliably good. He's never going to solo carry. He's going to do his job. They needed someone else in this roster, and Xiang's just not really found that.
JJ as well didn't really find that presence either on the Graves in the jungle, so we'll have to see if Icon can go up against Xiaohu in this mid lane and try and take him down. And speaking of Xiaohu, he's been an absolute monster in this mid lane still. He played Vladimir in that game, so nothing too crazy coming out. He was not able to pick up those one-on-ones, but he's been really solid in the mid lane for RNG so far.
Nothing too crazy. He went for a one-on-one in a side lane against Illusion like 6 times and just kept losing them, but he kept doing it because he had a lot of faith in the rest of his team. If he's 1v1ing Illusion, it really doesn't matter where the rest of the OMG lineup is. He knows that his 4-man will win. So keep the Lucian, keep the primary carry busy. I will say that Xiaohu has been ultimately quite impressive in this team.
So is this the RNG lineup that we're going to continue seeing? Because this is a lineup that would be very vocal about wanting to go to Worlds. They want to win Worlds as well. Is this what we're going to continue seeing from them throughout this split of the LPL, being this very dominant team right from the very start of the game to finish?
You would have to imagine so. It fits towards the curve of the meta also, where you need to be ahead early, try and snowball those Drakes through. Even though it's RNG, everyone wants to fight for the Drakes. My biggest question mark about it was it took them 15 minutes to get that first Drake, and maybe they want to speed that up further. I will say their draft, once again, was just like 5 strong individual champions that worked together simply because they were ahead. And so if they continue to play that style where, yeah, they just get these big early leads by winning laning phase, absolutely, I think that's what we're going to see. This same 5 take it all the way.
You know, we saw another thing where, you know, they did take 15 minutes to take that first drag. Another thing that happened in that match was they had that massive lead from the very start, but it took them very long to close the game. On top of that, they, waited for 6 item on Uzi as well. They took 2 Barons before closing out the game, make sure they could contest for every dragon and take things very slowly. Is this another style of play we're going to see with RNG where they just take everything one by one, piece by piece before closing things out?
So I think how they won this game actually just comes back more heavily to the drafting once again. And yes, I said 5 strong champions, but it's also a Ryze and a Vladimir. So the amount of crowd control they have is close to non-existent. It was a Rek'Sai flash engage or a Ryze hitting a blinding that actually decided that a fight was going to break out, which is why RNG would play slowly, work around Barons, Drakes, get free turrets where they can, but that was simply because they couldn't run at the OMG team and say, we're just going to fight you right now, like stand and deliver, because OMG had just run away and reset.
So what are we going to see as we head into the Champion Select very shortly from these 2 changes? What are the changes and picks we're going to see as we do head into Champion Select here? Already Ryze being banned out. Anything else that stands out that you think is going to change from these 2 lineups?
Yeah, there's no point banning everything away from MLXG. Just pick something that's good for JJ. MLXG is going to have to get a good champion as the end result of this. And we'll see what they actually focus though.
Well, the 2 teams have swapped sides here, so OMG on the blue side, RNG on the red side here, and it's very surprising to see a blue side ban onto Ryze coming up from OMG. Normally, red side teams would be the ones to take that away, so it can't be first picked by the blue side, but they're going to take away Bard and Nidalee as well, as Thresh and Kindred have been banned out by RNG and waiting for their final ban.
So the Thresh ban continues. RNG also banning Maokai last time around, and will stay true to form, which leaves open the potential of a Rek'Sai counter. Swain is also going to be there, as is Lucian. And there you go.
There is a Rek'Sai pickup coming in for OMG. Don't want to give that one over towards Dredre. MLG could still possibly pick up the Graves, which is the most common matchup we see in the jungle right now. Graves going up against Rek'Sai, and like you mentioned, Swain still up and available to be taken.
Swain and Lucian as well. So if Uzi really wants to go in, that champion's going to be an option to him. Based off their last performance, he doesn't need to early pick it though, because Caitlyn's always there.
Now going to lock in Swain and Karma as their next 2 pickups here, so opting to pick up the support and top laner first.
Yeah, which again makes a lot of sense, given how the Karma was a big factor in the laning phase success, the 2v2. You would imagine that Uzi will just go back towards the Caitlyn as an assumption if SMLZ were to go towards his AD carry now.
Well, let's see what RNG pick up in response to the next 2 picks coming out from OMG. Still lots of picks left up and available. They only have their junglers shown so far. We'll have to see what they pick up next.
I'm a big fan of this as an option as well. Fizz, one of the flexible characters between mid lane and top lane. Definitely lock that one away and then not reveal your hand. It does well into Swain also if you're thinking about healing reduction. Perhaps not too early in the game, but I'll always be happy. And
it's actually getting it locked in here, so we should see a Fizz into the mid or top lane for now. Xiang still holding on to Flash and Teleport. So it makes me believe Icon might be the one playing that coming into this game, but they also picked up Lucian, the very strong AD carry, and Gragas Caitlyn will be the lock-in coming in for RNG.
RNG showing OMG how it's done apparently with this draft phase so far as whoa, that was quick.
Soraka is going to get locked in for the bottom lane for OMG. Going to be played by 5 here, known as the playmaking support, but this time taking a bit more relaxed of his support pickup, and it is going to be Fizz up on the top lane. We do see the summoner spells being changed there by Xiang, so Ignite and Teleport taken as well, as the Azir pick coming in for Icon in the mid lane.
Yeah, so Icon goes towards the Azir. We've seen a lot of preference towards Victor at the moment in the middle lane, so we'll see what Jiahu goes towards, and if it's actually him, as there we go. It's going to be Swain mid.
Yeah, they're going to lock in Trundle, so that goes into the top lane for Looper here up against the Fizz, and like you mentioned, Swain will be played in the mid lane by Xiaohu.
That's the beauty of RNG's draft on the red side, is because whilst OMG had a flex there, they still had to show their entire lanes first. RNG had a Swain that could go top, could go mid. And Jiahu, having just played the Vladimir, you would imagine understands how Swain works because they're a little bit similar in that respect. Might have a slight edge in this laning phase, but Azir is always going to be strong.
We'll have to see how what performance Xiaohu can put on this Swain. As you know, something that really stands out for me, the top lane matchup. It's going to be a Fizz taking on a Trundle here. Very interesting to see this matchup coming into place with the likes of Echo and, likes of more top lane crazy picks being left up and available.
Well, Looper's just a Trundle god, and we've seen this matchup a couple of times actually now start to break out. There is a capability that the Trundle gets an early kill onto the Fizz, even though Xiang has an Ignite in his lane, simply because of the sustain that Looper will get from his passive off the minions. who knows what way that could go, but it's very, very difficult to win.
Well, let's see how things pan out as we head into game number 2 between RNG and OMG.
We come and we go. All of us.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL as we take off onto game number 2 between RNG and OMG. All 10 players have loaded onto the Rift and we're ready for their next match.
All of us. Ready for the next match. So we're getting a nice tour of Summoner's Rift. Thank you a lot for that one, spectators. Second game of this series. Remember, RNG being 1-0 up. It's quite important for OMG to kick this off on the right foot. And it's most important that Icon stamped his foot down as a sign of authority, as a premier mid laner, and also being the sub for Cool because he has a lot to prove.
OMG did have a very disappointing start to the split and disappointing start to this series too. RNG continuing their dominance so far. As we take a look at the Keystone masteries picked up by these teams, nothing too surprising standing out here. Strength of the Ages on the Swain in the mid lane, and top lane further battle being picked up by Fizz.
Yeah, I think Xiaohu's just worked out the Strength of the Ages mid laners are kind of a big deal. Very tanky, super hard to kill. And so not a big surprise, as naturally the Fervor of Battle Fizz can stack that insanely quickly and does a lot of damage. Could actually find him a slight edge in the matchup against Looper. We'll see how that one naturally progresses, as we're not actually going to see it.
Instead, RNG looking to try and get a lane swap going immediately. Xiang's going to be helping out JJ inside of his jungle, starting on the Wolf Camp. 5 is going to play Pest as he moves towards the jungle on the side of RNG to stop them from taking out camps with ease. Body Slam actually coming out here. 5, he's being caught out. They're trying to take down the support. The Soraka has to keep running away. He's going to throw a couple of bananas backwards, but MLXG and Looper decide to back off.
MLXG will flash onto him if he gets cute.
He might.
He would. He was ready. I don't know if you saw that. He wanted that. You don't mess with MLXG in his own jungle.
Well, he's going to try to again as 5. He's here putting down the bananas one more time, trying to steal away this wolf if he possibly can. Should go in favor of the Gragas though. Does pick it up with the Gragas Spiral.
Yeah, just a bit of health gained, or taken rather, by the OMG support from RNG. It is still a Gragas, however, so he's going to be pretty happy. And all things are going to settle down once more, but it is that lane swap. Icon's on a magical journey away from minions.
MLXG and Looper here actually opting to go for the blue buff first, inside of OMG's jungle instead of taking away the red buff.
Yeah, kind of the quick route towards the top lane. So they might go through Grump, they might not. Looper's already looking to join them, however. So a hard, quick push now from RNG to match what OMG are absolutely doing. And is making sure that it's ready to go as soon as possible. That's a big stack of minions, and a Soraka doesn't do too much work towards a turret. That's mostly that Lucian spell weave.
RNG on the other hand, they do have a nice stack as well, but not as huge. That's one we see coming in from OMG. We'll still be able to get some decent damage down towards these turrets.
Yeah, they're banking on that next wave hitting it, so they will still take them at reasonably similar times. We'll just see how much of an advantage one team gets over the other as we progress further into the turret trading.
Xiang's actually being left down here in this bottom lane.
Just laying down.
Taking a little nap as the turret takes some damage from his minions. They're going to be able to take down the turrets at the same time here, and already OMG looking to try and secure an objective for themselves with this early Crowd Dragon.
One of the easier things to do given that there is a Soraka available, so they're not going to die to this, whilst it might have done a bit of damage earlier. And there we go, everything starts to form itself nicely. And if we're looking at average dragon time between these series, it's now been halved a lot. 15 minutes in the first game, 4 minutes in the second.
And once again, we're going to have an Ocean Dragon spawning as the second dragon of the matchup after the Cloud Dragon does fall for OMG. Can only take a look at this mid lane now. Icon, is doing fairly well, controlling the mid lane, creeps quite nicely, but you can still see Xiaohu keeping up as well in terms of farm.
Yeah, very good mid laner icon. I've praised him far too many times in the LPL, but he's always a pleasure to watch. Not that he's going to have a great time against Xiaohu, who is a strong mid laner to contend with. Azir has a slight range advantage as long as the never move doesn't hit, though. And so you'd imagine that as far as early laning is concerned, the Azir will be good.
And you can already see he's creeping towards a 10 CS advantage for himself. Xiaohu was only able to keep even for so long there. As we are seeing the iteration of this lane swap coming through, and as Uzi and Mata now head towards the bottom lane, we will see SMLZ and 5 head towards the top lane working on the next outer turrets.
The important thing to note is that a lot of recalls have been stopped by 5 on that Soraka, actually walking at Looper a lot. He may have to teleport towards his bottom lane to assist in the turret being taken now. If he doesn't, then it's going to be quite slow, which means that OMG might actually get a slight edge on this one.
Already found a slight edge earlier by taking down the Dragon after the lane swap. I'll have to see if they can get anything else during this push coming in.
Yeah,
As
he's just
Uzi
walking.
and Mata going to get some damage down to Uzi's turrets. LGD actually waiting around the Raptor camp here.
So something we saw a lot in the EU LCS the past couple of days is the top laner teleporting to actually assist the turret take and gain some tempo back, whereas the opposite member's top laner would usually walk there. That's where you get like a 5 to 10 second edge in the speed that you do it. However, they don't opt towards this and now just going to have MLXG down here instead. And this is where you'll see OMG probably forge themselves a slight speed boost in this swap, maybe even look towards the second. Thankfully MLXG can smite Krugs.
Now the RNG do have 4 members down that bottom lane looking to push down the outer turret too. Xiang once again being left with all the gold for himself up in the top lane as he'll be the sole member to take down this turret. But a gank squad's coming in here. Sinus Field comes out from the Soraka trying to get a gank on towards Xiao, who just walks out of it.
Icon gets out-traded by minions during this situation, however.
And we see MLXG and Mata actually roaming through the river as well, looking to try and find some members of OMG inside their own jungle. But not going to be able to do that.
And they're actually 4 men strong walking towards the top lane. So Fizz is overstaying his welcome, but Zhuezhui is already here. This is unusual.
He's not going to be able to get the knock-up just yet. He's still waiting for it. Xiaohu will get stunned inside of the Silence Field. Flash actually has to come out from the Rek'Sai, respecting the body slam coming out from Gragas.
Yeah, that was a sign of massive respect. MLXG doesn't use the flash of his own and simply baits the Summoner spell out of the Rek'Sai. So a little bit of mind games paying off for RNG and a lot of damage coming down on that Rek'Sai. He'll still be happy and healthy. But once again, we talked about slight edges. It's definitely evidenced through the CS difference in the jungle and mid lane.
But for now, gold is completely even between these two teams, 11,000 gold each. The only discrepancy between the side is the single dragon that's over in favor of OMG right now. A little bit of extra movement speed outside of combat.
And this is still a big win for OMG if you wanted to draw parallels to the last game. They're actually a little bit in trouble.
Can actually get locked down here by the Rek'Sai, forced to flash over the wall. Tries to get that tether down onto the Rek'Sai, but is able to get out of there.
He's putting a bit of damage down onto him, making some gold for himself, Mana. Of course, the Summoner spell burned is a unfortunate thing to say the least. Looper's also about to overextend, but with knowledge of where the Rek'Sai is, can afford to, somewhat. You have to remember, level 6 Rek'Sai can use that tunnel system to kind of throw himself out now into the top lane once Fizz gets levels. And until such a stage, though, Looper will start showing respect.
Still, like you mentioned, Rusty, a very different game than what we saw in Game 1. OMG don't have the natural dominance that we saw them dish out in Game number 1. Instead, now farming it out, being very content with going even with OMG in the meantime.
This is good from RNG as well, crashing it onto the turret, making sure that Xiang can't get any freezes. Even Xiaohu's here, just kind of pestering now, making sure that any advantages aren't secured. And whilst they may be maintained, they can't actually grow. It's essentially damage control, but it's a good kind of it.
We just took a look at the model lane there. We can already see SMLZ and 5 being very aggressive with this Caitlyn Soraka. A very oppressive lane, and now Xiaohu with his ultimate is able to farm out these minions a lot better. A lot easier as well. Catching up slightly against Icon.
And again, look at these small differences as well. Uzi and Mata trying to contest the blue buff, stop it from being taken. Oh, wow, Icon.
He's going in, tries to knock back Mata, is able to do that. First blood goes on for towards Rek'Sai, but here comes Xiaohu looking to try and stand down
well.
2. Does get 2, 5 is there, has to flash away. Xiaohu picks up the first kill to Rek'Sai, and she's just over the walls. Looper now coming for this fight. Icon's trying to run away, gets separated by the ultimate coming in from MLXG. Body Slam's not going to connect, but it's already 3 members down on the side of OMG, and disaster strikes as SMLZ tries to run away, but you can never move, my friend, as 3 kills go over to the Swain.
And 3-0-1 is this Swain. Even getting a blue buff is the end result. RNG, you put them in a team fight, you give them an opportunity, and they will take away more than you ever could have dreamed of. And once again, this is proactivity. Mata just gets destroyed, but look at Icon's mana bar as well. A lot of emphasis used on taking him down. 5 would have loved to have that silence field available to him. MLXG also being quite resilient, saving the ultimate for as long as necessary, making sure that Icon was the one to fall. And this is the Xiaohu show, because once he gets that blue buff, look at the mana regeneration. He should not have that much mana. The buff actually saving him there. Very impressive from RNG.
Bird is the word for the side of RNG right now, as from what was a very silent early game is now woken up in favor of RNG. They're 1,000 gold ahead. Take a look at the damage dealt during that fight. Little Xiaohu and Uzi dealing most of the damage for his team with LMG just behind them.
Yeah, and Fizz not really having a factor in that at all. Completely pushed away on the wrong side of the battle. Once it started working around terrain, there was no way for the Fizz to get involved unless he just wanted to join his team in death. And very well done once again from RNG. Shot calling. No surprises. Mata pretty good at it. Shocking, I know.
But for now, the second dragon of the game has spawned. OMG were able to take a very early dragon at 4 minutes into the match. So the Ocean Dragon is up and available if RNG want to try and force another fight
They
here.
want bottom. MLXG doesn't have his flash, however, so being a Gragas and trying to get a body slam engage is tough. His top lane is, I think Xiang's looking for a teleport? No, he's baiting. There you go.
Looking for a fight here as Looper actually going to get the ultimate. Chum the Waters comes down on towards that Trundle. But Jetro is there. He's able to help Xiang pick up that kill, which immediately signals RNG to go for the gank down.
Yeah, that's a lot of pings. They definitely want it.
They're pinging this one left, right, and center. Definitely want to get this gank. The Silence Field's going to be used there as SMLZ gets slowed down. He's going to get ultimate by the Caitlyn, but Xiaohu wants that all for himself.
Nice ult.
knocks them backwards. And their 5 has nowhere to go. They're going to go give this one over towards Uzi. Just waiting for his final ticks of auto attacks. And Xiaohu actually teleporting towards the mid lane.
Yeah, so they hold the fort. They even push them away and aggressively, Xiaohu. It should be the Drake. They get the kills with it. And RNG, off the back of their top laner being killed by the Rek'Sai that can move around the map just as efficiently as he would like, still get big advantages.
And they've been reacting to everything that OMG has thrown at them quite nicely so far. No, Looper not afraid to go down to the top lane because he knows his team's going to back him up, and they get a dragon for themselves. The next dragon to spawn will be the Mountain Dragon. So RNG, pretty decisive start so far. From what was a very...
doesn't really want to be here.
Yeah, I doubt he does, but Soraka
Okay.
is going to throw a couple of bananas out, get a few gold for himself, but not going to be able to take down this Gragas.
The Crescent Moons aren't going to be enough to kill anybody, as it is a Soraka after all. But once again, OMG, they still stand strong. They kind of draw their line in the sand at their half of the map, and whilst they're dying a lot on the enemy half, they don't want them inside their own. Everything starts to even out in the way of Drakes, neutrals, and whatnot, but RNG always just seeming like the better team in the day. And absolutely in this second game showing that off.
You see Xiaohu already. He's 4-0-2, so he was slightly behind Icon in terms of CS at the start of this match. He still is actually about 10 CS behind the Swain, but with those kills being picked up in his favor, he's got his Rod of Ages stacking already this early. Uzi might be caught out a little bit here though. Tries to put some happy feet down, but that's just so many ultimates used to take down the Caitlyn.
Yeah, Soraka as well putting a silence field. There was no escape for Uzi. They made sure he died. And that was a lot used, though, as you mentioned. So whilst they get a single kill, they still can't breach the walls of the RNG base. Everything kind of just chills out again. That's just poor timing. That's the rule of thumb here. OMG, they're getting nice picks. They're trying to keep their up and kills their best they can. At the end of the day, when RNG gets something, they get more than just the kill.
You actually take a look at what these two teams have. Everything's even, 2 turrets each, a dragon each as well. Except for the Goldie, which is slightly in RNG's favor at the moment. That tempo definitely looks like it's in their favor right now. We can have a look at the items as well. We can see Fizz picking up some tank items as RNG looking to try and take down this Rift Herald. You see Rod of Age has been picked up by Swain, like we mentioned earlier. Morel Nomicon is the first pickup coming in from the Azir to stop the healing coming out from that Swain. Yoma's Ghost Blade, Black Cleaver is the build going to come out from SMLZ one more time. As Uzi already has his Runan's Hurricane. Didn't go for a BF Sword this time, instead just a pickaxe was his pickup.
Yeah, he's been having a rough time with the farm as well. Like, he's managed to find himself 10 ahead. And not too bad on the clock, but wanted to accelerate that Runan's Hurricane. Didn't go for the BF Sword option due to the recall timings. And he got a pickaxe to push faster. And it's kind of an interesting down point for a Caitlyn because he's got the dagger and brown leather bag through his boots. He has to upgrade those first. So before he gets a BF Sword, he's going to have to spend a large amount of money. Thankfully, he'll have a cull to help out. It's just so, it's awkward, and he is lucky that Xiaohu is 4-0, because it could have been a lot worse.
Well, let's see if that costs Uzi in any way. The next few fights that will take place between these two teams. For now, though, we're going to see Jojo try to take away his own red buff, but MXG is here as well. He wants this one for himself. He's going to contest it and actually take it away one swift motion.
1,300 damage with a single combo from MLXG. Of course, he didn't ult for it. That would add more to the combo. Just decided to stand still and stop the tremor sensors. RNG still in control, though, and that is evidence through that invade that we just saw from MLXG. He knows that he can do these things.
Once again, RNG very content with taking this game as late as they want. They've shown they're comfortable late game. They're comfortable being even as well at this stage in the game. You know, things were looking good for OMG. They started off with that lane swap, you know, going relatively even against OMG, finding small advantages here and there, but things are slowly just falling apart one more time.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And the question is, whilst it's falling apart, it's not too big of a separation in gold. When does it actually hit a breaking point? Because at this stage in the game, OMG can absolutely come back.
Well, RNG now looking to try and get a pick on towards Jojo. Mato was rotating around the river here after an aggressive gank was being positioned towards Looper up in the top lane.
In mid lane right now, they're looking for Icon. See if they get him. Unlikely.
They're going to try for it. Tether does go down. Here is the Swain as well. Going to put down and never move shortly, I believe.
Oh God, that
Icon
damage.
is going to try and run away. Lots of damage being put down towards that Swain. As Five's going to have to heal him up to full health.
Yeah, 402 Swain just comes out full health after diving a turret for 3 seconds because the usual, you know, how it is with Swain, huh?
Usual Swain.
And one of the other things that I was going to mention is not only Icon's item build, but his commitment to the item build. Going for Berserker Greaves, I believe. This isn't the latest patch where they buffed its attack speed.
Nope.
But he would probably be running attack speed runes. Couple those attack speed runes. The fact that he's got 20% CDR from his Morellos and Berserker Greaves to complement that. He'll still be attacking reasonably fast, but he'll be doing more damage sooner. But mostly soldier play from here on.
Interesting coming up from Icon here. We don't see Berserker Greaves very frequently on
Maybe
Azir.
he's just practicing on the main patch, and this is what he's decided the best build is, and knows no better.
Well, let's see if that's going to affect him as we move later into this game. Definitely an interesting item pickup. So far, Uzi, though, he's picked up that BF Sword for himself, so working towards the Infinity Edge next. Still waiting on the Black Cleaver coming out from SMLZ. Opting not to go for the Infinity Edge crit build, or the Essence Reaver build that we see a lot of Lucians pick up over the Black Cleaver Omis Ghost Blade sometimes.
Yeah, still preferencing his build that works for him so well. Unfortunately for him, is 0-2 this time around, not 2-0 that we saw in game number 1. And so the shoe is on the other foot for OMG once more.
Dragon's going to be spawning in 15 seconds here, so we'll have to see if RNG and OMG decide to contest for that. And also 2 minutes until the Baron comes up for these two teams.
The weak point's still this Soraka and how fragile the health bar is. I don't think anybody's going to regard Soraka as a non-issue. In fact, they're making sure that 5 is the one that dies. That's going to potentially be the undoing of OMG's team composition. Careful is the name of the game for 5.
Well, that Dragon is up and online here. Lots of traps actually being put down early by Uzi to try and stop them from coming through the choke point. And MSG is going to work to try and take down this Dragon with the help of Xiaohu and Uzi. They are spotted up by a ward, but it should be able to be secured by this Gragas. Nothing fancy coming out from OMG to try and stop that.
No fanciness whatsoever. I think waiting on item spikes is definitely what they're looking towards doing here on the side of OMG. They need that Rylai's Crystal Scepter, and with very inefficient items of the components of it, they're going to be waiting quite some time. Same thing with top lane, wants his next item. Jungle as well. They're just playing the waiting game, but RNG aren't waiting around. They've got those items already. And the pressure starts in this bottom lane from Xiaohu.
And they picked up a quite natural 2,000 gold lead for themselves. They were 1,000 gold ahead after that team fight. Now, extending that gold lead even further. Just through moving around the map, taking objectives and farming a little bit better.
Yeah, the major problem's just this mid lane because Uzi can't farm. So whilst across the board, RNG having a great time. Icon still got kill threat. And of all people on the side of OMG to have kill threat, you don't want to give that to Icon.
Xiaohu now actually getting a jumped on, has to flash away from Chum the Waters.
Deep down, he didn't want to.
Of course.
He wanted to fight them.
Still
Press
gets
his
away.
upkeep.
As the pink Caitlyn is going to continue pushing this mid lane.
Good skin, by the way.
I like the green one. Looks like Luigi.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's female. So, like, Luigi's not very appropriate. You know? To each their own fish.
For now, though, we're going to continue seeing Xiang duke it out with Xiaohu in this bottom lane. Xiaohu did pack Summoner's Spell Teleport, and so did Icon. Something we don't usually see Aziz bring Summoner's Rift, but the past few days of the LPL, we've seen a lot of Aziz pick that up.
No Vladimir this game either. One of the other interesting parts is we've started to see this big preference actually creep up. But still, working towards those items, getting closer and closer to a point where OMG might be able to fight back. Until such a time, though, they're just sitting around and watching their world crumble around them, hoping that RNG can't actually find a lead. If it stays like this, OMG are going to be happy.
For now, though, things are relatively quiet between these two teams. You can see Looper up in the top lane still with the Glimmer of the Void buff, pushing out waves wherever he possibly can, trying to force the hand of this Fizz.
And both of these teams look towards Dragon the most as like this biggest point of contention that they have to fight for or look to fight for every single time. Really just shows almost a sign of concern. And like, yes, Dragon's a priority. Looper currently on a never-ending battle.
Seems to be a priority for OMG to try and take down Dread. Dread takes a lot of damage in return as the teleport was being channeled there by Xiao, who gets cancelled just to deter the top lane and jungle combo trying to take down Looper.
Just making Looper slightly perturbed. Everything will be as it were. Xiaohu, though, the teleport being burned means that he can't really commit to anything on the top side of the map. The curious thing now is that Icon is dealing with Looper. Like, that's okay, but Xiaohu dealing with Xiang is a big win for RNG.
This turret's going to fall down though. RNG able to rotate down towards the bottom lane and take down the bottom lane inner turret and pick up a nice lead for themselves.
Yeah, Swain is such a happy person right now. Just do whatever he wants on Summoner's Rift and just walk around casually doing it. Just cawing wildly as he's a bird.
Speaking
That's
of
what birds
Swain.
do.
Speaking of Swain, he's got his Zhonya's Hourglass being picked up here as well. That Rod of Ages that should be stacked quite nicely now. With the Negatron Cloak, we potentially see that being upgraded into the Abyssals or just held on to now for extra magic resistance.
Yeah, it depends if he wants the Void stuff earlier or not. He can check the item builds. I think it's fine with what he has at the moment as there's no Aegis available for 5, who's definitely been struggling on this Soraka to get things done. Even vision placement has been a hard task because of the amount of damage that everybody is doing to her. And RNG have finally bridged that gap as well themselves, because whilst OMG was sitting around, they've got item spikes. Caitlyn, however, is past that mid-game trough and has two big items in the component of the next. Uzi's going to be putting in some hurt now, as you can see.
He's going to be trying to push out this mid lane outer turret too.
He sees you.
He knows you're there, Judge. You can't hide.
MLXG's actually just like dancing next to him. Decides to hit him and push him away. RNG putting their sights on this middle lane turret. And if they break this middle lane turret, even if they don't, if they can keep OMG here for a minute, work around the Drake, maybe lower some health bars, this will be a pretty good start for the Drake attempt.
Well, let's see what RNG can do, because they were looking to siege that mid lane turret and put some traps down. The Barrel's going to be able to steal away that Wolf Camp.
I think it's a smite, I believe.
RNG actually moving over towards the top lane in the turret now. Good rotations coming out from the representatives of MSI.
Yeah, Xiaohu and Looper in particular can actually work together if they have teleports. I know that before the Drake is up, Xiaohu will have his. And very clever movements, because the vision they have is established a dragon of pinks. It's always going to be present. OMG haven't found their way in. We mentioned how difficult it is for Soraka to get anything done in that respect. And so advantage after advantage starting to be forged. But OMG, they're biting back.
They're looking to try and take down a turret of their own here, being the mid lane outer turret. But good defense comes out from RNG. They're able to stop that. And Dragon's going to spawn in 15 seconds, Rusty.
Yeah, absolutely a point where they want to fight if you're RNG. OMG, you have to question if they feel comfortable doing it. Nice CS advantage for the Azir, so he's quite strong. But I don't know if that's going to be enough. Icon's going to have to put in overtime. He always does, though, when RNG win.
Well, see if he can do that here over this next fight. Cloud Dragon has been started by RNG. They're looking to try and take this one down quick and swiftly. She's in the back of the pit, taking that one up. We'll be able to get the smite down. They do take down the Cloud Dragon, and a second Mountain Dragon will be the final Elemental Dragon that we will be seeing spawned on Summoner's Rift.
So many traps to block them off as well. OMG just looking for this turret, if anything. They won't even get that, just completely pushed away. And still the slow, steady style that RNG are implementing. A little bit different to their previous games, but just as effective every single time we've seen them. They're now demonstrating their ability to play slow, quick, for objectives, for kills. Definitely strong coverage as a team.
OMG looking to still try and bite back with this mid lane outer turret. The 3,000 gold behind. The ultimate comes out from Gragas trying to knock them backwards, but misses them.
Yeah.
A little bit of a misplay coming in from RNG.
Yeah, mechanical blunder from MLXG on that Gragas. Didn't need to use his ultimate. The tower's probably going to fall, but he missed it anyway as Marta.
He's going to get caught out by
in
Xiang.
trouble.
Chum the waters to come out. Playful Trickster comes as well. SMLZ gets the final taps with the ultimate. The Culling gets put down. They're able to take him down.
Marta actually wasting his flash early. There was no Playful Trickster to dodge. And so they pick that one up, remembering that Xiang has Ignite on his Fizz, so there's going to be kill threat. Marta is a fragile support player. Now junglers are going to say hello. Going to Fetty Wap.
Looked like JoJo wanted to try and contest for this red buff, but SMLZ and Uzi able to secure that. Take it for themselves.
Such a slow-paced game. I'm just not used to RNG doing this. Like, we're watching a team. RNG is 4-1. They're probably the best team in the LPL. We even said that before this started against OMG. They're on the bottom of the table in the same group, 0-4. And they're not able to end quickly. It's kind of a momentum boost game, you would think, for RNG. And that could go one of two ways. Either RNG just don't know how to close the game out as quickly anymore. They're just really struggling in this set. Or OMG have been underestimated and they're being respected right now.
Oh, who knows? We'll have to see what happens throughout the later courses of this game. For now, though, like you mentioned, very slow-paced match. RNG have a slight lead for themselves. They definitely control the objectives on the map. They took the Rift Herald down. They have been taking 3 out of the 4 dragons so far, and probably will look for the 5th one as well.
You would think so.
And it does look like they're just waiting for Uzi to come online one more time. He's got 3 of those items.
Man's online.
Well, last time they had these 3 items, they didn't fight till they had 6. So, I don't know.
Well, they were also ahead by 5k gold at that point. This time around, it's only 2,000. And RNG's only defeat has been giving a chance to OMG.
SMLZ though now has been jumped on, has to flash away after the ultimate is used by MLG to knock him backwards. Now Jedre takes a lot of damage in this fight, will be the first to go down. Uzi picks up that kill. Sniper ult comes out onto SMLZ to knock him down a little bit lower. They're going to be content with picking up that one pick. As here comes Icon. Good ultimate to knock them backwards. Xiaohu though is going to be able to cut him off, has to force the flash onto the Azir. As Chum the Waters does come out only onto Marta though. That was interesting from Icon, but still, one pick goes over towards RNG.
It wasn't actually that bad from Icon at all. If they can hold this tower.
It's going to be different though. MSG looking to try and get a flank off against 5 here. The turret will fall down. Xiang goes in, uses the Playful Trickster to get immediately back out of there.
So OMG don't die, and they almost turn it back around and get some damage onto RNG, but they don't get kills. A little bit disjointed in the re-engage. Icon and the rest of his team. Mechanically, Icon did the right thing. He actually got 2 targets back towards the turret, but because they have a Soraka, the Rek'Sai wasn't really there. He was already He was dead actually. I think it was, yeah, he was out of the fight. The follow-up to an engage from an Azir without a Rek'Sai there, without a Fizz ultimate on time, which was very delayed, is non-existent. And so he needs to work out a way to do this at the start of fights.
Well, Five's been caught out one more time. He has to use the flash, but it's straight into the ultimate of OMG. He's still chasing him down. Teleports now coming in. Gragas has to run away. JJ, he's in the back lines. It's going to be Marta taking a lot of damage as Lupa's now grouping up. They're still going to be able to take down this Rex, though. To subjugate, just rip so many of those resistances and never move. Has been used onto him now. He can't escape. Icon is still going to be able to find a kill onto OMG in the back lines, but this is going to be RNG's fight to take one more time here as they get a double kill onto Marta, and Swain being played by Xiao, who gets the shutdown onto Icon.
Yeah, MLXG and Uzi go down, but a lot of work done by RNG. Their carries and their solo laners stepping up and going huge in these fights. 6, 0, and 5 is the Swain. They don't have Baron threat because their jungler and AD carry are dead, however, and so credit where it's due to Icon for target selection, because he finds the Caitlyn at the very least in a trade at the end of these fights. MLXG's ultimate here was flashed into by 5 so that he wouldn't go back towards the team, but he's still going to end up going really low, and he can't actually heal anybody. Zhuezhui, Xiang, the tanks of the team, don't have damage behind them, so they're just going to die as an end result. And the re-engage here gives 2 kills to Icon, but look at Lupa's decision-making. Gets the pillar, says, definitely caught out, and actually looks towards Icon, disregards the Soraka. But Icon does get that trade.
And this is a good trade coming in for Icon, but still, now RNG there, 4,500 gold ahead here. El Machine looking to try and contest for this red buff. Now RNG, they've turned on the switch. They want to keep fighting. This red buff's getting taken down really low. El Machine does smite that one away. They're content with taking the buff for themselves. Chum the Water comes out. It's Uzi, puts the 90 caliber net down to get away. JJ actually running into the fight. Marta taking a lot of damage, but the subjugate's been put down one more time here. LSG picks up that kill. Icon goes in, puts the ultimate down, knocks Uzi into the fight. SMLZ picks up that kill. A major carry has been taken down, but 5, he's really low. Marta's low as well. Icon doing work in the backlines, but SMLZ, he's trying to kite, trying to run, not going to be enough. As this is going to be a double kill onto the Azir. Swain picks up a couple for himself. It's 2-on-2, 3 traded for 2. Icon still looking to continue this fight, but RNG going to be able to get out of there.
And a 7-0-6 Swain is not enough to carry RNG across the line because Xiao, who wasn't there in time, OMG actually picking their battle very wisely. And look at where look at his positioning. Like Xiao, who's just not near the fight at all. He has to walk around the dragon. Uzi has to respect and is in a position where he can only hit tanks, so it takes an awful long time to take anybody down. And then Icon just hits a legendary ultimate and just sits behind his own ult and zones them off. Big plays once again from the OMG mid laner, and this is what we need to see from that team. Because every single time Icon's played, they look like an entirely different roster.
And on top of that, during that replay, we saw the Dragon get taken down by Icon as well. So 2 Dragons over towards the OMG lineup.
Damage in that last fight speaks for itself. MLXG was the highest damage dealer on the team.
Uzi not doing much.
Uzi doing very little as he was only able to hit tanks. Swain did his part, but his part isn't going to solo carry the team, especially when he's not there in time to keep the AD carry and mid laner away from the rest of his team.
It was a good catch though by Icon, able to get into the back lines there, but it's still a 5,000, 6,000 now gold advantage for RNG. And they did get the Dragon for it, but it might not be enough. As Uzi, if he's online in this next fight, it's still going to look devastating for the OMG lineup.
Yeah, the best case scenario is just letting OMG actually come into them and not getting caught out of position in their own jungle, because they weren't set up for that fight, RNG. They did want the red buff. They were starting to get wards around it, but because they were walking out of the red buff area, they were not really prepared for a follow-up fight, as this is the setup now starting to break out.
Teleport actually coming in from the Azir
Complete
there.
bait.
They're just waiting for him to use it. Icon used it to get in here. Not going to be able to start this Dragon. You see Jetro now going to take a lot of damage. Here comes Luke. We're going to lock him down. Glim in the Void still being used. Good flash coming in from Machine. Not going to be able to connect though. Jetro gets knocked straight back in towards the Trundle. And Lupa picks up that kill for himself. That's the jungler gone.
MLXG is just a god. This whole series has just been MLXG going off. That's 1 member dead. It is the Dragon-controlled member, of course, having the smite there. As they can start this up whenever they choose, but if they choose later, they'll get mid lane turrets.
They have started.
Here we go.
Dragon's Baron, sorry, is already really low. Xiang looking to try and find an entry point, but he can't. MLXG's going to be able to take that one down. Xiaohu now looking to try and chase him down. He's going to be able to speed himself up. 5 going to be the target of choice. Ultimate does come out from Icon to keep them at bay. 5 still very, very low. He's able to flash out of there and get away.
Yeah, they do get out alive. Remember, Baron's still down. Couple of summoners missing. MLXG's flash, so they couldn't engage, and Xiaohu used his own to try and get onto them, but to no avail. RNG with the driver's seat position now, and with a decent gold lead, are looking like they can possibly take this one out themselves. We'll see how they go after they recall and get those items.
For now, though, it's a 7,000 lead for RNG. You see Caitlyn already online for Uzi. He's picked up his Lord Dominic's regards. They're going to be able to shred through these tanks on top of the subjugate coming from Looper. The front line from OMG not looking great at the moment.
No, it's not. OMG's front line's actually looking at flanks more than they are being a front line, and that's the problem.
It's true.
Once again, he is so far out.
Pillar comes out one more time. Actually, teleport being used there by Xiaohu to get towards this fight. Looks like he cancelled it there. Going to continue pushing in the bottom lane. RNG, 4 members strong up towards the top side of the map, looking to try and continue this push. Icon was trying to find Uzi.
Xiaohu no teleport. He actually cancelled it on the top side of the map, so he's looking to threaten bottom, which means that OMG do have a realistic 4v4 threat with their carries still standing. They've got that one tank member, and he can still teleport in if they choose to fight. It also kind of deters RNG from going any further.
You know, RNG, they're taking it one more time. Very slow and very steady. 9,000 gold lead, but they want to make sure they do it when they have a good advantage. Looking towards the mid lane. Inner turret now as Xiaohu continues his split push down the bottom lane. Okay, that's not exactly what you'd like.
Look, he's been doing well all game. That's the one big hiccup, and that's actually going to be very costly for them.
They lose the turret. Icon actually getting separated here by the pillar chains coming out.
God.
It's going to get locked down. Uzi finds a pick for himself. OMG have lost their star mid laner. This turret's going to get taken down as well. As Xiaohu is actually working on the inhibitor turret down in the bottom lane in the meantime. This will be 2 inhibitors for RNG. They could possibly turn towards the Nexus too.
A complete base implosion right now for OMG. No one can stop Xiaohu. They've broken mid. They're now looking at top. And just complete unfurling of the game.
And that's 3 inhibitors, being taken down by RNG just in one push off of taking out Icon after
Look at
missing his
Xiaohu
ultimate.
by himself, just like hitting this bottom lane turret. They can't stop him.
They're brute forcing this. RNG, they want to win now. They don't have any super minions, but it's enough with the Baron buff. They're already taking down the Nexus turrets, looking towards the Nexus. Yes, Xiao trying to do what he can, but they can't. OMG resulted in going back in towards their fountain. Xia actually getting caught out. He's going to get taken out. Oh, Xia, sorry, that's going to be Dredge. That's caught out and taken down. And RNG pick up another clinical win against OMG.
I think it's safe to say a clean-cut victory here for RNG. OMG just looking respondent throughout both games. Better in Game 2 than Game 1 through their middle lane, but better in Game 1 than 2 through their bottom lane. So inconsistency mars this team's performance. And once again, OMG now find themselves 0-6 in the first 2 weeks of the LPL.
You know what? Say what you like about this RNG lineup, but they definitely look like a team that want to go to Worlds and look like a team that wants to win Worlds right now because they're looking fantastic. That was clinical execution from their lineup.
Absolutely. Playing it slow, something that RNG are definitely showing their capabilities of doing. They do love the late game team fight, and they are a late game team fighting team, and they were even drafted reasonably well towards it. The end result, though, is that RNG get an easy 2-0.
And you know what? With the likes of, you've got Uzi, Marta in the lineup, Xiaohu in the lineup for RNG as well. But on top of all that, it was MLXG that really stood out in both these games. The jungler was helping out the team so much in both those matchups.
Yeah, Game 1 MVP comes into Game 2 and steps up again. The Gragas, he almost just put on a clinic and shown Juejue how to jungle, playing like the mixed matchups between the two. They swapped over. Seriously, I think you're right. He should be MVP in the second game as well because MLXG was on fire.
Certainly was. And you know what? In that match, we saw the draft phase coming out very strong for RNG. They had a very nice split pushing with Xiaohu and Looper, going for that 1v1 almost and utilizing Uzi quite nicely on that Caitlyn. They used the Karma Caitlyn very well in games 2 and 3 for both different reasons almost.
Yeah, I think Game 1 was actually used mostly for laning phase to be bullies, and they got a standard lane, and that's kind of where they created an early game disparity and gold lead for the side of RNG. Game 2 rolls around, it's a complete lane swap, so they hide each other. No bottom lanes really meet for quite some time, and whilst Uzi falls into this trough or lack of power that he actually had present because he's playing Caitlyn, OMG trying to capitalize on him and getting picks on him, RNG just slow the game down. They say, all right, we can wait till he has his third item, wait till he's feeling strong enough to team fight. That's when they start to pull the trigger.
I mean, take a look at OMG as well. They did not look good in either of those two games. Icon coming in for Cool was looking great for them. He had a few good ultimates being used on that. He had a great landing phase as well, was able to go toe-to-toe with Xiaohu, but OMG, very disappointing once more here, and they're continuing a disappointing run in the summer split of the LPL.
But we can't ignore the problem of this series being that Zhuizhui did nothing. He absolutely underperformed, and they subbed Zhuizhui in this series instead of having World 6. World 6 is a renowned Gragas player. Gragas definitely had its place in this series, but we didn't see that jungler. And really, game number 2 was won on the back of catching him out of position on more than one occasion. RNG finding their way into the game simply because of a misplay from OMG. Yes, that's how most games are won, but that's not something you want to see from your jungler in 2 games.
And you know what almost comes back to me, to the drafting phase one more time. Picking up that Trundle, able to shred the resistances from Chocho, making sure they can single him out, and Xiang. I mean, that was just clinical, all-rounder from RNG one more time, and we've been stressing on it quite a bit, but it was a great performance. If you're going to take a look at the MVP for game number 2 there, it's going to go over towards MLXG one more time there on his Gragas in the jungle. In fact, 22.7% damage share. Looks impressive one more time.
Yeah, there was one big team fight that took place at the Dragon where he did the most on his team. It was absolutely an impressive performer. We spoke to it at the end of the game because he was, I said on fire and I meant it. Hopefully we do get to see those highlights because what a performance from the jungler of RNG. And this is my favorite thing about this is March has always been the shot caller of the team, the one controlling MLXG as he would wander around the jungle near aimlessly. But we get into the games like this where MLXG is just a one-man wrecking crew. That's exactly what he does in this series.
He played fantastically. You know, we talked a little bit about it on day 1. Frosco and I had a chat about it on day 2 as well. LPL is really shaping out to be a game about junglers here, and MLSG is leading the pack with these phenomenal performances.
Yeah,
Jojo
even this
just
ultimate here,
put
man.
his sit up.
Just unbelievable. Like,
straight into Looper.
every time he throws an ultimate, it was connecting to a target. Whether it knocked the rest away didn't really matter because they'd still kill that person. That was another example of Zhuizhui being caught. The reason he's being caught is because MLXG's Gragas barrels were just ridiculous.
So this really solidifies RNG's standings in the group here. You know, they've picked up 3 impressive wins already so far. They're looking very good. Off the back of an incredible performance from MSI, they picked up Uzi in their star-starter roster. And you know, OMG, we expected it to be one of the middle-of-the-pack teams, not one of the better teams in this group. They're slumping quite a bit, sitting at the bottom with the likes of LGD at the moment.
Yeah, OMG definitely on struggle street and RNG looking stellar. You do have to question what OMG were thinking and how they got to this position. It is funny because OMG have always been we need to be full Chinese team as a roster, and it's just not working out for them. Last split, they actually got towards the relegation position. They did fight their way out successfully, but this time around, they just don't feel like the same team once again. And it's just such an unusual thing to me because having a full Chinese or Mandarin-speaking team should help you, but it's hurting them right now. Their team's just not good enough.
So let's take a look at their lineup here. OMG, is there anything in particular that stands out that needs to be changed for the lineup in order to, in the next few games that they're going to be playing in the LPL? Is there something that stands out more than most on how they're playing right now?
I don't think there is a single thing to me that separates OMG from being a bad team to being a good team. Right now, it's just cohesion because 5 playing Soraka just didn't feel right. I don't think he's a Soraka player. He's more of a Thresh player.
He's a Thresh initiating support guy.
So he absolutely looked like he was struggling, and that could have been a drafting question. So maybe we look at the coaching staff then. We've got Zhuizhui playing instead of World 6, so once again, maybe we consider the drafting options of the coaching staff and why they were putting him in. We don't know why. We look at the top lane. Xiang, usually a pretty big carry for the team as well. Picks a carry champion, just doesn't do it. It's just unusual.
I think the only saving grace really for OMG right now is the fact that Icon and Smelzy still playing fairly alright for the lineup, but I don't feel like that's going to be enough for them to continue in the LPL.
It's not going to be enough. But the thing is, they both weren't firing at the same time. So let's just say game 1 happened again and Icon was playing well with SMLZ being a 2-0 Lucian. It could have been a different story. And to me, we could sit here and we could say a lot of negatives about OMG because they did just lose the series, but we shouldn't actually dwell on that fact simply because RNG won this in a convincing 2-0. It is RNG that they just lost to, and anyone losing to RNG, we shouldn't actually, write off too heavily.
Yep.
OMG have still had some decent performances. They've still shown some signs of definite team skill behind them. RNG are just too good.
So what do you think about the rest of this group here? Because we have Vici, IMA playing later, Team WE taking on LGD as well. How does the rest of this group sum up? Because right now it just looks like RNG sitting clearly at the top. You know, maybe a trickle of Team WE, IMA, Vici somewhere in between with OMG and Vici at the bottom, OMG and LGD at the bottom. Is that really how this is going to shape up to be? Is there going to be any more changes we're going to see coming into week 2?
It's definitely tough to say. IMA are the big wildcard team coming into the standings that you kind of look at and say they could be anywhere, and we thought they could be anywhere. They kicked it off well and then lost their last best of series against Team WE, which to me are like the benchmark of what a good team should look like, because they're a really good late game team. They love the late game team fighting. And once we hit those stages, we see a lot of strengths for that team. And everyone just needs to try and replicate that.
Well, we can take a look at more highlights from this best of 3 series between RNG and OMG. It was a clinical 2-0 victory from the RNG lineup. This was off the back of a phenomenal performance of OMG right there in that gank. Once again, great teamwork from RNG, great decision making. They were very decisive in their plays, you could say.
Yeah, dual MVP performance from the jungler of RNG steps up huge in this series. Everyone does their part, and most of it was make sure Uzi stays alive while Xiaohu just runs amok, which is seriously what he did. Vladimir Swain plays Bruiser champions, Bruiser AP champions with the new Rod of Ages. Just causes havoc.
And we've seen a lot more AP champions return to Summoner Swift here. No more very tank-orientated top laners. We see a lot of Swain and Rise sometimes be thrown up there as well. He's left through the pick and ban phase. You know, moving back towards a very mage-heavy meta.
Yeah, we've seen the Fizz and Echo that are like very tanky champions that kind of feel a bit similar to it. But now that we've got the likes of Swain, Rise being capable of being played in that top lane, there's definitely a little bit more champion diversity available to them, as Uzi greeted for a kill a little bit there.
And I really like the point that you brought up at the start of this broadcast, was the fact that, you know, China really adapting to the meta very nicely. But for now, we're going to go into a quick break as we hand off to the other two casters. It's going to be Frosco and Max taking us through the last 2 games tonight. It's going to be Vici taking on IMA, followed by Team W taking LGD. Don't go anywhere.
This one is for the fucked up, shoot up, spit out, stepped on, no luck, no fucks, tough love, half blood, stripped down, beat down, blacked out, choking, no sound, no crown, burnt up, broken. This one is for the bad guys. Stand up if you're feeling reckless. They don't understand that we're heartless. We'll never be the same, so we take till we get our fucking way.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, and I'm joined by Indiana Frosker and Black. Huge thanks to Fish and Rusty for taking us through the first series, where RNG honestly dominated OMG in pretty emphatic fashion. But OMG did make a change. They brought Icon in for game number 2, and it did look like they, I don't know, at least were able to make a few more proactive decisions.
Unfortunately, too little too late, to be frank. I do agree with you that Icon is definitely the playmaker, or is making the plays that OMG need. Unfortunately, Cool, I mean, it's very interesting. When you think about Cool's career, because he is such a legacy player, it's never really been isolated from the likes of Alan Drug Leveling, whatever you want to call him, his former all-star jungler, or Going, that big king in the top lane that people recognize on the international stage. And now, without those legacy members and with OMG trying to rebuild around Cool, he's not living up to the expectations that the fans or the teams really need from him.
Yeah, sort of Cool is always known as that facilitating mid laner, the guy that hops on Twisted Fate, gets to the lanes that are strong, and helps dominate them even further. And it feels like it may not necessarily be Cool not necessarily playing well, it's just he doesn't have the same team members with the same style to really complement.
It's just this idea that Cool has always been a phenomenal mechanical player. His Ahri is well known, like you said, his Twisted Fate, so he can get on those champions and he can hard carry a game where he's like, hold my drink, watch me do this. But at the same time, he's also had two really strong flanking members to help set him up and, again, facilitate those plays. Icon seems to, it's just a one-man show. No one's going to assist me here. I have to do it myself.
Yeah.
And it had hit and miss success. We had a phenomenal Emperor's Divide in that last game, throwing Uzi completely into his enemy team and winning them a team fight, or at least coming out even, followed immediately by hitting an Emperor's Divide that pretty much lost him the game. But at least he's doing something.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And look, as we look at Group B as a whole, because of course, day number 3 here of week 2, and we are sort of getting into some of the meat of Group B. And we were looking at this thinking that RNG, WE, sort of these two teams that did come out of playoffs last split looking very, very strong. But there are some surprising factors here. Of course, IMA, who are going to be playing next, have had a brilliant start. Despite the fact that they fell to WE 2-1 in our first day, they're still looking impressive. We're about to see them against Vici now.
Yeah, and what's cool about IMA is that they're almost like, I don't want to call them EDG light, because I feel like that's cheating a little bit. But it's this idea that they have a lot of avenues of attack in terms of where they beat you on their team. They have Amazing Jay in the top laner. He's going to be like kind of that hard carry, split pushing top laner with a very carry oriented identity. He's
Bit of a hit or miss style sometimes.
Hit or miss, but it fits really well in the meta with Echoes running around. In fact, Echo is a big priority pick for them. I think it was played, out of all of his games, he's only not played Echo twice.
Yeah.
So we're going to go ahead and see the lineup, but it's going to be Vici this time.
Yeah, so they are going to be across from Vici. Lung, Dandy, Easy Hoon, Endless, and Caveman. No real changes to be made here just yet, as Schwan's still sitting there on the bench. He could potentially come in for Endless at some point, but this is a team that has looked strong, especially from that jungle and mid position.
Yeah, and this is the thing, the rotating positions, not only in Vici, but also in IMA. I suspect that we'll see Endless and Schwan get rotated just because that's been the trend for Vici Gaming, even between games that they win. Vici are on the upswing right now. They did just take down LGD. I mean, take your victories where you can get them. And if we're talking about the fact that IMA, they can kind of pick where they beat you just because they have a really strong map across. They can beat you through Jinjiao, they can beat you through the top lane. Their mid laner is performing great, Athena or Baimi. Vici really only beats you in 2 positions. They have a good, strong side of the map, Long, Dandy, Easy Hoon, but they're so dependent on Dandy and Easy Hoon going off. It's never going to be an instance where Endless, Schwan, Caveman, any one of those guys is going to be carrying. It's that jungle and mid duo.
Yeah, and look, that is a large reason as to why they were able to take down LGD, a team that were looking a lot better this week than they were in previous weeks, but you just couldn't keep Easy Hoon down. That guy was playing like an absolute beast from the mid lane. we'll be looking to see him do that one more time here against possibly Bamey or Athena, depending on who's going to be playing here in the mid lane for IME. And you mentioned rotating rosters. We're about to have a look at IME right now. This is a team that's more than happy to switch things around in that jungle and mid position.
Okay.
At the moment, it's going to be Midi and Athena with amazing Jay Jinjiao, Road sitting there on the sides.
So a lot of people are kind of used to 6-man rosters right now, SKT probably being the most famous teams to make that work out, rotating between Easyhoon and Faker and really changing the dynamic of that roster and that team. IME are running a 7-man roster, and like you said, they're rotating between Athena, Bamey, and then Midi and a Voidless. And I don't necessarily agree with it. You're completely changing the dynamic of a team, not necessarily in how they're playing, but in building synergy and building cohesion on a very young, very new roster. And it's, I mean, so far it's technically had success simply because their players have just been better. But in the longevity of this team's development, I think that will actually come back to bite them if they continue to rotate out mid and jungle. It's kind of like isolate one variable and swap around that. Don't isolate two.
Yeah, it does depend on sort of how they manage to do it. If there is clear styles that they have managed to develop with each of the different iterations of this roster, it could be actually very exciting to see whether they can make it work. But the thing is, that's really, really difficult, and building these styles takes a lot of time and effort. If they can put it in, fantastic. That'd be really exciting to see, but it's going to take some time and some development to see that happen. We've seen a Voidless and Midi, both of them have fantastic games, but in relatively similar ways, whereas Bamey and Athena, very, very different. Of course, Bamey, 55% sort of overall kill participation. Athena, 85%, even though he hasn't quite played as many games. It's just a little bit ridiculous looking at these two mid laners. One sort of goes off on his own, kills everyone, and Athena, really, really good at being that role player, sits at the back and develops the most gigantic KDA in that mid lane position at the moment.
And of course, that's kind of the asterisk to this, is the fact that Athena hasn't played as many games as Bamey. So it's a bit easier to look as good as he have, although he'll get his chance this time around starting for Vici. Again, it goes back to this idea, though, that IME, I think they're continuing to be successful, not necessarily because they're rotating their roster and we do see huge swings in terms of how they're playing the game, but more so that their individual players are just strong across the board. This is actually a very secure roster in pretty much every position. You juxtapose that across from Vici, you have very clear strengths in that mid and jungle position, but again, the bottom lane for Vici has been a big sore spot, and that's what I expect to see people attack in the draft phase.
Yeah, especially when you're across from IME, who have Jinjo and Road. Road being phenomenal down there. We are in Champ Select, though, ladies and gentlemen, as Bard and Trundle are going to be taken away from IME, and no surprises as the Ryze and the Vladimir are removed from Easyhoon. Of course, Easyhoon hasn't seen a Vladimir available so far in the LPL. We've seen how devastating that champion can be. I just want someone to forget to ban it.
It's been perma-banned away from him, and we have triple mid-ban on IME. So again,
that's the respect.
Where does Vici like to play? They like to play through Dandy and Easyhoon, shut those guys down. They're also very restricted in their champion pool pickup. Not that Dandy and Easyhoon can't play everything, but so far, Easyhoon has only played control mages. Dandy has only played hard carry junglers, which is why we see that priority pick on Kindred. But with Rek'Sai and Gragas and Elise coming back into the meta, opening up more viable options for a hard carry top laner, more of a utility style bot lane, I think that this actually restricts Vici a lot in terms of their draft phase, knowing that, okay, we know for sure it's always going to be a hard carry jungle. We know for sure it's always going to be a wave clear mid laner. Let's just beat them with a different composition. Let's run a split pushing top laner and run them around the map.
Yeah, and they're very good at adapting on the fly too. IME have been drafting very, very well so far here in the LPL. They find themselves ways to deal with a lot of things. Of course, Road having that pocket Tahm Kench, in case anyone decides to build those pick comps out of nowhere. But it is going to be the Victor looked at. It makes a lot of sense for Athena. He's been playing a heck of a lot of the champion. But also, there's just not a lot of top-tier mid laners left available as Swain, Vlad, Ryze, and Azir all taken off the board. I mean, I think the sort of last one you're looking at is the likes of LeBlanc.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to this idea that the only other champion that Easyhoon has shown so far out of the pool that's been collected is his Lissandra.
Yeah.
Now, his Lissandra is a great pick for the team just because it unlocks Easyhoon earlier from his lane, allows him to impact the side lanes sooner. But we'll see if he goes that route or if maybe they change everything up and he looks towards an assassin pick.
We'll see what is going to be picked up here is, of course, Karma is still available, a champion that has seen relative priority. Echo is going to be locked in, though.
Necessarily agree with IME not prioritizing the Echo in second rotation. All of their games, majority of the top laner that they're playing has been on that Echo.
Yeah.
Obviously, it makes sense for Amazing J, again, a big split pusher. to give it away to Long, obviously you can get the counter pick there, so we'll see if maybe he has something up his sleeve.
Like the Fizz, something like that.
Yeah, but I feel like they're actually prioritizing denying Endless just a safe champion like Sivir. Endless can perform on a Lucian, every AD carry can play it. But again, if you give power to the AD carry position in Vici, it's not going to go as far as if you give it to anyone else on any other team.
Yeah. Well, considering the Maokai at the moment, not necessarily an amazing J champion, we do like to see him on the likes that can get right up in your face and then possibly have a little bit more chance of getting out. But cycling through a few different options. There's the Karma that we were talking about before, now being hovered by Jinjo. And this sort of looks like pretty standard stuff from the IMA squad if they are going to lock it in a couple of seconds.
This is a question I had, though, is what kind of composition would they draft against Vici? I suspected that they might go for a split push and just really try to exploit Vici through their weakness in side lanes, again, their bot and their top lane not being as strong as the core of the team.
Yeah.
But it actually looks like they're going to face Vici head-on for a 5v5 team, especially if Amazing J does pull the trigger on that Maokai pick, which also makes sense. Vici really like to play their early game, snowball ahead as far as possible, and try to build a gold lead to compensate for their inability to 5v5. It looked better in their game against LGD, but it's still a very clear weakness.
Oh, we'll see what IMA are going to answer with it. So Lissandra, like you were talking about, has been locked away. Easyhoon a little bit pigeonholed into that one after all of the bans and the Victor pick away, but definitely a champion that he's able to do fantastic things on, and still has her place in the meta as well at the same time. We have sort of seen her lessen the priority, but teams like Snake do still love to pick that one up, and of course is often seen banned away in the mid lane there for tank.
I mean, frankly, she's just not as strong as the likes of Victor and Azir, but like you said, the changes to itemization means that she's getting a lot more CDR a lot earlier without changing any of her build paths. She's still relatively flexible. She's not punished by running a double teleport. Right now, Easyhoon has Ignite. We'll see if he changed that spell up. So I still think that she's in a healthy enough spot right now.
I also really love the fact that it does force your opponent mid lane to pick up that cleanse, so you're not going to be up against that double teleport and allow IMA to move around the map. And this is something that they've been very, very good at doing, especially in the very early stages of the game, dictating the flow of the match straight out of the gate. And this is something that Vici have historically been very good at as well.
Yeah, that's the most important thing, is how do Vici beat you? They beat you by snowballing their duo in the mid and jungle position, and then beating you around the map by making superior collapses, because they play with vision really well. Dandy's their jungler.
Yep.
And they play the macro game fairly decently.
Well, as you can see, it's a bit of a move fast comp coming out of IMA, as they do have the On the Hunt and, of course, the mantraed E out of road, just to make sure everyone's as quick as possible. Get Amazing J right into the back line, and Athena the most, I guess, safety as possible on this Azir that doesn't, the Victor, that doesn't have all of that much maneuverability. But, I mean, I feel that if Vici get on top of you and get their game plan working, this sort of layering of CC and the power that they have in all of these areas, not to mention the Lamb's Respite, could be very difficult for IMA to come up against.
My concern is how IMA are going to slow them down in the early game just because it's Rek'Sai versus Kindred.
Yeah, it's a really good point, but the coaches are going to shake hands. Let's get into game number 1.
This one is for the bad guys. Stand up, be the same. So we take till we get it rushed away.
Thank you very much, Dandy, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Summoner's Rift for game number 1 between Vici and IMA. Vici looking to try and claw out of that 4th place position. IMA holding 2nd at the moment with only 1 defeat against WE. And this could actually be sort of a real momentum changer for a team like Vici, who really want to move towards that top side of the bracket.
I mean, this series is important because I feel like both these teams are on the line of, are we in the top part of this group or are we in the bottom part of this group? And the winner here will pretty much determine who gets to take that spot. Something that I do want to touch on is we do see a level 1 invade from Caveman, just kind of a brute forcing his way in with Braum strength, is middy's options for gank paths. So if you look at the 2v2 mid-jungle, jungle top, Rek'Sai Maokai versus Echo Kindred, or Lissandra Kindred versus Victor Rek'Sai, I'm going to give that to Vici. Dandy's got the superior matchup here. He's got a lot more kill pressure available to him. I feel like middy's only options right now is a very early gank on top lane with the twisted advance into an unburrow. and more importantly, just for him to keep track on Dandy and make sure that he can't get these 2v2s, that he can't start snowballing his lanes. So just track him with the Rek'Sai. But as I say that, we actually have an initiated lane swap.
Yeah, of course. Endless took a heck of a lot of damage out of Poke from the IMA bottom lane, so he's going to head back to base and decides instead of heading back to the bottom lane, he's going to be heading up there towards the top side. As Long and Dandy are going to start here on the Krugs, and it is going to be mirrored by the bottom lane of IMA. So look, we'll see how the lane swap is going to go and what the reaction is here. But I do like it out of Vici because, of course, you know, the bottom lane hasn't necessarily been their strong point, and IMA have definitely been relying on Road and Jinjiao, especially as that late game insurance.
It's also going to be a little bit slow to catch from IMA. Amazing J walking to the top side does manage to get his 3 creeps before returning to double jungling, so being caught off slightly. See how the response is for these waves. But again, it also does vastly change the dynamic of the 2v2 in jungle mid and jungle top that we were talking about.
Yeah.
Now becomes an isolated mid lane Lissandra versus Victor. And Caveman actually poking his head and finding Midi and Amazing J.
Yeah, of course, red buff was already taken. They're just going to give up those little raptors. As that is actually going to be the camp that Dandy's looking for here. We'll see whether it actually goes over there.
Should be noted, though, that the initial dragon spawn is going to be that Infernal Drake, so looking for those combat stats. Typically, when we've seen a lane swap, the rhythm of it is that the team who has their dual lane in the top side take the tower. Everyone has their gentleman's agreement. They swap back down. So technically, Vici should, if they follow the pace that we've seen, have the advantage on the dragon position.
Well, we'll see whether they can do that, whether a change is going to be made here from IMA as they're shoving down this turret relatively quickly, yet to crash into the top lane outer turret over the side of Vici. So if IMA manage to get a better start here, they might be able to deny a potential dragon take, but could potentially be difficult.
It's really just the threat of, because it's so early in the game and you're such a low level, if the enemy jungler and mid laner are in a advantageous position, it's very easy to stop it.
Yep.
Which is why initially the team who starts out on top and then swaps back, you have more levels, more experience. It gets a little bit safer over time. But like you said, if everything's poised well, if they see where Dandy is, maybe could pull the trigger on it. It does do a lot of damage, and they're going to go ahead and try it.
That was very interesting what just happened there. As you can see, it is going to be 3 people taking down this dragon earlier on, and IMA just looks like their continued dragon focus that they've had throughout the LPL here is going to happen. So,
and the
bit of a denial.
The big difference is the fact that Dandy isn't in any position to try to contest this again. If the enemy jungler or the enemy mid laner are kind of hanging around, it gets a lot more iffy.
Yep.
But with Kindred was on the top side of the map, resetter position was in base, it's going to be a free dragon. So I like the adaptation from IMA, not to give that one away, to see the priority in the Infernal Drake. If it was a Cloud Drake, I assume that they probably would have swapped back. Again, that gentleman's agreement, opening up the side lanes.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that they didn't waste any time doing it either. I mean, that top lane outer turret went down the same time as the dragon, so as far as tempo is concerned, they're still on exactly the same page as Vici, but they're just a dragon in the lead, and it's that Infernal Drake. This is good news for IMA.
It also means that we'll have 5 dragon spawns if they're continuously taken as early as when they spawn for this game, which means the potential of having all 3 Infernal Drakes stack is about 37 to 40% now.
So as we move forward in this game, I mean, what has to happen for Vici in order to secure a victory for this particular comp? Well,
right now they've kind of... it's this idea that you get Easy Hoon to the late game.
Yep.
The 55-minute game-changing team fights, obviously very well known for his ability to do that. And so for Vici, I think that they're just going to try to stay away from IMA. The scary thing is as these towers fall down, as the map opens up, that does empower picks like Karma, like Sivir, to just continuously run you down. It also means that flanking teleports are far easier to pull off. Vici are a bit more diligent than other LPL teams with their side vision control.
Yeah.
So it'll be a little bit harder against them, but...
just have to see how it goes. As you can see, Midi actually went back and got a very early Sightstone. IMA, of course, wanting to control this map as much as possible, and it looks like you were saying, they've identified that Vici just want to have a calm, collected game. Acceleration might be the view on the other side of the rift.
I just feel like in the end, this is where IMA want to play their composition earlier, though, on a very open map, where they can make the most out of their early skirmish, early 5v5 power with that Maokai. Again, he's a low econ top laner. He doesn't need as much gold as Echo to really get up and online. And I feel like Vici, in their draft phase, they prioritied the Echo and second rotation to take it away from Amazing J, but it's not necessarily Long's style of champion. He's more so that role player, that tank player, and that they're putting their Echo down by looking into this lane swap, and it may come back to bite them if IMA can execute on an early team fight.
Well, I am actually forcing Vici to react to them right now. You can see the backs coming in from the Vici members on the bottom side of the map as Long is desperately trying to take down this outer turret, but already the wave crashing into this inner turret. They will get some damage down onto it, but if anything, they're still just going to deny any potential freezes to come in for Vici.
This also does mean that they'll get the chip damage and can contest and threaten on the mid lane possibly. So respect coming out of EasyHoon and Dandy actually shadowing over top of him. The reason why he's standing in that brush is to make sure that EasyHoon doesn't get dove.
Yeah, and you can see as well, IMA just utilizing that Mantra E, get themselves to safety, utilizing Rhodes' added movement speed augmentation. They're going to be more than fine.
In the end, though, good news for Long on this Vici lineup is he's actually going to get about a wave and a half more creeps over Maokai. Maokai doesn't have an area to farm right now, whereas Echo has a small CS lead that's actually going to continue to grow because he has a wave pushing into him.
He's actually choosing to head back as well, so just understanding that he's a little bit far up, knows that that wave is going to be shoving through, doesn't want to throw it back into IMA and allow Jinjiao to control it. It's an interesting maneuver, but you can see it is actually Endless that's going to be the benefactor of that bottom lane wave of creeps.
They could have given it to Echo. He could have been a full wave ahead of Maokai.
You could have been something.
Instead, they give it to their AD carry.
Who is...
I'm shocked because where does Vici not carry from?
Yeah, that's the bottom lane. But it's also a little bit the top lane as well. I mean, we're talking about this. We're like Dandy, EasyHoon. That's their show. I'm surprised that EasyHoon didn't just, like, you know, glacially path his way down there.
That entire wave could have been for Echo. And I just don't necessarily agree. Like, obviously, Lucian's a great champion, but again, Endless has never been the hard carry for this Vici squad. Long is much more consistent and stable a player for Vici. I would have prioritized for him, but we'll see if maybe Endless steps up.
Well, right now, actually losing out on a trade there is Long going aggressive onto Amazing J. Does avoid the parallel convergence, but if you're talking about chase potential, Echo has it in spades.
He's also got Swifties.
He most certainly does. There's a twisted advance as the flash comes in, and Long is just going to push him all the way out. Amazing J just not used to having the upper hand in a duel.
So just choosing not to take the free farm on the Echo, understanding that the lane assignment against the Maokai, you're still winning at this point in the game. With the itemization into the Swifties, it means that the chase potential and the safety for Echo to be on this extended of a lane is okay. So we see Long flex his ability there.
Well, you can see Amazing J not going to lose out on it too much. Has his couple of Ruby Crystals, now some Swifties of his own, so he will stand a little bit more of a chance getting away. But probably not against the passive of an Echo, which is pretty ludicrous as far as getting you speeded up.
But these are the standard lanes that I expected Vici to take from the beginning. Again, I think it's a little bit questionable to go into a lane swap. It wasn't as executed as cleanly as I would have liked, simply because IMA did get the Dragon advantage and some chip damage on an inner turret.
Yep.
But if they're in standard lanes, their composition, especially with that Kindred, makes them a lot stronger. So see if they can be continuously be proactive and really start to abuse the advantage that Echo has in that top lane.
And it looks like Vici actually do have a lot of faith in this bottom lane as well. You can see on the bottom side of the map, 3 pink wards, 2 very, very deep into the IMA jungle, just trying to make sure that Caveman and Endless have all the information that they need. Dandy as well is hunting around here. Ginger, a bit of a cute little trade there as the culling does come out. Not going to get too much damage down onto the Sivir.
So it's a good response from Vici. Unfortunately, it's just a Cloud Dragon, but because the wave is pushed so forward on the top side of the map, Long resets his positioning. They immediately walk to the initial spawn and get a free objective. Again, it's just unfortunate that it's the Cloud Drake.
Probably would have been something that IMA would have been looking for, though, because this is a dragon that they can utilize as a team stylistically, because they do like to move around the map. They don't like sort of staying in combat and fighting all the time. They want to be able to get it into the right positions, take away all your turrets, and that would have helped them do that. So I think it's good denial out of Vici.
It's really IMA understanding that they weren't ready to fight then.
Yeah.
They just have the Swifties on their Maokai. He's not entirely prepared because Echo got the early back in front of him, so he had the advantage in terms of just his combat stats. You've got plenty of wave clear on IMA's composition in Sivir and Victor, so they can continue to stall this out for however long they like. wait for that perfect 5v5 moment and beat Vici where they're weak. Their synergy and cohesion as a unit.
We'll see whether they can. Amazing J, though, was the benefactor of Long heading back and taking that dragon. Did manage to get himself 16 creeps ahead. Has been evened out now by the Echo, but we'll see whether Amazing J can utilize the extra Spectre's Cowl and a couple more Ruby Crystals in order to help him. Easy Hoon just continuing to shove here in the mid lane. 107, 108. These mid laners just been farming it up.
A bit of an issue, though, that you're allocating and splitting resources between your mid and your AD carry. It's simply because Endless can't be that far extended safely on the bottom side of the map. So just trying to trade this into some chip damage since he has nowhere else to be on the mid tower.
But Midi and Road were able to at least hold off that minion wave.
But what it means is you're trading your CS lead. So Endless actually had quite a sizable CS lead. Again, that big wave that was allocated to him as opposed to Long taking it simply because Long realized, I don't need the wave to beat this Maokai anyway.
Yep.
Has now shrunk. Still about a 10 CS lead between him and Jin Zhao, but it was closer to 20. So that little move in the mid, that's what you gave up for it.
Well, you can see 4-man strong here over on the Rift Herald. Long's even going to move down as well. They want to give him that split pushing power as Ward goes over. IMA are aware of this. Midi's just going to let that one go. Long going to pick... Oh, actually, Dandy's going to grab it. So, of course, this is where they have their power. Makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, this is actually quite standard in the LPL as well. I believe only Invictus Gaming have been one of the few teams that actually prioritizes giving the Glimpse of the Void buff to their top laner as opposed to the jungler. Obviously, jungler can still get use out of it.
Oh, of course. And especially when you're something like a Kindred that does like a bit of a one-on-one tussle every now and again. Teleport going to be coming in here, though.
Counter TP.
Yeah, in fact, the double as Road is going to get caught out of position. Knows exactly what's going to go here. As you're right, Amazing J did answer immediately, so they decide not to turn around and kill the Karma.
That is something about the Rek'Sai composition that we kind of overlooked or haven't touched on quite yet, is this idea of a semi-global presence. So yes, IMA are not running a double teleport comp like Vici Gaming, but by having a Rek'Sai, they're still kind of running a double teleport comp. And it alleviates a lot of pressure for Athena to take a TP on Victor, knowing that his jungler can respond to a double TP threat with Void Rush.
Yeah, it means as well that Athena just not going to die straight up to the Frozen Tomb, which would have been difficult to manage without that cleanse there, as Dandy going to be taking away some wolves, continuing their bottom side pressure, as that was a bit cute. Grabs himself a little Merkwolf, but not going to be able to get the big one, did Midi. And here's the blue steel that comes out as well, right under the noses of Aime.
Yeah, have a very deep ward line, complete control over the bottom side of the map. See if they collapse that onto the inner turret. Whereas Aime have traded all pressure to continue to try chipping away at the opposite inner tower. And it now looks like we're about to have a race.
Yeah, it looks like Midi and Road are going to get here just before Jin Zhao does. Timewind are going to do fantastic work clearing out that wave where he can, and Midi looking for a possible dive.
Frankly, this is more IMA members in position than Vici members, which means that they get not only their wave crashing faster, but they take the tower faster.
Yeah, and they haven't quite decided what they want to do with it after this. No backs to be coming in, so they're going to say, well, we're going to give away this inner turret towards the bottom side of the map, even further opening it up, which does play into their hands.
It's trade 1-for-1, but they do also manage to get the blue buff for Athena.
And protect their mid lane outer turret that Easy Hoon was smacking away on.
Difference, of course, is that with Vici having control over the bottom side wave to the extent that they do by having 2 turrets, it gives them more control over the dragon. Again, it's going to be a second spawn of Cloud Drake, so not one of those infernal ocean or mountains that they would probably want.
We'll see what priority IMA do give to it. They do just love dragons.
Well,
They
again,
pinged it just then.
because it's up so early, you might as well take the free objective.
Yeah.
Get the spawns going earlier. Again, we'll have 5 dragon spawns, or we theoretically could have up to 5 dragon spawns, which means the chance for more infernals. We still don't know what the last dragon element type will be, either the ocean or the mountain. And against a Sivir Karma comp, you know, some extra bonus movement speed won't be too punishing.
No, definitely not. As Road once again narrowly avoiding some trouble there, as Dandy and Caveman did have a look at the Karma. Jin Zhao, though, has been getting some time on the bottom side, but it hasn't really helped him all that much. Endless really, really far ahead. 147 to 121. The Sivir just trying to find her time to farm.
It does mean that fighting this 5v5 for the Dragon, IMA should actually just give this one up.
Doesn't necessarily feel like they're in a position to fight this one out as Endless just pops the culling. Looks to get some poke in there. It's a cheeky double tap on the tower as well. The Dragon, of course, did just spawn. So Vici looking to build up all of that movement speed.
And yep, IMA have already resigned themselves. You see the back coming in from Athena, so not going to contest this one at all. Again, it's just a Cloud Dragon, so I like their priority here. They're just continuing to prioritize the farm on the Sivir and the free back into the Victor, as opposed to putting themselves in a risky 5v5 scenario. But like you said, that O, that was for the next Infernal Drake spawn.
Yeah, possible 16% stats here as the dive could be potentially coming in. Nope, they're just going to secure the tower. Glacial Path there from EasyHoon just zoning the rest of IMA, giving them that space in order to take that one down. So turret lead now picked up for Vici. That's going to mean a gold lead as well, about 1,200, not too much. But things definitely going well for the team that does like to slow things down, get to that late game death stack stage. There's the Chaos Storm though, as EasyHoon's just eating all of it. Caveman just nominates himself to eat even more damage. And that Chaos Storm did all of the work that you could possibly expect out of it.
That said, IMA don't have a wave prepped, and likewise they don't have their big pushing 80 carry in the mid lane with them. So yeah, it does force EasyHoon out of lane, but he does also have teleport, as well as you've got great coverage from Dandy, so it doesn't actually mean anything. It's actually a really important summoner, which means that if Vici want to use this TP, they can look for an engagement. Chaos Storm is down.
Well, there's the Glacial Path, the flash forward as well. Roach is going to get picked off. That's going to be first blood going to Endless there in the bottom lane as Midi. He has to flash away. You can see Dandy just dancing around. For Vici, they've got what they came for. They're going to continue pushing forward. They also don't have a wave, so not going to be that inner turret.
And again,
Dandy's at least going to get a mark.
Just underlining that Chaos Storm use, that was a huge mistake that almost punished IMA even harder if they had traded their lives for that.
Yeah. So definitely looked good on paper, but EasyHoon probably wanted to be able to get that massive teleport play anyway, and did so beautifully. Rod of Ages now stacking up, looking like he's going towards an Abyssal Scepter as item number 2.
And this lane swap isolated the mid lane that allowed EasyHoon to get to this point, and more importantly, also hid Dandy. We talked about how Midi, he doesn't have a lot of kill pressure, he doesn't have a lot of gank options, just because you've got Maokai one side, you've got Sivir on the other side. By initiating a lane swap, his main priority was to track Dandy. Dandy just got to power farm.
Yeah.
Until we went into standard lanes where he already had an innate lead on Echo and Lucian, and just had his laners do the work for him.
And we also did raise the question of, we're building up Endless here. He did manage to get that first blood, almost has the Black Cleaver and that 2-item power spike that these Lucians are now looking towards. Now Dandy just easily steals away that blue buff. Midi's mad about it. And there's the teleport. Amazing J looking to try and flank this one in. EasyHoon is here at exactly the right position. There's the Glacial Path. Had been thrown out. Frozen Tomb was there, of course, as well. It's the Glacial Fissure, but IMA can't find anything. They just get a lot of cooldowns.
Yeah, they burn a lot of key cooldowns. Not only the teleport, but also Amazing J's flash.
Yeah.
Over the Rage blue buff steal.
I like it, though. As Midi still continuing his aggression. There's the knock-up onto Dandy, who wants to dance his way out of this. Not sure whether he's going to be able to, but Road, he's going to get taken down first. Dandy actually grabs it. He's okay, gets over the wall as Long dodges a lot of the damage of the Chaos Storm, but it's still on top of Caveman. And in goes EasyHoon. Look at this guy. He's just going to die. But Dandy was able to pick one up. Lamb's Respite is there now as they're fighting on top of it. Midi will get the heal as he's trying to get some more work done. Dandy not going to get pierced by the boomerang again, and that team fight was beautiful out of Vici, and Endless picks up a cheeky double at the end.
I may try to go aggressive, thinking that enough cooldowns have been burned from Vici that they have a window of opportunity to fight, but Vici didn't need Lysandre there to turn that. Echo and Kindred were still too strong, and a superior collapse time from Endless.
Look at Dandy, he's just so confident.
I mean, it's a 2v4 right now, and Road just gets obliterated, and they still can't kill them with all of the pseudo-tankiness that Echo and Kindred will have with the Chrono Break and with the Lamb's Respite. When EasyHoon does show up, again, he doesn't have his big ultimate, so he will die, but the work and the damage has already been done by Dandy and Long.
And you can see Endless, he turns up right at the end, able to pick up this easy double kill. And it was the space that was created from EasyHoon. He has to get all of that props, and he's on your screen right now. Look at that smile. He's like, yep, I know. I may be dead, but I'm still able to win a fight.
I don't think I've actually ever seen Easyhoon smile.
I know, you looked incredibly shocked there.
I was shocked. Normally it's just the calm, collected Easyhoon face.
Yeah. And Dandy did a hell of a lot of damage in that last fight. That is double.
Carry-oriented jungler. Again, you look at Dandy's pickups. This team recognizes exactly what their win conditions are. He has not touched a Rek'Sai. He has not touched Gragas. He has not touched Elise. And Dandy was known for his Rek'Sai. He's the big control jungler if you think back to his Korean days. No, on Vici, he is all hard carry all the time. It's either Graves, Kindred, or Nidalee. That's it.
He needs to be the one killing people, and he's definitely doing just that. Staying well and truly ahead here in this farm game, but Midi's doing okay, keeping up as best he can. Spirit Visage almost completed here for the Rek'Sai. As Jin Zhao looking to find his way into a Rift Scuttler and grab himself even more of these items. We'll see what he decides to pick up as item number 2, whether it be the Phantom Dancer or the Static Ship.
And this is the fight that matters as we close in on this dragon 34 seconds. We already have one Infernal Drake for IMA. They did a great job securing that in the initial lane swap, and in fact, they actually beat Vici around the lane swap quite a bit.
Yeah.
But they've kind of dug themselves a hole where this is still a very scary 5v5. And so I'm curious if they're going to bait into it, if they're going to try to find a pick, if they're going to be able to worm their way into this, or if they're just going to back up, give it away, and sit back and rely on their wave clear and Sivir and Victor, look for another fight down the line.
It's going to have a lot to do with Athena. Just picked up his Lich Bane, so that's a lot of damage.
They're giving it up.
Yep.
Very cautious play coming out of a very young LSBL promotion squad here. I do like the call. I don't think that they're in any position to fight this, but that has to sting as Vici just continue to snowball their lead.
It's going to be another Infernal Drake that's going to come up after this as well. So Vici possibly able to grab the double Cloud, double Infernal.
That means 16% stats up for grab for either of these teams. Obviously, only 3 of the same Drake can spawn in a single game, so this will be the last Infernal Drake for this game.
And even more buff control here coming out from Dandy. So, look, giving him the Kindred, sort of the pick of the litter as far as junglers are concerned, is a very dangerous prospect. IMA with their ban focus against Easyhoon might actually be coming back to bite them, because despite the fact that Athena does have a huge lead as far as farm is concerned, not that far ahead otherwise, but this is a very cheeky Baron. No knowledge available here from Midi as the teleport's going to immediately come in from Amazing J. Cancelled there, but he's still able to move around if he wants to. Glacial Path now on cooldown, and this Baron still hasn't reset. Road looking to find his way in. Athena, lots of movement speed, and Vici, not quite with the longevity that they're looking for, are going to head back to base.
And this is one of the reasons that Rek'Sai also came back into the meta. Yes, the Cinderhulk changes put her in a really good position in terms of her jungle clear time and then offering her so much tankiness that someone like Kindred and Nidalee won't have. Although, hold on, counter teleport. Here comes Long.
Yeah, Long looking for it right now. Parallel Convergence right in the middle of the lane as Road forced to flash, but no stuns are going to come out. Endless able to pick up the first kill. This was a very nice gravity field from Athena in order to stop the rest of Vici, but still, that's the pick, and that's a lot of utility now missing. And Vici going to continue taking things from it. Dandy, swear, he's just had half of the buffs on the enemy side of the Rift.
What it does mean, though, and kind of a breath of relief for IMA, is simply because it was only the support lane, it's just going to translate into losing their blue buff. Vici have to respond to these side waves, which is what we see Easyhoon doing right now.
Yeah.
So they did manage to hold off the Baron threat. Again, a very risky play. Rek'Sai, with the changes to trinkets and the nerfs to vision overall, she does get a little bit passively stronger in terms of how her tremor sense is going to work, especially when you approach a dark Baron pit like that. So still a lot of control and a lot of options left for IMA to stall this game out. And that's what they're looking for right now. Vici, they're strong right now. And yes, they do have options for them late game, namely in Dandy's pocket, as well as Endless's build, empowering that Kindred, having that Korean penetration build, empowering this Kindred to hit harder and harder. But Victor, Sivir, Maokai, that's still a phenomenal late game 5v5 comp, and it's still very difficult to break these towers if Jin Zhao and Athena are ever left alive.
Yeah, Jin Zhao as well does have Road there in his back pocket, and having all of that extra movement speed is just brilliant. Dandy, though, has sort of caught Midi out of position here. The rest of IMA are going to come and give him some support. Only down to about half health, though, is the tanky Rek'Sai.
But this is why Vici are so tunneled on this Baron. They need that power.
Oh, Road once again. possibly caught out as there's the culling. Road moves himself to a defensive position, but EasyHoon's going to pick that one up, and now Vici want to continue the fight. Jin Zhao flashing out of the way already. And Amazing J does have teleport, didn't have anything to use it on as he moves down from the top lane. And Dandy once again getting aggressive. They haven't started off any Barons, but it's just Road once again getting picked.
Yeah, not Road's game so far. We actually praised the young support player quite a bit. He trained very heavily with Deft when EDG first brought the Korean 80 carryover. And we're going to start this Baron call up again. EasyHoon zoning.
Yeah, Amazing J looking to find his way in there as well. Sapling goes down. We'll see whether they can actually get anything done. Some low health buzz on Vici as Jin Zhao over the side of the wall, but EasyHoon so much damage with the ultimate and making sure that everyone's out of the way. He may fall for this, but there's the Zhonya's. Amazing J as well. He's going to die to Dandy, who just throws down the ultimate, keeps EasyHoon alive. Vici, they're looking like a very different team-fighting team right now as Athena's trying to help out. Lung just takes down Jin Zhao, though. And Vici, where has this team fighting been as Midi just takes down Dandy in the back end?
It looked better against the likes of LGD, so like we said, Vici are definitely on the rise. EasyHoon utilizing his home guard to try to pick up a few more kills. Not going to find it. Again, the importance of the Baron, though, is trying to siege into the composition of Victor and Sivir. This is why Vici were so tunneled on it. We know we're stronger right now because our builds are online and we're ready to go. Lissandra mid-game power spike, Lucian mid-game power spike. Our Kindred is so far ahead. But more importantly, we need to secure this buff because otherwise we don't have a lot of options for sieging into Victor Sivir wave clear.
Well, right now, we'll see what they can actually make of it. Of course, Endless did fall down very, very low while he was trying to harass Athena there in the mid lane. So he had to head back to base. Now has his rapid-fire cannon completed. I wonder what that Null Magic Mantle's heading towards. Could be all manner of things. Curial Scimitar or the Hex Drinker into Mora Malmorty is probably what spring to mind.
Just need to start executing on their siege now, which Parallel Convergence for zone, Glacial Path for zone, double tap for burning through towers.
Yeah.
They've got options.
Baron buff for minion longevity.
Yep. They are fully online and ready to end this game within the next 5 to 7 minutes.
Well and truly equipped. We'll see whether they can actually do it, though. Of course, Vici known as the team of 1,000 cuts for a long time.
It also means that pressure is on for Amazing J to make a play. It's now IMA picking where that final stand will be. Oh. Obviously, if you die, or you die 5-man on a tower, that could mean the difference between giving up 2 towers versus losing the game. Same time, you don't want to necessarily let yourself be backed into a corner.
Well, you can see right now Vici just getting them away from the inner turret. This Glacial Path once again zoning out of the way. So that is the first turret to fall down from this Baron buff's help. As Jin Zhao doing his best to clear on the bottom side of the map. Dandy just wandering around, taking everything he'd like. And Vici going to augment this Dragon prowess that they've had ever since the first one by grabbing their second Infernal Drake. Elder will be spawning after that, but this is a lot of extra stats. 16% AP and AD. And they're looking to really get a stranglehold on this game. 9-2 is the scoreline.
Yep, 2 Clouds, 2 Infernals, augmented by Elder Drake. That's 1.5 for either of them. And it helps Vici. It pretty much compensates for all of Vici's weaknesses. It empowers their strengths. So they're a macro-based team. Yep. Cloud's going to help them rotate around the map, get to those towers and those positions that they want to be. They have a lackluster 5v5. That's totally fine. Here's some extra battle stats. Can't screw this one up.
Damn right. There's also the fact that it's actually really easy to work out how much extra stats you get when you've got 2 of each dragon as well, because it's actually just as if you had 3. After picking up that Elder Drake. So it will be like triple Infernal, triple Cloud, and of course that extra burn on auto attack. That'll be a very, very scary prospect. As Amazing J looking to try and close in on Endless. Pops the Ghost Blade though, he's very, very fast. And he's more than safe. And IMA just looking like there's some desperation in their movements this time.
Yeah, again, they're getting themselves backed into a corner, so IMA, they're just looking for when is the perfect engagement, because we have to get the perfect engagement. Otherwise, this gold discrepancy and the dragon discrepancy will speak for itself and just mowing us over.
But one thing that is good is the fact that Vici weren't able to break open the base with that Baron buff. No times were they able to actually get in there and get any picks. So IMA will be happy with that. And they'll just continue to try and farm things out, try and find things on the map where they can. Jin Zhao could be building towards his last Whisper upgrade, or could be going for that Infinity Edge if he wants to just get as much upfront power as possible. You can see I like the static shiv pickup a lot. Because he can just insta-clear waves.
Unfortunately, he's pretty screwed in terms that he needs both of those items before he really starts becoming effective, simply because Vici are so far ahead of the clock. They've got a lot of armor up and online already. Easyhoon with his Hourglass. Of course, if you look at the top laner, having the Sunfire as well as Iceborne Gauntlet. He's not doing a ton of damage.
No.
So, Aimee, again, they have the tools to stall out, and that's where they're looking to be right now.
Well, we'll see whether they can do it. It's going to have to be a long road, though, for this Aimee squad.
And with
really, they want to win this series as well a lot because they need to turn around the momentum after their loss to WE.
And the question was for context, you know, where do Aimee actually slot into the scheme of the LPL? They've looked very impressive. Team WE, I think, are regarded as either the third or the second best team in the LPL, not just their group, but across the entirety of the teams. So no one really expected Aimee to beat them there.
However, they did take game number 1, which was pretty impressive.
What's important about this game, though, is this idea that whoever wins here kind of gets to say, okay, this is the cutoff point. Whoever wins, they're actually in the top of the LPL. Whoever loses, they're in the bottom of the LPL, or at least in their group.
Well, we're looking for a catch here as well as Vici have found Amazing J. The rest of IM have moved around, though. Frozen Tomb onto the tank isn't exactly the priority target, as Aimee have saved him. 2 teleports used here from Vici, and they couldn't find anything from it.
Yeah, committing a lot.
That is just the flash out of Amazing J.
Which means that there's now a window where breath of fresh air for Aimee. They don't have to worry about being ripped around the map. They still have their TP available as well as that Void Rush from Rek'Sai. The Baron, however, will be spawning in 48 seconds, so priority is making sure that they can get defensive vision around that objective. They want Vici to make a mistake on that, and for Baron to be their 6th member.
Well, right now, they are able to clear out a lot of the wards that are in their own jungle. And there's a lot of respite here, of course. 28 seconds on the Baron. There is far longer time on those teleports that Vici did commit to on the bottom side of the map.
It just makes it harder for Vici to get a free Baron because they can't play cross-map pressure with the TP advantage.
Oh, Easyhoon actually may have found Jin Zhao here. There's the Frozen Tomb once again as he takes him down. That cooldown reduction really doing some work as Lung right on the front line. And Road, he has to go back to base. And that is a key pickoff for Vici. This may just spell Baron regardless.
It's no longer the Karma being put down, like you said. It's that Sivir, so a lot of battle priority gone, but not quite enough, as they haven't cleared out that last ward.
Yeah.
Oh, they go ahead and start it.
Yeah, well, here it goes. There is still a fair bit of time on Jin Zhao here, though, so I have a feeling that Vici are going to be able to lock down this Baron. It does look like Aimee are just going to give it up one more time. Despite that decent play early on, just wasn't enough to get Aimee rolling in this series. It's a 10,000 gold lead now. And with their second Baron buff of the game, Vici are looking to once again put the pressure on.
More importantly, the Elder Drake will also be spawning within the next 46 seconds. Vici have complete control of the map right now. The superior 5v5 should be the Elder Drake, and a very clinical game from Vici. See if they can actually break the base this time around.
Yeah. Amazing J has managed to build up a Frozen Heart. He has 3 items now on this Maokai, but hasn't really been too much of a factor as Endless getting some taps onto midi. No inner turret is here as Caveman chucks down some vision.
They actually blundered the blue buff handoff.
Unfortunate.
Midi and Athena were trying to burn it as quickly as possible on spawn since Vici were moving over to contest it, and Rek'Sai got the blue buff. That's pretty massive. Again, at this point in the game, the blue buff will be giving 15% AP.
Yeah.
And more importantly, having that region in the CDR that you're able to clear creeps as effectively as possible.
Oh my goodness, Lung has 6 items. Admittedly, one of them is a Majara Soul Stealer with not a lot of stacks, but I'm still going to be able to make it work as the Elder Drake getting taken down very, very quickly and extraordinarily easily here by Vici. So basically 3 Clouds, 3 Infernals, and a heck of a lot of Burny damage on their auto attacks. And this Vici squad with Baron, with Elder Drake are looking to try and break open this base now once and for all.
Vici were just very clinical. Not the cleanest early game, although they got what they wanted out of it, but I think their draft phase was incredibly powerful. And what's important is that Vici are recognizing why and where they are strong, empowering EasyHoon and Dandy to make the plays to put the team on their back, and for Endless and Long to step up and be relevant.
Damn right. And look, they are now just going to move out of that bottom side. The inhibitor, of course, went down extraordinarily fast. Not a whole lot that IMA could do about it, as once again, another inhibitor turret to fall, a second inhibitor to go. And Vici just look unstoppable as they move towards the Nexus turrets. Very tanky members, EasyHoon just waiting for his time to go in. There's the twisted advance. Amazing J wants to try and make something of this. Chaos Storm goes down. Dandy in trouble. Has to use the Lamb's Respite very early, but you can see it's all about Vici as Caveman launches himself forward. Midi slowed down and knocked up into the air as Jin Zhao's going to fall. The Nexus is bare, and it's going to be taken down as Vici Gaming take down IMA.
The IMA hype train ends here as Vici hit pretty strong in game number 1. We'll see if they can retain consistency throughout the rest of the series, but Dandy looking phenomenal, and I expect to see Kindred taken off the board. The old ban out EasyHoon didn't exactly work for them.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And of course, they're not going to be on the blue side next time around, so I have a feeling that Kindred isn't going to be the pickup that Dandy's going to get, but we've seen, I mean, he just plays sort of any carry-style jungler at all. Things look fine for Vici.
And again, it's this idea that Vici require him to play a carry-oriented jungler. And yes, it helps that Kindred and Italy are kind of the 2 best junglers still currently in the meta, but with the rise of Rek'Sai and Gragas, there are other options, and that's what I expected from IMA. Again, if we looked at the win conditions of these teams, we know how Vici beat you and where they beat you.
Yeah.
IMA have so many other options. They can look for a split push. They can look for 5v5. They can look for trying to just splinter through your weak bottom lane to try to power through Endless and Caveman, but they didn't. They didn't try any of that. They just passively gave up lanes by taking a weaker jungle matchup and letting Vici play the dominant early game that they wanted.
Yeah, and they just didn't have the lane strength here as well, and we saw IMA, they become strong by having Amazing J in a position of power in a 1v1. That is a lot of the time what they need, and Lung, we saw, able to burn a flash very early on in the game, and it meant that Amazing J was never safe in any lane that he went to, and this is a guy that they rely on to create pressure. He wasn't creating anything.
Again, I go back to the draft phase, the fact that it was a priority of Sivir Victor as opposed to taking the Echo and second rotation. We talked about how it's not necessarily, like Long can play Echo, we saw that, but it's not really his MO and what he's really known for. Again, he's more of the Maokai player.
Yeah.
But prioritizing a utility AD carry, I mean, just go toe-to-toe with Endless. That guy plays 2 champions effectively. If you look at his career, it's Kalista and it's Lucian. So beat them, exploit the side lane power, make Amazing J and make Jin Zhao strong. Don't try to beat EasyHoon and Dandy. That will never work for you.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It seems like Vici were able to play exactly the game that they were looking for, but we'll see whether IMA can turn it around in game number 2 right after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. The MVP for that last game between Vici and IMA will be Dandy. Of course, no surprises there. The man was a beast, and he should never get this champion, ever.
And he won't. So big reason why he was able to get the Kindred is because Vici were on blue side. IMA expended 3 bans towards that mid lane, one of them being that Rise, which is pretty much a staple ban from the red side anyway. So as we switch sides, I expect that the Kindred will be taken away, or at least threatened as a priority pick by IMA, which means we shouldn't see Dandy get Kindred ever again.
Yes, I feel like that was something that they may have overlooked. But just sort of aiming for something different here, as EasyHoon was the focus in the ban phase. And once again, we're going to see this play. Of course, it looked like he was trying to dance over the wall there, but the fact that he stayed in was even better. Eventually gets over and then just kills everyone.
And he does ridiculous damage in this team fight
Double
as
the
well.
damage of the highest on IMA.
And it just goes to this idea that this pseudo-tanky kite comp is working so well for them. The fact that you have the Chrono Break, that you have the Lamb's Respite. This fight started at a 2v4 in favor of IMA, but Echo and Kindred were able to stall out long enough for EasyHoon and Endless to respond.
You can see Dandy on your screen right there, the man looking calm and collected moving into game number 2, and we'll see exactly what he is going to be playing at the same time, because, I mean, Graves not necessarily looking like the same jungler. His Nidalee still very, very strong. But we'll see. He won't be getting the Kindred again, guys. I'm sorry. It's just that's not going to happen.
It's more importantly that midi or a voidless, whatever jungler I may choose to execute on. Typically, they've been swapping in between series. We'll see if that remains true. Needs to have a better jungle matchup. You have to take a strong jungle matchup against Dandy. You have to lock him down. He's the key component, the win condition for Vici. Looking at their draft phase, there's just so many mistakes from IMA here. So you have the priority of taking Sivir over the Echo.
Or the Lucian.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
sort
Lucian,
of anything, yeah. I just don't think that she's going to offer the same, same dominance in lane.
Exploit them through the side lanes, and there we go. We will have the swap coming in, but actually it's for Vici. It's Endless for Schwan.
Well, we'll see exactly how he's going to go. As Endless takes a spot off. Of course, this is all worked out ahead of time, so that's no reaction to anything. And Endless actually had a great game in game number 1. We'll see whether Schwan can make his way in and really change things for the team. And this may actually shake up the dynamic enough for IMA not to know necessarily exactly what to do to change the outcome of game number 2 in comparison to game number 1.
I actually disagree, but this is the one that I wanted to see. It was the midi to a Voidless. I am of the opinion that a Voidless is the superior jungler. I'm kind of still on the fence between Athena and Baimi, but typically they run Baimi and a Voidless together. In terms of Schwan and Endless, I think they're the exact same player.
Oh, I think that just doesn't really change too much at all.
It doesn't change Vici's win conditions. It doesn't change where they're strong. It's not like suddenly, Schwan's on the roster. Must camp bottom lane. I mean, Dandy has said it himself that when he ganks bottom lane, it's simply because there's 2 people down there, which means there's more people for him to kill. That's
fair enough.
That's the mentality. So if you see Dandy down there, it's not, gotta get my all-star carry 80 carry ahead. No, it's time to kill multiple people.
Well, of course, he was able to do that in game number 1, but we'll see exactly what is going to happen as we move into game number 2. What is the sort of priority here that we have to see out? Like,
Amazing
just give me three bans that I may need to throw at Vici this time around to change their fate.
Kindred, Azir, and I think you could then ban whatever, if you want to do like another reactionary jungler ban to try to tunnel Dandy out, but I think Kindred and Azir for sure.
Unless they, I guess, wait for the first pick on the Kindred.
I still don't even think it's the denial factor. Like, it's so hard to deny out both EasyHoon and Dandy just because their champion pools are so large and effective.
Yeah.
It's much easier to just to prioritize your own strengths. Put Amazing J on a split pushing champion. Get him off of Maokai.
Yeah.
Make sure that your bot lane get a strong 2v2. I mean, we expect that Jin Zhao and Road should be able to beat them. Now, Bard was banned that last game by Vici, which is why they ended up taking the Karma, because they wanted the other range support to try to beat them down. So it was a response to the Lucian pick, but again, I just think the mentality is don't get caught off by a lane swap. You did a great job in the reaction, but make sure that your level 1 vision is better, and just stack your top and your bot lane and win passively and organically. Just neutralize Dandy and EasyHoon. That's fine. Slow everyone else down.
Yeah, and I did actually like the plan out of IMA here as well. I mean, they had the extra movement speed from the Karma coupled with the on the hunt from the Sivir, but it just felt like they were playing repair the entire game. And EasyHoon just had too many options of getting himself in there. I mean, Dandy was controlling the jungle in its entirety. I have a feeling you're exactly right in the fact that the EasyHoon focus wasn't all that necessary, because if you're going to throw that many bans at the mid laner and he's still going to play that well, just give it up. Like, there are too many champions that you have to get rid of. Let him have a strong one and then tackle that. Figure out what that is. Destroy it yourself.
It's choosing to try to beat Vici where they're literally
Strong, yeah.
unbeatable on the map. It's like you have this amazing, I don't even know, you know, like those weird armor collections in all those MMO games where they have like this crazy like shoulder armor, but then there's like nothing on their chest. That's what they're doing. They're just like hitting the armor when it's like, just stab them in the heart.
Yeah.
Just go straight for that bottom lane. Just camp it.
Yeah, in fact, you could use almost any weapon, and they're not going to be all that
You
defensive.
know what I'm talking
yeah,
about,
I know
though.
exactly
She's got like
what
the
you're-
helmet, but then like the bikini. It's like, oh, you know. It's
Yeah,
got
but it's a metal bikini.
It's
I
a
mean,
metal
that's
bikini.
some like super powerful metal. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's exactly right, and that's what EasyHoon and Dandy are.
All you
They're
had
a
to-
metal bikini.
No, they're the helmet. All you need to take away is that Endless and Schwan and Caveman are the metal bikini. That's it.
So we'll see exactly what IMA are going to be able to actually do to react to this, because I was looking at Road, I was expecting a lot more from this guy. He was sort of 0-4-0 in that game. Do we think there's something about the Karma pick that doesn't necessarily suit him? Do you think that he needs more playmaking yet less utility sort of addition to this team? Or
It's the first time he's played it, so it could
Yeah.
just be a comfort issue. He's played mostly Bard and then tank support. So he either plays Bard or he plays someone like Tahm Kench, Nautilus, and Braum.
Yeah.
So this is the first time that we saw the Karma, whereas Jin Zhao actually plays a ton of utility-based AD carries. Out of all of his games, he's played either Sivir or Ashe out of 4 out of 6 of them. And the only other 2 AD carries he's taken are Lucian and Caitlyn, so still one of those is like a siege priority versus like a dueling priority.
Yeah.
So I think it was just a comfort issue. And he obviously looked very uncomfortable on Karma.
He most certainly did. And look, Avoidless is going to be coming in. What does he change to what IMA can bring? I mean,
It's
Athena's
just,
going to be staying, so it's only one swap, so that could be good.
Avoidless just seems to work better with the team. He seems to have a higher mechanical ceiling, be a bit more proactive.
Yeah.
Midi on Rek'Sai was kind of non-existent that game, and you can't afford to be non-existent against the likes of Dandy. I understand the pick of like Rek'Sai and, you know, tracking the Kindred, making sure that you constantly have eyes on her. Rek'Sai's going to jungle very quickly. We'll be able to effectively just say, oh, you know, Dandy's over here, just everyone back up, like just don't snowball anything. But again, the fact that the lane swap happened, that Rek'Sai couldn't track Kindred because he was she was busy dealing with like the side lanes, helping push down towers, shattering underneath the side lane pushes initially. So I actually think that was not executed perfectly by Vici, because IMA actually played the lane swap better, but I understand why they did it, and I thought that was clever.
Yeah, and they also utilized mid-game power very, very well. And this is something that Vici haven't necessarily been able to do. They sort of take very, very small bites out of you and then sort of leave you on your way. But this was decisive team fight victories over and over again, making sure that they prioritized every single dragon, never let an objective go uncontested for IMA. IMA didn't, they had to work for every single buff that they took that game, and most of the time, they didn't get it. It was Dandy stealing it away, Dandy just being there first. And so we need the proactive IMA to come back, because this is a team that are known for making the moves.
Yeah, and Vici are still one of the most punishing teams to play against when they're ahead.
Yeah.
So
It's just going to be really, really difficult for IMA to find their way back in if they are going to go for the same approach. So we'll see whether they're going to force Dandy onto something that isn't necessarily as, I guess, powerful and controlling. And they're going to do it right now as we hop into Champion Select. IMA have already taken away Nidalee and Vladimir. Of course, Vladimir probably not going to be seen as Vici. They have banned the Kindred on the red side here, as Trundle is going to fall away as well. So the next tier of junglers is going to have to be picked up for both sides.
We said Kindred and Azir. Oh, they ban Rise from blue side.
Oh, not looking for that as the first pick. And they've actually punished teams for picking Rise as first pick whilst they're on the red side, on the side of IMA.
But still the idea exists. It's not Kindred and Azir, but it's still a ban at EasyHoon, a ban at Dandy.
Well, Swain still available. Of course, the Bard from Rhodes still available as well. Swain is going to be the option here as they take that one away, and immediately the Azir is going to be picked up for Athena.
So I may continue with the same type of strategy, however, which is target focusing out EasyHoon and Dandy.
Yep.
Did it a bit better this time around, but they're still sacrificing Amazing J, not getting that Echo pick, so great response from Vici.
Yeah, and you can see That Echo, the Bard, not going to last another round either, as Caveman's going to lock that one through. He's actually had some impressive games on the champion if we look back at last split as well.
So the thing is we saw Road go towards the Karma pick last game. Wasn't as successful. We talked about this before. He pretty much plays, or he's shown in the LPL, Bard and Braum, Tahm Kench, and Nautilus, so tanky support. The issue with taking Bard now is that Alistair, Braum, and Tahm Kench will not have a good time against Bard.
No.
He could possibly look for a Trundle, but I don't think he's going to go back to the Karma. I think he's a little bit been shied away from that.
A little bit burnt, and it's going to be very difficult for him to pick the Trundle, considering its location on the ban list.
Oh, yeah, correct. So
Braum is going to be the consideration, though, and of course, just a generally strong lane, and one that Vici did make work very well last game.
big thing, though, is Schwan now. So we have the Braum Lucian. Everyone knows that that's a powerful 2v2, how it works in proccing the Winter's Bite into concussive blows with double tap.
Yep.
You know, what does Schwan pick up? How does he stack 2v2 against Jin Zhao and Road? So I like already the adaptation for the bottom lane for IMA. You know, last time we just kind of gave them a free passive lane. This time let's stick it to them.
Well, you can see Vici have locked away the Rek'Sai. So we've spoken about Dandy's Rek'Sai a lot. This guy is incredibly powerful in the champion. And EasyHoon is actually going to switch it back to the Victor. Was thinking about Lysandra in back-to-back games, but just going to go for the powerful control mage there in the mid lane.
I actually really like this. So it would make sense for EasyHoon to take Lysandra if Dandy was playing something like Graves, a jungler that could very quickly come into the mid lane and kill someone through the duration of the Frozen Tomb.
Yep.
But with Dandy taking Rek'Sai, how the Emburrow is going to work with the gravitation field, I think it's a lot easier to pull off.
Not to mention with parallel convergence as well, if Lung can time it right at the same time, it seems like he will be able to augment these solo lanes very effectively. As Amazing J once again looking towards the Maokai. It was worrying in game number one. This is more what we're talking about.
This is more what I want to see, too.
Damn right. And I
There we
like
go.
the Gragas into the Rek'Sai as well. Has been seeing a little bit more play. As
Also-
we saw MLXG go completely ballistic on it.
A really good soft answer for Victor. So anytime you have these big control mages in the mid lane, Gragas actually does wonders against them, because when it comes to these big ARAMs where you just can't break that mid-tier tower,
Yeah.
Gragas rocks up, drops a cask behind them. See ya.
Well, as it's all shaken out, it is going to be the final counterpick priority going towards the subbed-in Schwan in the AD carry position, as it looks like Callista might be the option.
It has to be. That's the only two champions they play.
Huh. Well, Ezreal's
Looking for
there,
the
of course,
Ezreal.
as well. We'll see. Ezreal Bard has been a lane that's seen a fair bit of success,
I
especially
like
level 1.
Ezreal as opposed to Callista. I think he has a better place in the meta right now. Ooh, Jhin.
Yeah, a few different options here available as Caveman cycling, and Jhin is actually going to be locked in. So a little bit more lane dominance. I mean, Bard Jhin is a disgusting lane. That is just revolting to go up against. We'll see whether IMA are going to react to it with a lane swap. It was Vici last time around on the blue side who were able to actually put that one into effect with a Lucian Braum lane. But how do you feel like this one goes, 2 versus 2?
We already have the adaptation made. 2 versus 2, you have 2 range champions versus a range and a melee, so I'm going to go ahead and give it to Jhin and Bard. Obviously, there is counterplay in that if a trade lasts longer than 4 hits, which Bard all ends, that you do have kill pressure on the Jhin still.
That's a good point.
It's more so the gank pathing between a Rek'Sai and a Bard is absolutely disgusting.
Oh my god, yeah. I didn't even realize that. That is just disgusting.
But I don't actually think it'll be used in the bot lane. I think it's going to be used in the mid lane.
Well, we'll see whether it is going to get EasyHoon an advantage here, as he denied Athena that Victor pick. But Athena, of course, with the first pick, Azir, going to be relatively happy, and we'll see whether he's going to have sort of a better game this time around. Was farming up fantastically game number 1, but you need to be making the moves. Coaches are going to shake hands, and we'll see whether IMA can fight back in game number 2. Thank you once again, Dandy, for inviting us onto Summoner's Rift here for game number 2 of IMA versus Vici. IMA now with a very different plan moving into game number 2, and we'll see whether it's going to work out better than their last option.
It's the plan they should have taken in game number 1.
It's the plan I thought they should take in every game that this team plays, 'cause it just didn't seem like their kind of comp in game number 1.
Yep, completely agree. Again, you've got Amazing J. He's on a carry-oriented champion. He's a carry-oriented top laner, taking the Battle of Fervor on that Fizz. I do want to touch very quickly on Gragas while we have a bit of a slow moment. So with the increase of Rek'Sai, it means that Gragas becomes a more viable answer, just because Gragas works really well into Rek'Sai. Likewise, with a higher dragon priority and fighting around the dragon area in general, Gragas does amazing in resetting fights with the cask, covers a lot of area there. And then, also with the rise of Victor, Gragas is a great answer to that, simply because Victor is a mid-range mage, and he is very susceptible to a cask behind him to just delete him from the map. So, again, I already like everything, all of the adaptations that I may have made to this draft, and I think it sets them up much better for success. They need to make sure that they get the 1v1s, though, which they had a far better level 1. We talked about how that was also an issue. Invading, checking, finding Dandy, seeing long, and making sure that it is going to be this Fizz versus Echo matchup.
Well, it's exactly what it is going to be, as I may successfully gather their standard lanes. Easy Hoon as well just throws out a cheeky Q onto Athena. As a very standard matchup ensues in the mid lane. It's Road and Jinjiao just going to take down some Krugs. Same thing going to happen on the other side of the map, as the Gromp is going to fall to the hands of Xuan and Caveman.
So after some extensive testing, I am of the opinion that Fizz beats Echo in the top lane. Now Echo's level 2 is going to be incredibly strong, and it should be noted, as I say, that
goodness, there's the
bottom.
flash. Yeah, one more auto attack's going to do it. Xuan's dead. That is first blood going to Jinjiao on the bottom side. Caveman, one more auto will kill him, but my God. Well, that's how you deal with it. You flash in his face.
We talked about how there was counterplay against a Jhin and a Bard. If any engagement lasts longer than 4 auto attacks, Jhin will lose because he has to go through his reload mechanic, and Road and Jinjiao throw down the gauntlet.
I don't even think that lasted 4 auto attacks from Xuan. He was just dead.
But already a huge turn of story for Aimee here in game 2. We talked about this. The lane swap hid formerly Endless, now Xuan, due to the player trade. And Caveman away from a 2v2. This time around, they have to go head-to-head against Aimee's bot lane, and they come up short.
Well, you can see still with a lot of control here on the top side of the map. Amazing J just clearing out underneath this turret. But of course, we'll have more wave clear just naturally in this Echo.
The important thing is kind of where these power specs come for the champions, and the fact that Amazing J doesn't have the Ignite. So one of the reasons why I think Fizz is so good at any matchup is that he doesn't have to opt into the flash due to his Playful Trickster security. Yep. And by taking that Ignite with Battle of Fervor and his W, early level all-in trades are pretty absurd with Fizz. Without that, I think he's going to be more reliant on itemization to beat this Echo.
Well, you can see Aimee did head back to base on the bottom side of the map, so Cull picked up as well as a longsword here for Jinjiao. No summoner spells available on either side, and Dandy's recognized this. He's heading down to try and stop the bleeding that is coming out of this one. We'll see whether he is actually going to stay. No, decides might head back.
Yeah, just hold the wave right here, get a really nice deep freeze, and start to punish the fact that Xuan doesn't have double summoner.
Yeah.
And that he's going to be an item behind. So already, Vici bleeding from the bot lane, and I don't think that there's a lot of options left for Dandy, because that if that turns into a 3v3, they already automatically lose. Gotta look elsewhere, and it looks like he's looking top lane.
Well, you can see Long already with a lot of pressure up here. He's pushing Amazing J around. There are still a few creeps remaining for Amazing J to pick up, so he will be fine. But
so
dangerous times.
What's cute is Fizz has a lot of options and a lot of tools on his kit that he can dodge around the windows on Echo's damage. So when he throws out his Time Wander, you can either choose to use your Q and shoot off the back of Echo so you don't connect with the back half of it, or obviously use the Playful Trickster like Faker does.
Yeah.
In terms of just jumping out of it.
Urchin Strike also works if you want to move behind it. Just
and
cute interaction.
My opinion of this matchup is so skewed towards Fizz because I was watching Faker the other day in this exact matchup. Obviously, this was mid lane, though. And Faker fell down 2 levels and gave away a free kill to Echo and was still trading successfully on him. His base damages, especially once he has his fish and the 20% extra damage that Chum the Waters will apply, is absurd.
Yeah, just silly. As you can see, IMA now shoving this wave back towards Vici, but look at this, 42-19. They are in so much control and just looks so much more comfortable. You can see EasyHoon is making his way back into the mid lane, but he took the heal. Doesn't have the teleport available to him.
And that is a sigh of relief, at least for Schwan. Not only that the wave is finally getting pushed back towards him, so he's going to get the experience and the gold, but more importantly, that both teleports have now been burned, so he can afford to step forward as long as Dandy shadows over top of him without the threat of Fizz being on top of him.
Well, hopefully he's able to pick up most of this CS underneath the turret. Piercing Light's still doing frustrating amounts of work to the Jhin. But 29-48 now, so at least clawed it back within a couple of creep waves. But Aime still giving a lot of assistance to ensure that that lane does not get turned around.
And Avoidless doing a much better job than Midi last game on keeping tabs on Dandy.
Yeah.
Dandy was caught out by Gragas in the jungle. He was looking at helping Schwan and Caveman, and Avoidless making sure that his bot lane was covered, found him. It caused Dandy to immediately reset his positioning and use his ultimate to the other side of the map. And this is something that Dandy has constantly done with his positioning. Anytime he's discovered on a ward or by another champion, instead of just walking away to make sure that they can't track his pathing, he'll always reset himself on the map.
You can see right now, it would actually clear out an enemy wolf camp.
And there we go. The trade's starting to go in favor of this Fizz. Big swing, though, will be whenever the Sheen is available.
Yep. On both champions, of course. Very similar build paths for both of these guys, so you can track who's stronger by having a look at that inventory. As there's the heal being popped. Jin Jiao not hitting all of that culling. But Schwan, he got the message, which was get the hell out of my lane. As EasyHoon taking some damage from the Sand Soldiers. Unfortunately doesn't proc the concussive blows.
But this is fine. EasyHoon's already neutralized. He's just keeping up in his lane. There's not one advantage either way.
Yeah.
Avoidless keeping track of Dandy and just open up space for Amazing J and Jin Jiao to naturally win their lanes.
Well, Athena is going to get over the top here. Long looking for a big fight. Does have the ultimate. Gets the damage down onto Amazing J there as the Chum the Waters comes in. Flash comes out. Long, he could possibly fall down, but there's the playful trickster. Long's going to survive, and Dandy picks up the kill on Amazing J. Who would have thought Amazing J going a little bit overly aggressive, but it was really nice play out of Vici, and that was a swift collapse.
And naturally the sarcasm there is that Amazing J has that tendency to just go a little bit too far, overextend a bit too much. Not able to find the execution on Long. Good use of the chrono break.
Was very close, though.
And it's just superior positioning. So EasyHoon actually doesn't get the earlier rotation. Athena beats him here. But the chrono break compensates for so much damage. And forces Amazing J to look for that overreach. And then there's EasyHoon finally shows up when he's needed and catches it.
So Chaos Storm does a fair chunk of damage at the beginning.
But it's the Prey Seeker that...
Yeah, the damn Prey Seeker. Why does it always steal kills so effectively? I never understand why.
Heat-seeking missile.
EasyHoon, though, will be able to grab himself a blue buff. Of course, it was a Voidless that picked up the blue buff on the other side of the map. So Athena going to be missing out on the extra mana and extra ability power as well, although that's not as important here at this stage of the game. 15% equals probably 4 or something like that, as Road possibly caught out of position here as there's the stun from the Deadly Flourish, but they have to take the Magical Journey because Jin Jiao is raking through him with that culling.
That was a 2v3, and Dandy, Caveman, and Schwan had to pull out, and this is what we talked about. Dandy's options in the bot lane are pretty much null and void unless he has either a Long teleport assisting him or an EasyHoon roam.
Jin Jiao is just so powerful at this stage.
And he hasn't even bought.
Yeah, exactly. 40 CS in the lead. It's just punishment town in this lane.
Which means that focus now can be for Aime to look mid or to look top.
Well, there's the flash blown immediately as well as in goes Dandy. He's trying to find Road, and he will be punished as Caveman actually picks up the kill. That is bad news for Schwan as he throws down the curtain call. Jin Jiao slowed. There's one more hit available. Does get the extra damage, but it's just not enough at this stage.
Just so careless. There's no reason to be that aggressive. Contest them for the CS. Don't look for the kill pressure, especially because your top laner doesn't have teleport.
Yeah. And of course, Lung, he could have come in at any time as well, so unfortunate.
It naturally wasn't needed, but I just think that is so... I can understand them trying to contest like that if their top laner had also had TP, because then that's them making the call. Our 2v2 is stronger. Chances are a jungler can get here quick enough before they kill us, but then our top laner will also win. But having a numbers discrepancy by not having TP and then also choosing to continue to go aggressive, it's just frankly greedy and careless from IMA.
Yeah, completely. We'll see whether Vici are going to be able to capitalize on it as well. This does give some respite to Xuan to find his way back into this lane. Has himself a pickaxe, but he's now up against a serrated Dirk, the hammer, as well as some swiftness boots out of Jinjiao. This guy is so big. Very close to having that Ghost Blade.
And we also need to now touch onto the top lane. So IMA threw back a lot of power to Caveman and Xuan by overextending there. The fact that Amazing J went down in that blue scuffle, he's lost a lot of CS here as well as his TP to try to compensate for that. But now sitting 72 to 94. And we wanted the isolated 1v1 because we wanted the Fizz Echo matchup to play out naturally, and now it's been affected by mid lane and jungle.
Does mean IMA did get some time to grab themselves a dragon. Next one, of course, is going to be the Ocean Drake as well as Dandy. Going to get the knock up onto Road. Nice stand behind me, gets him out of the way of the Deadly Flourish and the stun that would have come out of it. But a Voidless here now trying to help out at the same time.
Here comes Easy Hoon.
Yeah, actually.
He may be caught out by Azir, actually.
Slight flanking play. Who is caught out from who?
And the reason why Dandy's able to consistently be this aggressive on the bottom lane, because we talked about this, if it's a 3v3, both junglers are there, his bot lane has already lost. It's the superior warding. So Vici have done a phenomenal job getting vision on the back of the Dragon Pit, as well as onto the ramp. So they're tracking where a Voidless is very well, and Dandy's using these windows to make sure that he has a numbers advantage on the spot side to get them back in the game.
Well, you can see he's still heading down there. Easy Hoon once again making some movements over. So he's going to spot that ward. Of course, it's very close to falling down. As Jinjiao and Road are just looking to try and meet him. Easy Hoon, I believe, took a little bit of damage from Athena there as he made his way back into the lane. As there's the Chaos Storm one more time. Athena in trouble. But not quite the quickest Chaos Storm. He will be able to make it to safety, but don't poke the bear. He'll just drop a big old Chaos Storm on you.
Both top laners have TP and both junglers on the bottom side. I have a feeling that this could turn into a party relatively soon. Nope. With Xuan taking so much chunk damage, Vici should just back away from this one.
Dandy as well, doing his best ward impression as he tunnels in very cutely. Jinjiao hit by the Prey Seeker. We'll see whether he's going to be okay. Oh, that was misplaced with the dash, and Caveman going to grab himself another kill. I'd be frustrated if I was Xuan, tell you that much.
And this is why it's been such a shame that we haven't gotten to see Dandy's Rek'Sai in so long. He's such a fun...
That was so cute.
All of the tools that Rek'Sai's kit give Dandy just empower him on another level as this cerebral jungler. To make a vision play like that with Tremor Sense as well as the vision that he had available, beautifully done by Dandy.
Wow, in the top lane. Action going down. Amazing J with a massive advantage as far as mana is concerned. Lung may actually look to try and get himself out, but doesn't have the ultimate in order to make his way back into the lane. Extraordinarily similar builds to come in from these guys. Is that what I think it is? Never mind.
The heat map of Dandy.
Let's have a look at it. A lot of time spent on the bottom side of the map. And you can see he has been encroaching on the enemy side of the jungle as well.
And we talked about it. Props to Dandy. I didn't think it was going to be possible to save this bottom lane, but really digging them out of the mud with good vision and counterplay around that information, which feeds into Dandy's strengths, but has saved the day for his Jhin and Bard.
And, of course, always in the right place. Right now, a Voidless was looking at that no-mana Echo on the top side of the map. It's not going to be his opportunity to pick that one up as Xuan is able to grab a Gromp, looking for whatever he can.
And this can be great things for fans of Vici. If Vici are able to kind of go back to this different style, you know, putting Dandy on more of a control-oriented jungler as opposed to giving him the pressure to hard carry on the likes of Kindred, it just opens up another arsenal that Vici have to continue to develop and
well, it gives them
teams.
another style, right? They're a team known to not necessarily have that many. As Dandy has the flash, he can get that burrow onto the Lucian if he needs to, but you can see IMA were moving down from the mid lane. Voidless just clearing out all these pesky tunnels that Dandy has been leaving around. And the blue buff looking to be contested here from IMA as well. Road poking his head in. Jin Zhao gets a lot of damage down onto it as well. You can see Easy Hoon, he's just going to go back to base, and it is going to get delivered to Athena. Actually, no. He already had one. Jin Zhao going to pick that one up.
Yep, obviously prioritizing that in the steal. It doesn't matter who gets it, but comes the engagement.
Oh, that
Good
Tempered
flash.
Fate was fantastic as well, stopping the prolonged engagement. Road tried to lock them down, but just couldn't do it for long enough.
And a Voidless and Jin Zhao also had their flashes available, so not on the same page. Maybe the youthfulness of this team
Yeah.
kind of coming across here. Maybe being punished by a 7-man roster. We talked about this, constantly bouncing between Baimi and Athena of Voidless and Midi. You're
very
missing
true.
opportunity to continue to build up familiarity with your roster.
I think that was a fantastic demonstration of the fact that Caveman is a very
He's
good
a
Bard
great
player as well.
Bard player.
Yeah. Really was one of their power points moving into the end of last split. It shows that it hasn't changed whatsoever.
It makes him into a playmaker, which is what Vici desperately need.
Yeah.
Again, it's trying to alleviate some of the responsibility on Dandy and Easy Hoon, so normally you expect them to play at a very high caliber, but in Vici so far, just because they don't have enough performing members consistently, it forces Easy Hoon and Dandy to play perfectly every single time. And if they can just play amazing instead of perfect 90% of the time and have either Caveman or Long show up, it means the difference between victory and defeat for Vici.
Well, you can see right now, Lung is playing fantastically well. Does have himself a Banshee's Veil up there towards the top side, so differing from the build that Amazing J was bringing out. Just making sure that he has a little bit more safety. But look at that CS lead.
It gives them a lot
33.
more options to play around the Chum the Waterfish as well.
Yeah.
So the cool thing about Echo is if you time your Chrono Break correctly as the fish pops, you can avoid the damage as well as the displacement. And sometimes you can even avoid the damage amplification. It's very hit or miss, though.
Oh, we'll actually have to see if there are any more scuffles there towards the top side. You can see both of those ultimates are available. So something may be able to come out of it as Vici are looking to try and grab themselves this Dragon number 2. It will be an Ocean Drake again. Be able to even that one out. You can
Which
see they're in good position.
empowers Dandy so much,
Even more, exactly.
giving him that regen so he can stay on Summoner's Rift longer.
Caveman as well. I mean, he wants to be moving around. He is the Bard. This Road clearing out vision. Athena in trouble now. Has to use a very defensive ultimate and does sail himself away. Tempered Fate comes down. Bit of a celebration as they can close distance, but not able to get any damage onto him before that Deadly Flourish came through.
The
They'll lose the outer
respect
turret.
flash instantaneously.
Had to use the heal at the same time. So Athena out of summoner spells for this next dragon fight that could potentially ensue.
I like what I may...
Oh, we didn't see it, Ginger. Don't worry.
Just ate it right into the wall. I liked what Aimee were doing. Instead of immediately collapsing towards the dragon, they continued to apply pressure points by pushing the wave forward to draw Vici out of the jungle. So
Yeah.
making sure that it's not immediately focusing back towards this dragon drake, but trying to smoke Vici out of their hiding.
Well, it's actually going to be Vici giving up this dragon. Mountain is going to be dragon number 3, as we just saw, appearing on the wall. But with double Ocean Drake, just means that Aimee can move around and get all of the health back all of the time. As Amazing J is going to give the passive over to Long, so he's going to be fine farming underneath this turret. It looks like Aimee do now want to start things off up here. Road actually caught out one more time. It hasn't been his series. So he's not going to be able to get over that wall. He's just dead.
Athena, so late on the response, though, is now caught out.
Yeah, he's just going to suicide himself. Able to skirt away a little bit, but that's a brilliant shot out of Schwan with that curtain call. And the Jin slowly but surely making his way back into this game.
And it now means that Jin Zhao may be caught out of position as well.
Yep, Amazing J is here for help with the retreat.
Okay.
But, oof. Again. A Voidless, what are you doing in there? Throws out the explosive cask onto Easy Hoon, but he's still able to close the gap. He's fallen down so low. Prey Seeker lands. Easy Hoon grabs himself a kill, and it's now 1-6.
That was 3 simultaneous misplays from 3 different members on Aimee. Huge delay in Athena responding to Road. He was looking for the stand behind me over that wall to get him to safety. Athena can't save his support.
Yeah.
Immediately then Vici gets the superior rotation on Jin Zhao. He's forced to burn everything and back up. And then a Voidless caught out. And what that means is that Vici pick up all that free pocket change in terms of the kills as well as the tower.
And they're just going to create even more of a lead for themselves, closer to 2,000 now, as Vici look to continue this sort of mid-game dominance. I don't know how they've managed to salvage it.
Well, what started out as IMA just passively winning the bottom lane, Dandy rescued. IMA did get the last laugh, however, taking down that tower and starting to unlock their bot lane. What they wanted to do was start moving them around towards that top lane, assist Amazing J, get the last standing outers done, and then look towards EasyHoon on that control mage. But just that simple error of Road getting caught out warding lost so much momentum for IMA and put Vici back in it.
Yeah, and I think it just goes to show that this IMA squad's still very young, still definitely getting used to everything, because that was sort of a colossal error, and it looked like sort of minds weren't together and they weren't able to rehinge themselves.
I mean, they dominated through
loss.
the LSPL, but obviously facing some of the most veteran players in the world on the likes of Vici,
Yeah,
getting their feet wet in an actual professional league, very different experience.
it certainly is. And talking about those veteran players, we've got a Rylai's Crystal Scepter completed here for EasyHoon, almost towards that perfect Hex core at the same time, with a whole lot of added survivability in that Negatron cloak. He's just so comfortable. EasyHoon 2-0-2. Happy as Larry there in the mid lane. As Athena trying to build towards the Nash's Tooth, item number 2. Just frustrating EasyHoon a little bit with the slow on the Rylai's.
Merc treads on Azir, as
Yeah.
Dandy's now cut out.
Is he though? He's going to be long moving in from the top side to try and help out. And see everybody else on Vici just shoving these waves in the mid lane. And look, Jin Zhao still with a gigantic lead. That's 60 CS for the AD carries. But EasyHoon's ahead. You've got a big lead for Long there towards the top side.
It's weird where power is distributed right now on the map. Like you said, yes, Lucian's online. He's got his 2-item power spike. But on the same token,
Whoa.
I think he's okay. He's not okay.
He's not okay at all as he uses the ultimate but goes straight back into Road. See you later, Long.
He had flash. Could have flashed that wall.
Yeah, but I think he was just going to die before he got there.
It's the red buff.
Terrifying. But Jin Zhao just demonstrating that, yes, this is where a lot of that power is allocated.
And the thing is it's the lane assignments then. So Amazing J fell behind due to the scuffle over the blue buff. And so they're assigning Lucian across from the Echo and trying to punish like that. Vici, they actually have a lot of siege power if they can ever get to a point where they start sieging. Just because Jin will open up his ultimate, the curtain call,
Yeah.
and just start chunking people down behind tower. And if they can force Athena off of it, there's not a lot of wave clear options available for IMA if the culling has also been spent. So it's kind of like where these teams want to fight is very different. Vici are doing a good job mirroring Schwan and Caveman behind Jin Zhao and Road and trying to continue to get Echo and Fizz to punish Amazing J. But IMA just need to be a bit more reactive. Start sieging towers.
They certainly do. We'll see whether they can actually get themselves to that point, whether they want to do so after this Mountain Drake does spawn. 45 seconds until that objective is available. You can see Amazing J actually moving towards the bottom side of the map. They've got a lot of members here towards the top side as Voidless just bops the Rift Scuttler on his way past. But back's now coming in. Vici probably getting themselves in position. They probably want to contest for this particular dragon. And look, despite the fact that they have been, able to get themselves a lead, they still don't feel like they're in control of the map on the side of Vici Gaming just yet.
It's still a coin flip either way, because again, the bot lane for IMA is strong, the top lane for Vici is strong. And who executes on Hugh? The fact is Echo has a lot more opportunity to kill a Lucian
Yeah.
than a Lucian does to stand up and carry on 6.10.
Well, we saw that wasn't the case prior, but Lung was relatively low on mana. Does now have himself a Sunfire Cape as we head towards this one. And 2-item Power Spike here for Xuan as well.
It's also the difference of a 5v5 versus a 1v2.
Yes, that is a very, very good point. As EasyHoon may actually be caught out of position here just a little bit. Voidless slowed down by the Rylai's. As in goes Athena. There's the flash as well. This is just awful. The
Just for
bouncy
good
castle.
measure.
Exactly right. Dandy still trying to set this one up, though, as Curtain Call does come round. Misses the first bolt. Jin Jiao tanks the second one. As now Amazing J finding his way in. It is going to be Road falling down, but that's mid laner for support. Not exactly the trade you're looking for if you're Vici. And Aime splitting up this battle completely. Caveman very, very low. It is a 1-for-1 trade in the end. Lung battling Jin Jiao one more time as this AD carry is so aggro.
And Vici don't even need to test their 5v5 out. They simply make a mistake. Easy Hoon getting picked off by a good collapse and rotation from Aime. Like you said, gives them the pick as well as the dragon. They do have superior positioning on mid lane, but here comes Long.
Yeah, Long and Dandy actually looking to try and contest for this one. Everyone knocked back. Jin Jiao right in the back of this pit as Long looks for it. Doesn't get the stun, but it is going to be Dandy taking the dragon. Such low health bars as Long still wants it. Ults himself back. Can't get the kill, but that's absolutely fine. Xuan and Athena going aggressive. But Avoidless is so lucky to have his life right now.
Massive play by Dandy. Did have the stronger smite, level 11 to level 12, but executes that brilliantly with the Void Rush as well as the TP. So good response from Vici to bite back.
Yeah, and in the end, that's, what, a 1-for-1, and Dragon go over to Vici. So they actually win out on that whole series of events with that play now in the record books.
And they still retain the gold lead here, and having Easy Hoon in position, there's no counter push on mid that I may have available.
Well, Amazing J is going to get some time here towards the top side with a lot of minions. So trying to get himself back into catching distance of Long. You can see 217 now to 238, only about 20 CS the diff between those two. Third item coming very quickly here for Jin Jiao. I don't know what that longsword's doing. That's a Zeal picked up there as well, so probably into the rapid fire cannon. Let's see where he goes next, as Dandy has found a Voidless. Easy Hoon's hanging around here as well, as they're just clearing out vision around the Baron. And they have a Mountain Drake now. They can actually do it relatively quickly.
Again, there's a lot of power in VG's siege composition, as well as fighting around the Dragon and Baron areas. A lot of control with the Parallel Convergence and Chaos Storm.
Yeah.
I'd like to see them siege with the Curtain Call, just because I think Jin is actually very strong right here, despite only having 2 items. Having that Infinity Edge, I like the priority of it over an Essence Reaver.
Oh, yeah.
Just because of how iEdge works with Jin's passive.
Also, with that pickaxe there as well, looking to possibly pick up a third item, Last Whisper, which I would also quite like, as Dandy will find Road. The rest of Aime are able to push back. Dandy just going to take a tunnel back into the mid lane, which is still surviving, albeit on relatively low health. About a third still there, as Amazing J moving up from the bottom side of the map. Aime look like they're positioning themselves to try and get something happening, and it's only 200 gold the difference. This game is so close.
It's effectively a single team fight, and it comes down to execution because
Yeah.
both teams have very similar tools in what they want to do.
But you can see Athena continuing the pressure here in the mid lane, not wanting to go too close to Easy Hoon though, as Dandy flanking around the side. Caveman saves himself from a possible body slam from a Voidless.
This is where a Voidless should start to shine on this Gragas pick, though, when we do have these kind of stalemates happening in the mid lane. The Gragas cask, especially in tandem with Flash, means so much more in opening up an immediate 5v5.
Yeah, they can really start making things happen here as Jin Jiao looking to try and grab themselves a turret towards the top side, meaning they will be able to find themselves the gold lead one more time. It was already there. This is only going to stretch it further as Deadly Flourish is going to come in. Caveman moving very quickly, and they are actually able to save it. So big deal there for Vici.
Really respecting Caveman CC lock potential with the
Yeah.
Bard. Likewise, they did hear the Rek'Sai ultimate, so knowing that Dandy was on that side of the map.
Danny's still just tunneling himself around.
They should have played it. They have a TP advantage. Amazing J having his TP where as long is still on cooldown. I feel like that's a bit of an error. Or
Yeah.
just a ton of respect coming out of Aime. But that's twice now that they've fumbled their TP cooldowns.
You can see Road actually now going to make his way into the mid lane here. Just going to donate one of those stacks over to Athena. Nizuhun behind on farm by just a little bit. Athena farming up very nicely, almost towards the Void Staff as item number 3. You can see Jin Jiao did manage to finish off the rapid fire cannon, so he's 3 items deep. But Xuan also, I really like this build.
Again,
have himself a red buff.
it really empowers this idea of Jin's poke ability, if you will, or chip ability.
Yeah.
Having the penetration, the safety of the rapid fire cannon, and as well as the crit. as opposed to looking for more of an elongated fighting build with the Essence Reaver and trying to use the CDR for movement speed and safety.
IMA will be very, very close to wanting to start up a fight here. I think as soon as that Iceborne Gauntlet is completed from Amazing J to add that continued... Oh my goodness! EasyHoon in so much trouble here in the mid lane. Tempered Fate is going to save him for now as Vici looking to get onto Jin Zhao. They are going to trade immediately. 80 carry for mid lane. And Dandy is so tanky right at the front here as Juan is able to lock that one down. You can see he's now kiting back. Chum the Waters has gone down on top of him. The Jin is going to die as Amazing J is so difficult to deal with. Caveman and Dandy caught out as Long doesn't have the ult anymore and will die to IMA. It's a 1 for 3 now as they are pushing up the mid lane. And they're not done yet. Dandy and Caveman unable to hold on. That is going to be the outer turret falling. I may just pull the trigger, and they pull it hard.
I thought the responsibility was going to go to a Voidless on that Gragas, but instead it's this support road that pulls the trigger as Vici run for the hills, and it's going to be a 2-tower trade in favor of Aime.
It was a really, really nice play. A little bit late on the Tempered Fate, unfortunately.
That is night and day difference, though, in terms of a performance from this Aime support. Road looked pretty atrocious on the Karma, looked so much more comfortable on the Braum, and opened up so much space. This is very risky.
Yeah, so the Baron actually being started up here from Aime. Dandy is, of course, around, but Road and Amazing J right on top of him. He's so tanky. Nice stun to come in. Keeps Road in position as Dandy wants to find his way through. He has got in there, but they've stopped damage. How is Dandy still alive? He's not anymore. And that is going to be the Baron falling. A Voidless does pick that one up, but look at this. Fish in a barrel. That is going to be 1 kill going down as Amazing J cops another couple of the bolts, but he's going to survive. Being the tanky man that he is. It is going to be EasyHoon falling one more time, though.
High risk, high reward style of play on the Baron, executed beautifully. We've kind of criticized IMA early game due to their lackluster synergy, not being quite on the same page in a couple of their engagements. That Baron call was exactly on the same page, though, doing a great job backing off of the monster as Dandy entered the pit, making sure he went down and securing that objective. In return, table scraps, Ocean Drake, and it's stolen.
Yeah, Voidless is going to be able to pick that one up. He's now stuck in the pit, doesn't have flash, but Body Slam will be back up. And that's going to be the 3rd Ocean Drake picked up for IMA. So, look, they stop fighting a Baron, they'll get their health back in like 2 seconds. That is going to be revolting. The Mountain, of course, did go to Vici.
From here, it's just more empowered sieging. So you have the Baron up creeps, like you said. You had the crazy region coming out of the Ocean Drake. But now it's time for this Azir and Lucian to put in work.
We'll see whether they actually can do that. IMA looking to try and finish off this outer turret towards the top side.
Oh, very easily.
So super easily, exactly right.
Issue, though, is that Avoidless doesn't have his flash, so not the exact range that he wants to meet. Also,
this
Road.
Could be the pick out of position here as Road is able to get himself to relative safety. Nice Chaos Storm slowing everyone down. Just throws down the ultimate and the flash and will get himself to safety. Inner turret now under fire here from IMA as there are a lot of big creeps smacking down on this one. Parallel Convergence not going to get met by Long. There's the fish. EasyHoon caught out one more time. Bouncy Castle is exactly where he's living. Still able to get a fair bit of damage down after the Tempered Fate, but Vici just look like they don't have anything. It's just so similar to what Vici did to IMA in game number 1.
The big difference, though, is making sure that you had the priority jungle matchup. Again, we talked about how Dandy is an incredible Rek'Sai player, but Vici cannot have him be a Rek'Sai player. They need him to be the carry. They need him to be the all-star. And unfortunately, Dandy put all of his resource and energy into giving Schwan and Caveman a leg in, and they don't have enough to carry.
Oh, well, yeah. Or basically being a Band-Aid for that bottom lane, which was a real problem early. Curtain Call is going to come out. Schwan looking for something here, but he just doesn't have the damage to really stop anything. It's Vici attacking. Long throws out a Time Winder, but not too much more to come from it, as that's just the inhib, and IMA now backing away.
Quite sizable damage done on Vici's base, though, as Dandy's actually getting pretty cheeky.
Yeah, Powered Recall going to get Athena out of there. That's going to be fine. And they make their way back. So we'll see exactly where IMA decide to focus their efforts next. Teleport's available from Amazing J, and he's also got himself a Guardian Angel. And my god, look at Athena. That is huge damage out of this Azir.
And it's just so easy for IMA's composition to siege against Vici. Again, we talked about the threat of Gragas, and you saw it on that last tower. Fizz and Gragas just walk at Vici's comp, and they have to just respect back up. They have no way to reset fights or to back up from them. They just have anti-dive tools and the Chrono Break and the Tempered Fate.
Well, Vici now just looking to try and clean up these minion waves. Baron buff still there for the next couple of seconds. As Athena shoves up mid. The rest of IMA, though, looking towards the bottom side of the map. 4 men strong. Athena just controlling that jungle. They've broken the Banshee's Veil, and we'll see whether they actually go for a dive. Amazing J has so much longevity in these fights with that Guardian Angel, and Athena left on his own. He's going to be able to just break open the mid lane all too easy here for IMA, as the inhibitor is going to fall next. Juan. Just don't know whether you want to go that close to a fizz, my friend. Deadly Flourish misses everyone, as Road now just that front line. I mean, this guy is a support, but he's so tanky.
They have to fight now.
Yeah, Tempered Fate going to miss everyone here as Dandy already taken down so incredibly low. EasyHoo, nice flanking play, does find Jin Zhao, but he's not going to be able to take him down. The rest of Vici have consolidated quite nicely, but EasyHoon's going to fall. Jin Zhao grabs it, and now Caveman in so much trouble. That's a double kill already for the Lucian as he's dancing out of the way of the top laner from Vici. Chrono Break comes in. Amazing J is just going to get straight back on top of the Echo, and they're just going to finish off this Nexus. IMA even out the series 1-1 in a much better game.
And it started in their draft phase, identifying what they're strong at, what they're good at, making sure that Amazing J gets that hard carry champion of the top lane, meeting Vici's weak bottom lane in a standard 2v2, and putting Dandy on a control-oriented jungler as opposed to one of those carries.
Yeah, they just really answered exactly what went wrong for them in the first game. It's stopped Dandy from having so much control and power in this game. Despite that, he was still able to do a lot of work on that Rexy, especially digging his bottom lane out of what was a cavernous hole that they were put in very early on. That first flash play out of Road just showed the transition he wanted to make in mindset. He's like, all right, we're going to go kill these guys. And he did so beautifully. As this is going to be where Amazing J made a little bit of an over-aggressive play, you might say.
And this gave Long such an advantage back into that top lane, but unfortunately, because Dandy was so preoccupied with his bot lane, he gave zero attention towards this Echo and tried to snowball this lead further and faster.
Yeah.
And eventually, Lucian was just moved from the bottom lane into the top lane and decimated Echo.
It was pretty ridiculous as well. As, I mean, despite the fact that Caveman did have a good game on the Bard, it just wasn't really quite enough when they had this Jhin. I mean, did kill Road there, but he's just not creating all that much consistent power in these team fights because he was just too weak.
A much better draft composition and player performance across the board from IMA.
Yeah.
I don't expect that Vici will make the same mistake. So now, so far in the series, you know, IMA, they fumbled their initial draft. They gave Vici everything they wanted. Vici will now be back on the blue side, so they have the capability of looking for a priority pick on that jungler. Before it was Kindred. So I expect them to go the same route. So power back in Vici's court to try to put themselves back in the series and close it out.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But we'll see whether they can do that here, as IMA, of course, have got themselves some momentum. We are going to have a short break, but Game 3 will be coming up right after. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. Now we're going to go straight in to the MVP, as it is going to be Road. Picks that one up. The Bard play. The Braum play, sorry. I'm
completely disagree with
yeah,
this.
I'm caught out. I just, what? I
Okay.
mean, he's good.
Let's highlight a couple of things. Road did a phenomenal job, you know, like you said, immediately getting into that lane and saying, guess what, heads up, I'm killing you.
Yeah.
Flashes on top of Jin, gets and creates the initial lead that IMA's bot lane has, which was about a 20 CS discrepancy. But I feel like Road was caught out so much in collapsing plays for IMA when they were trying to make rotations in the mid game. They were trying to set up a play on the top lane, and it would just be this Braum caught out warding pretty much about 3 times over that red buff. But I guess individual highlight moments like this.
And he was starting up a whole lot of the fights, and this is what we were saying. The fact that that utility style out of the Karma did not necessarily suit this player. The engaged potential that he has with the likes of Braum certainly do. So, congratulations. I mean, I guess I do understand the MVP pickup because of a few of those moments. But who else stands out to you, Prosper, and who would have you awarded the MVP to?
I thought Azir had a great...
yeah, Athena played well.
Athena had a great composition. I thought Jin Zhao was doing well. A Voidless stepped up. Amazing Jay had a much better game, although I don't think he was the reason that they won.
Well, I mean, I think you have to look at the Lucian here. I mean, Jin Zhao, he put Zhuan in a complete hole. I mean, there was no way for him to make his way back into the lane, despite the fact that Dandy was constantly down there trying to create pressure and give a ladder to that bottom lane. It was somewhat equalized throughout the mid game, but he still had a continuously extended CS advantage.
I think it says something that we can't immediately identify, like the player who stood up and put everyone on his back for the carry, because it was a much cleaner game across everyone from IA.
Yeah.
Like working together, having your teamwork, having your synergy. I mean, this victory was kind of like a slow build. It started in the bot lane. That bot lane got unlocked. It snowballed over into the top lane. And then, yes, Road opened up the map when he made that mid lane pick by flashing forward, hitting Easy Hoon with the ultimate.
Yeah.
But it was all these pieces working together to have that follow-up. It wasn't Braum that immediately flashed and killed Victor. It was Jin Zhao having the confidence to relentless pursuit forward and put himself in a very aggressive position.
Yeah, and this is also the two teams that we've seen play in this series, playing their game of League of Legends, followed by the other team's game of League of Legends. And now we're going to have to see who's going to be able to turn this one around. Of course, side selection is going to make a difference, but I have a feeling that the Kindred will be banned away this time. They're not going to have that super powerful first pick on the side of Vici this time, and we'll see what the change is going to be, whether it is Dandy moving back to the Graves, maybe a, you know, not necessarily top priority, but still carry-related jungler.
It's just such a shame that Vici can't work around Dandy's Rek'Sai. We saw him make so many cute little plays around Vision. He's so good at playing those controlled junglers. Rek'Sai just empowers everything that Dandy is naturally good at, looks phenomenal at it, but unfortunately, Vici's win conditions, they need Dandy to step up and to be that Uzi, to be that faker, to be that hard carry. And on a champion like Rek'Sai, he just can't get it done.
Is there a way that we sort of empower the rest of the lanes enough in order to give Dandy the ability to play that ultra facilitator?
in bot lane for about 5 minutes to dig them out of the hole they found themselves in level 1, and it didn't mean enough.
Certainly didn't. But we are into champion select, ladies and gentlemen, so Bard is going to be removed first. Vladimir going to go on the other side as I may take that one away from Easy Hoon one more time. Damn it. Just want to see it. I want to see the Vladimir in the hands of Easy
got
Hoon.
to play it, and we're never going to see it again.
Well, Xiaohu also played it, and we're probably not going to see it again after that either. So, yeah, just scary stuff out of that guy.
Trading potential way too high. If you guys haven't seen Vladimir in action, if you haven't played Vladimir in action, it's pretty disgusting.
Yep.
He got to showcase himself in the global competitions and AME ULCS as well.
Just pretty putrid. But Trundle is going to be the answering ban here on the side of Vici. Some time taken here from Aime because there's the Kindred. I have a feeling they were debating which one of those junglers to take away first. We'll see whether, the Nidalee will make their way through.
The adaptation already. Kindred done.
Yeah.
I think this also means that you have to ban Nidalee or Rise. They're going to make him pick.
Wow. Oh, Victor actually going to be the ban here. So Vici, I like this a lot, actually. It means that they get either the Azir or the
Rise.
or the
Nidalee.
And I may need to work out which one they want to give over. And when you are a team that has 2 distinct carries, that one power pick can actually change the whole state of the game.
Pick your poison. I would say ban out Dandy. Try to slow him down, put him back on the Graves.
The Nidalee is going to be banned away here, so I like that a lot. You're exactly right. And now Vici have to decide between the Ryze or the Azir. The Ryze is going to be the one that is going to be picked up here for potentially Easy Hoon or Long. Now IMA can grab themselves the Azir if they want to, but we shall see. Of course, we did see Looper play the top lane Ryze today, so they could just grab Azir and Ryze and say, I may bring it.
I do like this, though. I think that Lucian is definitely the correct pickup here because IMA's bot lane has already shown that if you give them the 2v2 matchup that they can run over Schwann and Caveman. I expect that Vici will actually look for a lane swap, that they'll put Easy Hoon on this Ryze, they'll try to isolate it, and they'll try to keep Schwann and Caveman out of the way of IMA.
I just want the Azir to be picked now and just send Long up to the top lane on the Ryze pick. Oh, that'd make me pretty happy. Dandy thinking about his jungle choice as the Rek'Sai is currently being hovered.
Coach home behind Vici, one of the legendary League of Legends coaches.
Yeah. Ooh.
Obviously has faith in the Rek'Sai.
Certainly does. Without Bard on the table, though, it is going to be Vici picking up the Braum for Caveman. Worked out for them in game number 1. We'll see whether it can do in game number 2 as well. 5 seconds to go, and that's Rek'Sai one more time. Vici, they want to make it work.
I still think that you lane swap, isolate Easy Hoon on Ryze, and just give him a free farm lane.
Let's see whether they can actually do it.
Would
Worked
also
out game number 1.
make Rek'Sai's job a lot easier away from standard lanes, and she is then just in charge of power farming and keeping tabs on a Voidless, rather than having the pressure on her to gank heavily and snowball a lane ahead.
Well, Athena thinking about picking up the Azir now. A Voidless as well. Once again over to the Gragas, which worked out very well. Game number 2. Still other options available if they'd like to, and a bit of time there as Alistair being looked at for Road.
Fits in the same vein as his Braum Passion.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
I like Azir, though. So yeah, there's always still a chance that Vici could flex the Ryze into the top lane. I really like Azir against Ryze. I know a lot of people in the 1v1 kind of talk about the counterplay that Ryze has on Azir, but in terms of a 5v5 and a chaotic team fight, the number one thing that Ryze is missing in his kit is an ability to gap close or to get on top of you, to lay down that burst damage. And Azir, once he has his Rylai's available, and with a nicely timed Emperor's Divide, can really help keep that powerhouse at bay. Yeah. It's obviously about surviving the lane phase, though, where Ryze has some of his power back against Azir.
Well, you can see that's going to be the team comp locked in here for Vici. Late game team fighting and scaling potential out of the Twitch, as well as that Maokai for the protection. We'll see how this Vici team fight comp is going to work as we move into the early stages. Road now to pick up his champion. Engage potential. It's generally what he wants. There's 29 seconds on the clock. And this IMA comp, really, really scary. They do have the late game insurance of the Azir there at the same time. And Amazing J back on his Echo, a champion he's super comfortable on. Especially into the Maokai as well. I mean, that matchup is a joy for the Echo.
Which is why I still think that Vici are going to lane swap.
Yeah.
A nice thing about Lucian is that he's strong in a 2v2 or a lane swap, which is why I think it kind of puts him just over the edge in terms of the 80 carry tier list.
Yep. But it is going to be the Alistair locked in. So look, all of that engage well and truly in the hands of Road if he wants it. We'll see exactly how IMA are going to play out this early stage of the game, because they're probably on a little bit of a clock here as we have a look at Vici's comp with that Twitch, with the near unkillable Maokai towards the later stages of the game, as well as Ryze there in the hands of Easy Hoon, a champion that he doesn't often get to play, but one he is definitely very good at.
So Vici looking to play the long con, like you said, get it to that late game. Unfortunately, putting your eggs in their 80 carries basket hasn't worked out for them as well.
Yeah.
They do have the insurance policy in Easy Hoon's Ryze.
And look, with Twitch, very different champion to that of the Jhin. And Chuan sort of had an awful first appearance on the Rift today. See whether he can turn that one around. But Avoidless back on a comfort here on the Gragas. Worked out great in game number 2. Amazing J on the Echo. Easily his best champion that we've seen him on this split. And Athena, silent achiever on the Azir in game number 2 at the same time. So look, just so much comfort from Aime, and it's just going to be the clash of the styles here as the coaches shake hands. Let's get into game number 3.
This one is for the bad guys. Stand up, be the same. So we take till we get it rushed away.
Thank you very much, Dandy, and welcome to Summoner's Rift for game number 3, the deciding match between Aime and Vici. Both teams with compositions that they'd like, but we saw when Aime had a comp that works for them, was definitely something they were able to execute on very, very well. And I'm looking at that Alistair towards the bottom side of the map. If Aime can get to a point where Road can start up fights when he wants to, it's going to be a scary time to be a Vici player.
It's really important for Aime's composition that they find isolated 1v1 matchups or 2v2 matchups. The thing about Echo and Maokai is that Echo will just create a CS lead. He shouldn't have a lot of kill pressure on Maokai, but he'll just get further and further ahead. Likewise, Twitch notoriously has a very hard time laning. Twitch has been recognized since the MSI stage as kind of the counter to Lucian, especially because late game you just cannot compete with Twitch's damage output. But this is what I expected. So if I may want the 1v1 and the 2v2, Vici for sure want the lane swap. They have the Maokai. They don't want to give Echo just a free CS lead. They want to try to neutralize that. And more importantly, they want to bypass Swan's really fragile laning phase. And unfortunately, Aime do not have a good enough level 1 to catch this from happening. So advantage to Vici right off the bat.
Yeah, just took the long walk across the rift and are able to get themselves towards the top side of the map. You saw the popcorn chicken falling down for long as he managed to get 3 saplings in there. Already with that slight advantage as he's going to help Dandy out one more time. Avoidless starting on a big camp here as well. So the smite going to be used on the red buff, gets himself back some health, and we'll see where he goes from there. Is Jinjiao and Road heading into this laning phase. Long. Oh, will he get him? Oh, gets one of them. Not too bad. Still gets the experience, though, for those melee minions. As Amazing Jane moves his way back into the jungle to help Avoidless out. So, lane swap being ensued. And we'll see exactly who that's going to benefit as we move forward. Level 2 hit by Athena first up.
It benefits EasyHoon, first and foremost. We talked about how Ryze has a strong lane phase against Azir, one of the few champions that has some counterplay available for him.
Yeah.
But more importantly, by isolating EasyHoon, it's going to give him a free lane phase, which will bypass Ryze into that late game power spike. So good job for Vici recognizing we have a Twitch, we have a Ryze, we just need to get them late game.
Yep.
Get them out of the lane phase. Don't let Aime run us over in the beginning part of this game. And let's take the experience and take the power of our composition.
Well, it is just going to be EasyHoon at the moment, farming things out. Still very, very close, though. As here's an attempted lane gain from Aime. They really don't want to start this game off sort of with the tower trades. We have seen this before.
They need to find the matchups, but by doing this, so we'll see if Twitch goes bottom. Okay, no. Vici are going to resign themselves. They're going to continue and funnel into the lanes. If they had decided to go bottom and to continually swap around, it would have been small CS leads for Aime as Vici were changing throughout the lanes.
You can see EasyHoon had some assistance from his friends there in the mid lane, but Athena doesn't have to blow any of those summoner spells as Road and Jinjiao are looking to head down to the mid.
So desperate to fight or to make something happen here.
Well, Chuan does have that wave crashing into his turret, so he's very safe just to farm out these. Jinjiao does have a lot of creeps to his name, 24 to 21. We'll see Longsword giving him a lot more stats here as well in this matchup. So the Lucian will be fine in this early stage, but of course, what you mentioned before, it's not really what this is about.
Nope, it's about putting down Twitch and putting down Ryze. So We gave the initial advantage to Vici because they were able to initiate the lane swap. Great response from IMA to counter this out and to follow them get back into standard lanes and not sacrifice too much CS there. There's a discrepancy between Long and Amazing J, and there's a discrepancy now between Xuan and Jin Zhao.
But Long not too far behind, and he is 1v1 laning as well. This could be dangerous for the Maokai at the moment. Underneath his turret, Sat Magic's going to be there as well for the sustain. He's going to be feeling fine.
Again, it's this idea that Maokai won't die. He's safe in the lane, or at least he should be safe as long as he plays it right.
If he has a turret, yeah.
But the issue is he's just going to continuously lose more and more CS. He doesn't have a ton of kill pressure on Echo, especially because his jungler is a Rek'Sai. Again, if you're looking at those 2v2s, Gragas, Echo versus Rek'Sai, Maokai. Small differences is the fact that Easyhoon has TP where Athena does not. So that's a possibility there. But otherwise, Echo's just going to keep this Maokai shoved in, and it's going to create a larger and larger CS difference. And more importantly, Echo's just going to bypass straight to his itemization, get to where his power breakpoints are, and run through team comps.
You can see Amazing J with a great first buy as well. Picks up that Doran's Ring as well as the Dark Seal. So he's just going to be pretty strong. Lots of sustain, bit of extra AP and just power in this laning phase. But Long did manage to get himself an extra Ruby Crystal, so a lot of extra health for the Maokai. But as we check in on things, 37 to 40 is the CS margin here in the mid lane as Easyhoon commanding the power and positioning, moving ahead of the creeps. He's making sure he wants to know where Athena is at all stages and looking very comfortable on the rise while he does it. Still has the teleport as well.
In fact, Athena is actually pinging for support, and he's trying to draw Amazing J up into his lane. Amazing J was spotted out by a ward, which is what all that noisy pinging happened in your game was.
Yep.
And more importantly, Dandy's now shadowing underneath Easyhoon, so recognizes that his rise is about to be a target, but here comes Road from top.
Yeah, Voidless is making his way in as well. Everyone collapsing as Easyhoon. There's the flash pulverize. Headbutt brings him back into the team, and he's just pushed underneath the turret. What a ragdoll. As it is going to be first blood going to Road.
And this is why Vici wanted the lane swap. They wanted the isolated mid lane. With everyone distracted with the side lanes, it meant that Ryze could start to abuse Azir. But by IMA finding the response, getting these 2v2, getting these 1v1s, it creates space where they're able to abuse their superior lane draft and start creating ganks into that mid lane.
Yeah. Easyhoon, though, it's going to respawn, teleports back into the mid lane. Sapphire Crystal and some boots there as well with that pink ward already augmenting, and he's not going to miss out on any of the farm. So the fact that Road picked up the kill, maybe not exactly what this IMA team wanted, because they want to make sure that Athena is as powerful as he can be in this lane. And it's a big advantage still here for Easyhoon. But double daggers, double Doran's Ring, a lot of laning items here for Athena, and we'll see whether the Azir is going to be able to make his way back through. Level 6 already gained.
Gank coming in from Dandy, but a really nice response from Voidless. He's in the back.
Well, we'll see exactly what's going to happen here as the exhaust immediately out from Jin Zhao blows both of his summoner spells. There's a nice double pulverize that came in from Road. But Dandy, that's a way to close distance as he's going to fall down. A Voidless may actually follow as well as the poison is going to tick him to death. And that is a trade of junglers there on the top side of the map.
It's a really good thought from Vici to say, Twitch has just hit his ultimate. He's going to have a huge power spike here. Let's look and try to make something happen in the top lane. We know that Dandy likes to gank top because there's more people to snowball up there.
Yep.
But IMA have already started to read Vici's path. And this is the big problem with Vici Gaming right now, is that they're so one-dimensional in their win conditions, that they're very telegraphed and very easy to read.
Wow, Long actually winning that trade against Amazing J on this Maokai.
He has a
Spectral
superior
almost done. Yeah.
buy.
Feeling very good. Easyhoon doesn't necessarily feel as safe here in the mid lane at the moment, but blows the ultimate, gets himself some of that spell vamp. He's going to feel a bunch better as the ambush. Red buff, of course, was gained out of that one from Xuan, so he's going to be very happy on this Twitch. As Caveman just wants to stop some backs. He's going to do so on the Road. Jin Zhao wanted to get his back in first. Almost has the Ghost Blade completed. Should be able to get back relatively soon to this lane in order to pick up this wave of farm.
More importantly, though, yes, Xuan's in a good position, but Dandy's kind of drowning on the Rek'Sai. She's not super dependent on gold, just because she's got very cost-efficient itemization for her tankiness in Cinderhulk.
Yeah.
but she's more of a facilitator jungler. But he's not making the impact that we would normally see Vici to have the success. Now looking bottom, however. Twisted advance.
Yeah, he's going to make his way in there. There's the knock-up as well, as immediately the ultimate is going to be used from Amazing J, but he is so dead. Uses the flash. That's going to be answered by Long. Smacks him in the head. It's actually Dandy that picks up the kill, but successful gank from Dandy on the bottom side.
And that's what Dandy really needed to put himself back in this. He was actually falling behind on CS, but not only does he pick up the kill, but he gets a lot of creeps from the lane.
Yeah.
So putting himself back in a position of power. See how he now continues to spread this around. It looks like he's going back to the top lane. Twitch's ultimate is back up.
This could be a big deal. Also just went and picked up the same components that Jinjiao was able to pick up himself. Still behind in farm, but in he goes. There's the ambush as Caveman makes his way through at the same time. Nice teleport to come in, but Jinjiao in so much trouble. Xuanchuan as well, actually going to get the gap closed by Amazing J, who just destroys the rat. In goes Road, is here, does in fact get the triumphant roar, but Dandy's going to lock down Amazing J. Nice stun to come through here from the Echo as Caveman comes back in. Pulverize is massive. Caveman's going to fall. Amazing J grabs that one as Dandy, burning to death, gets back into his tunnel, but a Voidless, he wants the barrel, and he's going to get it as well. The slow comes in. Nice knock-up from Dandy, and he's still alive. Survives. As EasyHoon makes his way over and kills the jungler. How are you alive, Dandy? That was stupid.
Beautifully used all of the CC available to him. In fact, both teams did a great job CC chaining. Dandy obviously on a 1v1 individual level there, but we're going to go ahead and see a replay of this fight. The thing that I want you to watch as soon as Jinjiao goes down is going to be how the Alistar and the Gragas work together to kind of turn this back in IMA's favor. It's going to be a 3-man pulverize, I believe. Yep, there we go. This is a long replay.
Yeah.
So there's the initial knock-up. Here comes the pulverize on 3 people, immediately followed by a cask. And that's just huge burst damage and a lot of time spent up in the air, which is why I may get a foot back into this. But of course, Dandy with a great outplay.
Yeah, this is just silly. He's down so low. Cancels the auto attack with his knock-up. And then EasyHoon's here in time. And being the benefactor of that kill is a big deal here for Vici. 1-1 and 0 now for the Rise. Farming up very, very well as he's 14 ahead of Athena. And 11 minutes into this game, feeling very strong. EasyHoon, we'll see whether he can get his Rod of Ages anytime soon. With that extra kill, things are going to be looking better, and he's farming up, of course, like I just said, strongly at the same time. Probably moving towards something like 14, 15 minute. Oh, cute little Contaminate. Gets a bit of extra damage down, but the Triumphant Roar going to be there. From Road, keep Jinjiao alive. Dandy actually started off the Dragon here as the Cloud Drake is just shooting him. A little bit of extra attack speed for that guy.
He was trying to go over the wall, and he changed his mind because he would go straight into a Voidless and Road.
Well, Voidless now moving towards the Dragon himself. Dandy. Cinderhulk now completed, so he does have an item advantage over the jungler on the side of IMA. Now just going to be clearing out vision, getting control and safety for the Twitch.
Here comes a gank from Long, however. So again, trying to compensate for EasyHoon, get him a little bit farther in this matchup than he already is.
Yeah, at least get themselves some sort of flash or something here out of the mid laner from IMA, making sure that EasyHoon does have that kill power there in the mid lane. But he looks very comfortable at the moment, despite the fact that he got a lot of attention early. Long back towards the top side, though. Doesn't want to give Amazing J too much spare time.
Long's done a good job compensating and catching up on CS. A lot of these teleport plays helping him out.
Well, EasyHoon, you can see just positionally playing very, very aggressively. Throws down the ultimate, clears out the wave very quickly, and now shoots towards Athena, makes sure he gets out of the way.
So effectively everyone on IMA and Vici have just resigned themselves to free-farming their lanes. There's not a big priority on fighting over the dragon simply because it is a Cloud Drake.
Yeah.
And both of these compositions do have threats late game. So I can almost say for 100% that everyone's saying, it's fine, we have late game.
Well, you can see it's exactly what's been happening because it's very even. And everyone just seems to be more than happy to stick in a laning phase here at 14 minutes into the game. No towers to have fallen just yet. As EasyHoon snags him with the Q over the wall there. Voidless can't avoid that. Now Athena just continues to farm things out. 130 to 117 though, as that gap continues to extend. And if the Twitch goes unchecked, I have a feeling this is absolutely fine for Vici.
It's also fine for IMA on the top side of the map. So again, it's good for Rise, it's good for Twitch, and it's good for Echo. Azir will be okay. He should be able to just neutralize the lane, or at least just survive, continue to get to really cost-efficient itemization. It's one of the reasons why Azir is still very strong, is that his items are fairly cheap comparatively to other mages. But we're starting to see the CS discrepancy open up, so Long has done a good job in all of the chaos and all of the TPs to shore that up, but Amazing Jay's starting to run away with it again. And so now it becomes this answer of, yes, Twitch is going to get big, but do IMA have the answer in the Echo to get on top of him and to delete any sort of advantage that this elongated lane phase will give them?
Well, there's the ambush. This one, Xuan is going to look for Jinjiao. Relentless Pursuit going to give him to safety, though, so it doesn't take too much. This Contaminate's still available after that poison's ticking down. Ghostblade completed for both of these AD carries. In fact, the itemization extraordinarily similar on both sides of the Rift for these champions. Remember, Cull was picked up from Xuan, though. So he's going to have that extra 350 gold.
To dive. There's a window of opportunity for IMA to pull the trigger on a dive, although they're going to disengage from it because they were spotted out by the tunnels, simply because they know that Dandy is on the top side of the map because he gave blue buff to Rise, which is why you see the response now. Like, a play was being set up, but fizzled out very quickly, and a good reaction from Caveman.
Well, EasyHoon once again going aggressive here in the mid lane. You're right, it just feels like responses are good from both sides of this, as Dandy not going to be able to see that ward.
Everyone's set up like really defensively right now, and they're just kind of jabbing and poking and prodding, testing the waters, but
checking out the walls, seeing whether they can get in anywhere.
This is now very risky. It's a double TP.
Yeah, you can see EasyHoon moving down towards that bottom side as well as Dandy. He's going to make his way in. Preyseeker goes out. Caveman's there as well. The Twitch was in position to get that rat-a-tat-tat over the top, but they're not going to go too crazy for this one as Vici now just getting the vision control. They clear out the pink ward.
It's too forced. I may need to make a pick. They need to delete someone instantaneously because if an elongated fight happens, they're competing against multiple teleports.
Well, there's the headbutt pulverize that comes in. Xuan, really nice avoiding of that culling as he's throwing down the ultimate. In goes everyone that was a voidless. He's going to be the first one to fall down. Nice exhaust onto Jinjiao as Xuan's able to lock him down. Big pulverize from Rogue, but it's too little too late. And that is two easy picks for Vici.
And this is exactly what I was just talking about. It's a double teleport composition. They're now looking for more.
Yep, Amazing J doing Amazing J things here, running very, very quickly, though, as they are just focusing on the turret.
So Azir stays in the mid lane. He's going to try to trade the tower. Hopefully we'll get to check how much damage he gets there. But frankly, IMA needed to set up a trap, and they needed to immediately delete someone because they knew that it was going to be a numbers disadvantage. Unfortunately, they engage on Caveman, and they're not able to take the Braum out instantly as opposed to the Twitch, and that was the big mistake. From there, they tried to set up their trap. It was mediocre. They didn't get the pick. The double teleports came down, and Vici ran them over.
And it was really unfortunate timing, honestly, from IMA because Xuan was in the perfect position with that ambush in order to capitalize on all of their attention being on Caveman, which is exactly what he wants. Dandy finally able to clear out this ward. He's going to do so. And the Rek'Sai, 1, 1, and 3, doing quite well. We'll see if Vici can make this work. Does open up their opportunities for future games. Renan's Hurricane now done for Xuan as well. That was just a Zeal before.
I love how both teams have just resigned themselves away from the Dragon.
Yeah.
Like, they don't care. They don't care about a 5v5. They don't want to throw away any late game scaling potential on just making a mistake early game and just an early skirmish. So they just we have a 20-minute lane phase where everyone's just, it's fine, farm it up, make small ganks. I mean, it's IMA trying to be really proactive and force things, and just a great response and global or semi-global comp out of Vici to just counter.
Yeah, and Vici just looks so comfortable. This is their style.
They don't know where to force. It can't be on the bottom side of the map. If they want to make a play like that, they need to make it on one of the teleports. Either make it on EasyHoon or make it on Maokai, but they don't have kill pressure there. Like, it's much more difficult to kill into the mid lane just because it's a shorter lane, especially for how strong EasyHoon is. And there's not a lot of kill pressure on Maokai because he's at this point where he's incredibly tanky, but those are the people that they need to be ganking because they need to gank one of the TPs.
And is this a question for how sort of the early game was ran here from IMA? Because, I mean, we're looking at Lung, and in series prior to this, I mean, the Maokai Echo matchup has gone horribly wrong for the Maokai, but Lung's just been able to navigate it almost effortlessly here as the Rune Prison does come down. Athena takes a cue from EasyHoon.
I mean, the strength that you're getting here is that your Echo is going to get exactly what he wants anyway, but hold on, top lane.
Yeah, Dandy actually able to get into position, so they're not going to be able to do too much here to Caveman. And, of course, Juan. As Lung able to just be a menace. Steals away the blue buff and gets the twisted advance onto Athena. He gets locked down, though. The last E is not quite enough as Amazing J has to use the chrono break to get out. And Vici say, yeah, no, we'll take that fight any day of the week. Explosive Cast comes in, but it's not going to clear out any minions nor do any damage here on the side of a Voidless. And Vici steal away the blue buff, give it to a Maokai, and then take the outer turret in the mid lane. The snowball has begun.
IMA prioritized the wrong lane when trying to gank against Vici's composition. It should have been the Rise.
Yeah,
it
and he fell down early. That just wasn't enough.
Maokai early, but no follow-up. And now it's just these passive leads. The fact that EasyHoon won mid lane, that strength then bleeds over into the blue jungle. Now IMA are trying to deal with the bottom side of their map. It opens up time for Vici's bottom side to get chip damage on that top tower. Yeah. Everything is on fire.
And this is like, Lung as well needs to have sort of got that sort of helping hand through the early game. Did so, is absolutely fine. Culling is going to cut down the rat, but nice unbreakable there from Caveman. Gets him to relative safety. Road is going to make his way around level 9 now, but gets slowed down by the Winter's Bite. Dandy was there, as he always is, somehow, on the Rek'Sai for the flank. But Juan probably just wants to go back to base, or at least clean up this minion wave from the safety of his turret.
And double teleports are now back up for Vici, which means that IMA's options of forcing plays on the map are so dangerous.
Yeah.
Their Azir is locked down. They either have to make a play on Maokai or make a play on Rise. Anyone else, unless they can immediately blow someone up, it will be a failure.
Well, Voidless is towards the top side. You can see Juan did think about going back, but actually cancelled the recall. And Vici, they clear out the minion wave, and now the rat is going to go home. Sun turret there to replace the outer turret that went missing in the mid lane.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
That is going to be another... Okay, yeah. So Sun turret falls down.
It counts.
I looked at the bottom side. I'm like, Lung is able to take down a turret? What a beast! But no. Just finishes off his Sunfire Cape. Now he's building towards what looks like it could be an Iceborne Gauntlet. Or possibly that Frozen Heart, which a lot of the Maokais have been going towards. Slow down the attack speed of Azir and Lucian. Like it.
And we're back to farming. So again, we're now at a 22-minute lane phase.
Mm-hmm.
No one has touched the Cloud Dragon. No one has touched the Rift Herald. It's now Baron.
Yeah.
So this game is very easily a single team fight into a Baron play into the game.
Yeah, and I have a feeling it's all sort of poised, ready for that right now. And Vici have been getting the advantages from this. 2.5 thousand gold is the lead here as Winter's Bite goes down. There's a brilliant flash out of the way of Road there for Juan, but is going to be able to get on top of him. EasyHoon takes away the Azir very, very quickly. And the rat was able to get the work done to the cow. Really nice play out of Vici. They pull the trigger.
And we talked about how it was going to be a play on mid, and now they're going to immediately look towards that Baron. Should note, a Voidless is still alive. It is a level 12 smite versus a level 11. They go ahead and start it. They have the stronger smite.
Yeah, really scary stuff as Vici do have a lot of damage for this Baron. No Blade of the Ruined King on this particular Twitch, but you can see that Baron is falling down so fast. Amazing J, Parallel Convergence is in there. Caveman, very, very low. Xuan right in the back of the pit, avoiding the Parallel Convergence for the lockdown. A Voidless does find his way in. Will he be able to grab it? No, Dandy able to lock that one down. Gragas is going to fall now as Amazing J, no ultimate remaining. And Xuan has that Ghost Blade back available. There's the slow. Able to get a couple of cheeky autos in there, but I have a feeling that Echo is going to be A-okay for now as he just phase dives his way out. But Vici, now with Baron, continue the pressure.
Yeah, that's Baron to Vici. They're in complete control.
It's like you said, what was going to happen.
It's like it. Yeah, pretty much. No, but how it was initiated was brilliant, too. Xuan, his confidence on the Twitch, taking or being unlocked from the top lane.
Yeah.
Making sure that he has time, that he can slip into the mid lane to play submarine gank like he did.
Look at that damage as well. That is ludicrous.
But Twitch is online, Rise is online. Vici understanding that this is when they're strong. They stalled at the lane phase long enough. It just took a 24-minute lane phase before Rise and Twitch were ready, and now they're going into 5v5 mode. And frankly, again, they fumbled the early game trying to get table scraps now, and they can't even find it.
Nope. Can't get EasyHoon, who's going to empowered recall home. Cloud Drake does fall to Dandy, who just takes it as an afterthought, I believe. Next one is going to be a Cloud as well, as the Void Rush comes in. Seraph's Embrace now done here for EasyHoon, going towards the Void Staff as his next option. BF Sword there for Xuanzhuan going towards the Infinity Edge. And he did 4 times the damage of the highest damage dealer on Aimee in the last team fight.
But
that
just
is pretty silly.
Imagine how different this game might have been if that Cloud Drake wasn't something like an Infernal.
Yeah.
Because Aimee, for the very beginning part of this game, actually had the lead. Again, they had the superior 2v2 and the superior 1v1 outside of the mid lane. And they had control over the river for a good portion. It wasn't until Vici made the most out of their double teleport comp and the items started coming in before power swung back to them, and Aimee getting really frustrated, ganking and prioritizing the wrong lanes, being punished by the mobility of Vici's comp.
Yeah.
But they were allowed to do that because the Dragon was never a contested objective.
Well, EasyHoon actually going to go aggressive here at 1v2. The ultimate was actually burnt out of road as well, as EasyHoon going to chase after. Culling flies through, but it's not going to do anything here as Vici, 4 men strong, trying to do some work here on the bottom side, and that is just so dangerous. When EasyHoon's able to go 1 versus 2, just creates man advantages for Vici everywhere they need them. And with the Baron buff, they're able to take down the inner turret on the bottom side of the map as well. EasyHoon's still chasing. He's hunting these guys.
Just clinical. Vici are just playing, they're just playing the map. They didn't even need to play their opponent. Yes, there were opponents in the lane, but this has pretty much been a PvE game from Vici.
Yeah. And I just, like, EasyHoon gets this type of champion as well, and this has always been what's been removed from this guy. He's so comfortable and so strong. As Amazing J tries to find the stun, doesn't get it onto Xuanzhuan, who has put down the Ghost Blade, moves himself to the wall of Voidless, not going to quite hit him with that ultimate, and look at the AoE coming out of this Twitch road, still having to deal with the poison as Chrono Break is going to bring Amazing J back in, Contaminate, enough to get rid of the cattle in the backline of that one as Aimee just forced to disengage. Some lower health bars on the side of Vici, but in goes EasyHoon. Still looking for more. Dandy, very tanky. And the Baron Up minions will net Vici 1 more inner turret, and it's all of a sudden an 8,000 gold lead in favor of Vici.
And we talked about how this series will really determine kind of who secures that 3rd place in their group, who is actually part of the top 3 teams.
Yeah.
And it looks like Vici solidifying themselves behind RNG and Team WE.
Moving themselves back into that position most definitely as Caveman finds himself a pink ward. Decides that it's going to take him too long to take that one down, but still yet to break open the base. Vici just going to go home, grab a whole heck of a lot of items, one of them being a Titanic Hydra here for Dandy.
And that's a big thing. The fact that Dandy is making the Rek'Sai pick work for Vici Gaming. Again,
Yeah.
Dandy is a phenomenal Rek'Sai player. Vici are not a phenomenal Rek'Sai team.
No.
They really need him to step up to be a carry when EasyHoon allows the rise, or when EasyHoon gets the rise. Obviously, he has more than enough power, but Dandy did a great job balancing everything out on this Rek'Sai pick, and more importantly, Xuanzhuan did a great job not immediately feeding his lane away.
That is a very good point. In fact, played very, very well, especially in the last couple of team fights.
4-1-4. He's done phenomenal right now. Yeah, he got a lot of assistance from his jungler, but
he's able to use it. That's the main thing, is he's on an assistance-based jungler in Dandy right now. As Long has found road. Jin Zhao is going to be the main target, though, as in goes... Look at that damage with that Infinity Edge built up. He is gigantic. Baron power play close to 5,000 gold here for Vici. As they've got to pick, what can they do with it?
they're just going
to
continue to pressure everything forward. The pick on the AD carry not going to be super important. The primary wave clear is still going to be on Athena's Azir, but the gold disparity is speaking for itself. 10k at this point, 11-4. Vici can walk up into any turret. They have so much dive threat and potential.
Look at EasyHoon as well. He decided that, you know, Void Staff's not what he's about. He wants a Rabbidan's Death Cap.
They don't have any MR. The Locket is available. Actually, no, they do have a lot of MR. I take that back.
EasyHoon's just a beast.
He's just another... Wow.
Well, have you seen his
They've got
skin?
2 Spirit Visages. I was like, oh, you know, if you didn't build the Void Staff, I had faith, EasyHoon, that, I'm just so far ahead of the clock. They don't have the MR yet. Yo, they do. They have it.
They got a lot of MR.
That's a lot of MR.
Yeah. But it's EasyHoon, and he's a wizard. Look at him. He's wearing it right now. That Rabadon's death cap right on his head. So thematically, you really got to make sure you pick that item up.
Let's justify it. It's
Yeah.
it's the blue buff. He's got the 15% AP, so he needed the
Aha! Double multiplicative scaling.
yeah. I got to get the amplifiers in there. That
I actually
makes
think it's
sense.
additive scaling, unfortunately.
It should have just been a void stuff.
Yeah, definitely should have. But Vici going to continue sieging things up. Of course, EasyHoon very far ahead. Actually, probably not that far ahead. Really.
He's facing
only
across
2
from
1-1.
2 Spirit Visage, a Locket of the Iron Solari.
Yeah.
So I hope that that's an Abyssal Scepter in Athena's back pocket soon.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, Amazing J, Chrono breaks his way to safety, says, well, I made a mistake. Thankfully, Ultimate is going to be available, and he has a fair bit of cooldown reduction, 30% in fact, from those items alone. He'll have that one available one more time relatively soon. Road creating a bit of pressure here as Lung was trying to push up the bottom lane, but it just seems like Vici not quite as able to find their way in. Thankfully for them, another 7 seconds until that Baron is available. And Dandy just going to yell at the Wolf Camp, get himself over there at the same time. It's Dragon up once more.
Good news for IMA is that they got over here early so they can start laying down some counter vision. They weren't beaten to the punch and walking into a Vici trap. Ah, yes, Cloud Dragon. We need to kill this now so we can get the Elder Dragon to spawn for us.
Damn right. This super all-powerful double Cloud Drake Elder Dragon. What a beastly situation. But EasyHoon going to easily add some damage there. Dandy, with his Titanic Hydra, feeling pretty good taking this one down. So next one, going to be that Infernal Drake, the Elder Drake, as you can just see. And Vici able to still regain control around the Baron Pit despite picking that objective up.
EasyHoon sold his pink ward to pick up a Negatron cloak.
Thought you were going to say he sold his Rabadons to get a Void Staff, and I was about to commend him, but didn't happen.
I mean, it's just the difference between like sustained penetration
He
damage
does have a lot of damage
versus
onto
just like
Athena
raw
if Road isn't
burst
there.
damage.
Yeah, I dig it. Lots of damage onto Jin Jiao if Road isn't there. There are definitely there are options. There are options. We'll get estimates.
I think it's more important that he's just level 16.
And so incredibly confident on this champion as well.
Like, if he rocks up to that level 13 Lucian, that guy's dead either way.
Yep.
And check out Schwan level 15.
Mm-hmm. Well, Parallel Convergence is going to make its way into the Baron Pit. You can see Vici just pressuring Aime out of this one. Lots of creeps towards the bottom side of the map, and Vici having control of that wave is a big deal. Teleports are also there very soon until EasyHoon does have his available.
They've got their waves prepped as well.
Yeah.
Just about being patient, being clinical. That's a double pink ward.
Yeah, they do want to be able to regain vision in this Baron Pit, as Lung just going to branch punch both of them. Feeling very good about that. What a goalie. There's Amazing J spotted on the bottom side. This Baron buff is going to be immediately started. Wards to be chucked over the side. You can see Athena was able to get one in there as there's the teleport. Amazing J wanting to make the desperation play. And Dandy, he's already in there. Massive three-man knock-up already as Athena decides to evict him from the area, but you can't get out of the way of the twisted advance, and Lung's able to lock him down. Already, Xuan just completely unnoticed in the backline from Aime, doing so much damage. Lung, what a god. Grabs the double kill, and Vici wipe the floor with Aime. This could just be the end of the game right here.
Yes, it was incredible CC lock from Dandy, hitting multiple members with the Unburrow, but the thing that I want to point out is how these compositions work together. Azir throws down the Emperor's Divide. It divides the team fight, and theoretically that should mean that Athena gets to step back out of Ryze's reach and just start shredding through them. But it also means that there's zero backline dive available for Xuan. And the reach of the Twitch and the damage coming out of him was absurd. Yeah, EasyHoon was right there anyway. He wasn't pushed back by the Azir. He got to blow people up. But more importantly, that Twitch able to outrange everyone and snowball Vici to a win over this series.
And look, if this is how Xuan is going to play on this Vici roster, I have a feeling that that's a definite way in for Dandy's utility play. He was always phenomenal at controlling vision, always phenomenal at getting around the map, being at the right places at the right time. And if he can play that more utility role and rely on his AD carry and mid laner now for Vici, this has changed the whole state of play for this team, giving them so much more flexibility. And that last game was beautiful out of the squad.
I definitely want to celebrate the Twitch performance as well as Long's performance, Caveman, the side lanes really stepping up for Vici and assisting EasyHoon and Dandy in their carry. That said, it also needs to be understood that IMA made a vast error in how they played out that early game. And I don't expect the other elite teams in the LPL to make the same type of mistake. So yes, Vici are making development leaps and bounds, particularly in the individual micro play on their AD carry and top laner. But I still think that puts them firmly in kind of a mid-tier LPL, just quite locked out of the elite status of like Team WE, EDG, and RNG.
Yeah, they are definitely moving in the right direction, though. And this is a team that we had a lot of questions for. Sort of whenever you've got a team that is relatively one-dimensional, it's just very difficult to get on board, because as soon as that one strategy is sort of counteracted, like the, you know, where Dandy and EasyHoon and everybody else is irrelevant, like that can be dealt with. It wasn't by IMA in game number 1, but it wasn't about that in game number 3, and Vici was still able to convincingly pick up the victory, and that is such good news for this team. Showing that flexibility, that is a big deal. And IMA, I mean, maybe demonstrating their rookie status here in the LPL.
Oh yeah, it's still looking a little bit fragile. They made a lot of errors in terms of their decision-making. Their micro abilities are still some of the stronger in the LPL, so they still have a very talented and very young roster, but it was synergy issues and more importantly shot calling that really led them astray. A lot of their setup, they were setting up plays trying to be proactive around the map, but the execution on it or simply being caught out, Road in particular a couple of times, really collapsing plays around IMA and meaning that they can't make the most of their success. Like, they took, how to say this, they took like 10 shots and they maybe landed about 4 of them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And there's also the fact that, you know, this is a team that came off to a really awful start in game number 1, and that possibly just set the momentum rolling here for Vici. Even in game number 2, things weren't so bad. We are going to have a look at the MVP, and it is going to be Xuan. So picking that one up for the AD carry position on Vici Gaming. Very good news. 7-1-6. My God, this guy did beastly amounts of work, and 36.5% of the damage share. That's what you got to look at.
He was able to execute on Twitch, but the circumstances that were given to him in this game were pretty incredible.
Yeah, that's a good point.
A 24-minute lane phase is not something that's going to happen against a team like Team WE or EDG or RNG.
He was given a lot of space as well. As you can see, the engage happens from IMA, and Xuan was just already there, stealthed up at exactly the right time and gets everyone
But
so
that's
low.
a mistake on IMA. We talked about this as that play was developing. They have to hit Twitch. They have to pick him off. Otherwise, they're going to get schooled by double teleport because it's a numbers disadvantage before it starts. Guess what? They hit Caveman. And it's these tiny errors that cost IMA the game. So yeah, good job on Xuan stepping up, on Caveman stepping up, on Long doing it, but it was kind of like it was given to them and they just had to make sure to execute it rather than facilitating the plays themselves. And that was the big difference.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we actually saw in those highlights as well. I mean, that flash out of the headbutt pulverize from Road. I mean, I know Road managed to get on top of him, used his flash, got the pulverize there. But I mean, that level of mechanical play out of the AD carry player is really good to see out of this Vici roster. I mean, we've asked questions of Endless over and over again. He played well in the Lucian in game number 1, but he has never been that carry. This game, they were able to, like, yes, they provided Xuan with everything he needed. But the fact that he got given all of that and still managed to be that dominant force in the late game, it's just so good for players like Dandy who now have the opportunity to get on tanks instead of just having to carry every single game.
Yeah, it just means that the next step in terms of development is, okay, I understand that if this is given to me, that I, like, if you throw up the layup, I can get up and dunk it on top of them. But now I need to be able that I can throw it up myself and dunk. Like, that's the difference between, like, the B tier and the S tier. So development, good signs of growth, but just one more step now.
Yeah, you can't just rely on the alley-oop. It has to actually be the flat-out dunk. I do like that. What are the answers here for IMA, though? Because this is a team that looked a little bit in shambles in game number 3, to be perfectly honest. Was it sort of out-drafted in the early stages? I mean, Rise got through.
I don't
That's
necessarily
scary.
think that it was. I do agree that, you know, Rise is... They'll probably step back from that game and be like, oh, you know, Rise, that was an issue. We probably should have banned that one. But they had all of the tools to deal with that. In fact, they were actually pretty proactive in the early, like the very early game, because there were multiple ganks on EasyHoon. They did get a big punishment on him. It was just then after they got the successful gank, they just started going to the wrong lanes.
Yeah.
Again, it was the priority on the bot lane to try to put that Twitch down when there is a double teleport active, not making the most of when Amazing J had his teleport up or when he had it down. We think back to game 2 when they actually won the game, and Jin Zhao and Road were so far forward in their lane, and they got counter-ganked by Dandy. But fact of the matter was, they could have gotten steamrolled by the top laner as well. Long had TP, and Amazing J didn't. And it's these type of mistakes that are building up. And I don't know if that's communication or just game awareness or cohesion, but there's something not quite fitting together. They're a strong roster, so they have a great base starting point, but it's now refining themselves, so they stop making these careless little mistakes that more experienced and more elite teams will really abuse.
Yeah, and I want to have a look at that top lane as well, because Lung played brilliantly. I mean, we're talking about the Maokai into Echo matchup, which he took and was able to make work, was even in farm throughout the majority of that game, was never in any position to die. Do we think that that has a lot to do with this really extended laning phase, the fact that he's in a shorter lane, doesn't have to worry about these lane swap towers all falling down and being chased to death by an Echo? Do you think that, you know, it was strategic play from Vici that kept him safe, or do you think that he just played well?
Long has always been stable and consistent. He's a role player, so I don't think that the meta is necessarily the best for him. Yes, that Maokai is in the meta helps, but you also have things like Echo, and he can play it, but he's not going to be the Echo player that is making the game-changing plays. It's more so, if you think about the 2 games that Vici won, there were multiple plays on the top lane or multiple instances where Amazing J overreached and was punished. On the Fizz, on the Echo, where he fell behind because he does Amazing J things. He just gets too greedy, too aggressive.
Yep.
Which is kind of, I think, the theme for IMA. It also happened in the case of Road as well. They try to force things. You can see that they want to be proactive, that they're thinking about how to snowball the game, but it's just not in quite the right areas. And Vici are such a patient team that they can really bite back on that. So I think Long was kind of gifted his way through this, but he's also just a very consistent, stable backbone. He doesn't need to be gifted, but it just helps a little bit. He'll always survive and neutralize. We've never had a problem with Vici's top part of the map. It's always just been their bottom part.
Yeah, that's a good point. And look, he's just not going to make the huge plays, I guess, is what we're saying here, because he got the lead on the Echo against the Fizz, like you were talking about. I mean, it did help that Amazing J fell down a little bit earlier on in that jungle scuffle.
He died in the jungle.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a problem there. But, I mean, Long, able to be strong, able to, like, keep this team together. And this team's slowly moving to more of a, I guess, less of that mountain in the middle, sort of more over towards the top side. As, like, of course, Dandy and EasyHoon just seem to have had so much of the control for so long that hopefully that's now evening out. Caveman, of course, is coming into his own at the same time, able to get a lot of the Braum plays happening there. And, of course, we have to talk about his Bard, which did look good despite the fact that they fell down. So there are honestly a lot of good signs here for Vici moving forward. And do you think that now it has sort of solidified a top 3 position, definite top 4?
I think that there's still questions about where Vici's ceiling lies. I mean, normally they're kind of a consistent team, but because they are one-dimensional, that they don't have a lot of tools, although that's starting to branch out a little bit, it means that teams have really good or really bad stylistic matchups against Vici, and it's either Vici get to do what they want to do and they do it amazing, or they can't do anything else, so they just kind of crumble. But they've consistently made the playoffs in the LPL for the last few splits, so they're definitely still kind of like a mid-tier LPL team. I think this really does solidify where IMA are, though. Vici really exposed a lot of their decision-making and shot-calling weaknesses, and I think that's really punishable. They were boosted up a little bit because 6.10 is a very scrappy team-fighting meta, and they're a very scrappy and team-fighting team, but against a very patient, a more methodical, and a smarter team, IMA just crumble.
And I mean, look, you can see their fighting is actually very, very strong. We saw here at the beginning of it, things worked out quite well. Amazing J able to take down the Twitch very effectively. They had that brilliant CC chain. And then Dandy outplays the hell out of a Voidless. And this is where EasyHoon just found his way back into the game after those early ganks.
Yeah, just
a lot of things went right for Vici this game.
Good reactionary play. Having better target selection, understanding where to be on the map better than IMA. But again, IMA, they have the idea. We should be doing something. They just have no idea where to do it.
And did you actually see that out of EasyHoon as well? He flashed to get a Rune Prison on the Lucian and then immediately turned his attention to the rest of the players. Knew that Twitch was able to take down that kill. Always facilitating, always sort of orchestrating exactly where the best use of his damage is, especially when he's on the rise, where he doesn't need to think about what he's doing. This guy is just so good on the champion that it's all about getting that execution down perfectly. Really beautiful to see as this was close. No cigar as Dandy was able to lock down the Baron.
Such a risky play, though.
Yeah, it's always a 50-50.
But no, like you said, kind of going back to your main point that EasyHoon is so good as a facilitator. Dandy and EasyHoon are probably the two best facilitating jungle mid duo that you could possibly ever have in a combination. And the issue is that we needed someone like Xuan earlier to stand up on a hard carry and make the most of all of the resources that he's been given.
Yeah, and now I guess he is able to do so. Does have that Twitch now in his back pocket, and we'll see whether he can transition to something, you know, like the Caitlyn threat, something like that. Maybe even develop more of a hard carry, mid-range style AD carry.
I have no doubt that he could do that he could play the Twitch, that he could play the Caitlyn. It's just an issue of can he do it if he doesn't get a 24-minute lane phase.
Yeah, that's a very good point. But ladies and gentlemen, we do still have one more series to go. After the break, we are going to have WE taking on LGD for our final matchup of the night. Don't go anywhere.
This one is for the fucked up, chewed up, spit out, stepped on. No luck, no fucks, tough love, half blood, stripped down, beat down, blacked out, choking. No sound, no crown, burnt up, broken. This one is for the bad guys. Stand up if you're feeling reckless. They don't understand that we're heartless. We'll never be the same, so we take till we get our fucking way.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're up to our final match of the night. I'm still Atlas, joined by Froskerin to take you into this best-of-3 series between WE and LGD. LGD did look a little bit better in their last series, but still struggling to really find their foothold and work out what this team is capable of, Froskerin, in the LPL.
So LGD's had 2 matches so far against IMA and Vici. Those were the 2 teams that we just saw play, and LGD lost swiftly to both of them. They had a bit better of an early game, specifically against Vici, but were unable to capitalize on lackluster team fighting. So upward momentum, but LGD, I mean, frankly, anything is upward at this point.
And also anything is possible. I mean, Froskerin, you pointed out to me earlier on that Marin and Imp have played a unique champion every single time. And we'll see whether, you know, maybe practice is made perfect, you know, that one game that they managed to get on these champions. If they get them again, they'll be able to just dominate, or, you know, whether it's just going to fall apart at the seams, or whether they're going to pick up something completely different. Maybe we'll see a misfortune. I don't know.
I think the bigger thing is what you were saying before, is that anything is possible for LGD, and that still holds very true. It's a very talented roster. Some substitutions coming in, You and Punished. Punished looked a bit cleaner. You, I'm still very much on the fence on, and Amy is just kind of non-existent. But the thing is Amy has had amazing games.
Yeah.
And we know that if you can unlock Mard and Imp, that they're, you know, world caliber players. It's just LGD finding that lock.
Yeah, and it's just Amy seems to be non-existent around the map before 20 minutes. I mean, he's still able to facilitate plays in the later stages of the game. Of course, LGD have found themselves some team fights that work out, especially when they've empowered Marin or Imp, but it just seems like a bit of a worry. We are going to go over WE first up, though, as 957, Condi, Jie, Mystic, and Zero are going to take to the Rift. Of course, Luca, my personal favorite top laner, is on the bench for now, the Scion extraordinaire himself.
Okay, and Team WE, like Vici, are a very weird team in the LPL.
Yeah.
So the LPL, Chinese Fido, all about that Chinese aggression, jumping, rushing at each other. Team WE are like the card counters, the gamblers, the 51%. What they do is they will get you to late game at 55 minutes, and they have 100% faith that they will beat you on that one play, that one team fight that determines the game. And they do that consistently.
And they do that based on Zero. This guy, his ability to orchestrate a team fight in a way that is going to work out for them is huge. You can see him, the end of the table there. As 957 as well been stepping up a heck of a lot.
It's this idea that Team WE only have to beat you once. That's all they give you. They give you one opportunity in the game.
One chance, one opportunity.
This is the one play, this is the one decision that you make, and we 100% know that we're going to make the better one.
And they certainly are able to find it. Of course, they've got the Prince of Thieves on that roster as well in Condi, but we are going to have a look at the other side of the Rift. LGD, a camp that has been a little bit of a worry over recent weeks. Marin, Amy, Punished, Imp, and You. Of course, a couple of substitutes there as well, but it's just a little bit difficult here for LGD to find their foothold. And Punished hasn't been impressing me there in the mid lane. I mean, he wasn't all that impressive on Unlimited Potential when he was playing over there. Did have some decent Kassadin games somewhat, but it's difficult for this LGD team without Wayless now, a player that was able to completely hard carry some of their games.
If you're going to be critical of anyone, I think you look towards You in that support position, especially because he's taking over for PYL, the long-standing captain and shot caller of this team. And it really shows his absence and how LGD are moving around the map. Again, you have fantastic tools in Imp and Marin, but you have zero support structure. So they're kind of like the inverse Vici Gaming.
Yeah, Zero's sort of ability to facilitate these phenomenal weapons that they have. It's almost like, yeah, they've got massive guns, but they've just got no one with the ability to point them in the right direction and fire.
It's a really big sword, but you can't lift it.
Yeah, something like that. So like they need to just pick more Tryndamere? I don't know. Would that help?
No.
Yeah.
Although
wouldn't.
Marn and Imp both have 4 unique champions played
Yeah.
for each one of their games, so who knows? Maybe he's going to start at A and go to Z.
Could
We'll
be a
see
possibility
Trinity now.
here. And of course, if Marin's ever had success, I mean, it is on some of these more carry-oriented champions. I mean, he might pick up the Rumble, might pick up something else. I mean, he was, you know, arguably one particular point in time the best Rumble player in the world.
He could probably still be. I mean,
Yeah.
Marn's mechanics are not an issue. It's the fact that enemy teams understand that Marn is a carry threat, so they camp him, and they also understand that no one is coming to Marn's rescue. Amy is very slow on rotations. He's going to be facing across from Condi, one of the stronger junglers in the LPL. You called him the Prince of Thieves, so it's do or die for Amy to step up and be there for his team because they're going to need it.
Yep. Well, as the call goes out to Amy, we are going to hop into Champion Select. Trundle and Swain already removed from WE as the Vladimir is going to get taken off the board. And it seems like as soon as someone shows any ability to play the champion, he is no longer able to play it. And in fact, it was before Easy Hoon had even demonstrated it that he had that opportunity removed. Kindred is going to be the follow-up ban here as Bard falls for WE. Interesting. Not wanting to give that into the hands of you, but also it's hamstringing Zero just a little bit. We'll see what they decide to prioritize instead.
Yeah, that's 2 of Zero's supports banned away from blue side, Trundle and Bard, although Zero has very large champion pool, like you said. The primary facilitator and playmaker for Team WE.
But Ryze is going to be left up. Of course, the Azir still there as well if Punished wants to pick that one up as the Maokai was the final ban. Amy can go towards something like the Nidalee here if he wants to. That is sort of the other S-tier jungler that is still left. But with Gragas making his way back into the meta, that is giving Amy a more of an avenue to get in there.
Big smiles for Xie, though, when the camera was back on him. Now,
yeah.
obviously, looking at Heart, but should expect that Xie will get his hands on that Rise.
957, a very flexible player, could also play it. You're exactly right. A dangerous pickup here for WE. We saw it in the hands of Vici. It was awfully difficult for them to deal with, despite the fact that he did get ganked early. But Easy Hoon just happy to build Rabbidan's Death Caps because it suited his skin. You know, running around the Rift like no one was a threat.
But a pick like Rise fits so well into the identity of Team WE. Obviously, he's just a very strong champion in the current iteration of the meta.
Yeah.
But more so this idea that Team WE will take you to that single fight, that one moment, and Rise is going to be so much more powerful than anything else LGD could be packing.
Well, Imp, if he locks in this Ezreal, will continue on his train of playing champions that he hasn't played yet in the LPL.
Will Marn match him?
Well, we'll have to see. Echo is what's already been locked in.
Could be mid lane Echo.
I hope it is, because he's already played it, Froskarin. Not going to find out just yet, as currently the Alistair has been hovered and Imp locks away the Ezreal pick. So bottom lane now secured for LGD. And are we having a look? Like, it looks relatively low range here on the side of LGD. They've got a lot of lockdown, though, and a lot of sort of, I guess, wombo potential in a small area.
What's terrifying, then, is that you have to get inside Rise's threat range to do any damage to him. As with that Lissandra being hovered, it would mean that 957 takes Rise up into the top lane.
Or takes Lissandra. Of course, he was a Lissandra player as well up there towards the top. So Graves is going to be locked in. Lissandra still being hovered for the moment. We'll give them a very lacking front line, and that's going to be purely on Braum to be the tanky member of the team. And WE probably looking to just run over the top of LGD before they even have a chance.
That said, it needs to be pointed out. If Team WE stay true to kind of their 45, 50-minute games,
Yep.
one of the teams that you don't want to take to a single team fight would be LGD, simply because they do have performers like Imp, like Marin,
Oh, yeah.
who can play in those 1% of miracle plays.
And they also are on champions that are capable of doing that. Echo, of course, very slippery, very able to create big plays using his ultimate, using his parallel convergence, not to mention the fact that Imp, if he's able to play Ezreal to the level that we know he's capable of, it is a pretty ludicrous thing to witness, and you can play so aggressive whilst also being so safe with the Arcane Shift. So we'll see whether the LGD can find that in the later stages, but Victor being the current hover for Punished, and the clock is going to run down. So Victor there in the mid lane up against the Lissandra. We saw the matchup earlier on in our second series of the night. But of course, you know, the Lissandra could be in the top lane, like I mentioned before, and that looks like where 957 wants to take it.
What this means is it really changes kill pressure around on the map. I know that 957 is an avid Lissandra player, but I actually would have rather to have Lissandra in the mid lane against the likes of Victor, just because he's going to be so much more fragile at that level 6 mark for Graves to come in and just 100-0 him in a single rotation of Frozen Tomb. Whereas Echo, like you said, very slippery, having the Chrono Break, much harder to punish that with.
Well, we'll see exactly what is going to go on here, because I could imagine, you know, the Ring of Frost pretty handy in trying to at least alleviate some of that pressure, and does have a lot of wave clear at his disposal.
It comes back to the fact that Ryze will still have kill pressure. In fact, he'll probably have it a little bit earlier than Lissandra will, simply because you're using Rune Prison as your big CC as opposed to your an ultimate.
Yeah.
So I think that's the mentality here, but we should still see the same type of thing where Condi's running a carry-oriented jungler, so he's going to be power farming, or he's going to be looking to abuse the Rune Prison or the Frozen Tomb.
Well, coaches are going to shake hands. We're ready to get into game number 1 between WE and LGD. Thank you very much for the welcome, 957, as we are onto Summoner's Rift for our first game of our final series of the night, LGD versus WE, as we do take a look down the mid lane towards where LGD will be coming out. And look, we'll see how this one is going to start off. Of course, WE, a team known for making plays towards the later stages of the game. We'll see whether LGD can get things started a little bit earlier on. They do have the tank jungler in Amy, but definitely another ganking jungler in the Rek'Sai.
There's this thing called a 180 rule in film, and that if you're cutting, you can't turn the camera 180 degrees in between a cut, simply because your audience loses perspective on which side you're standing on the camera.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense in chase scenes, and the reason why I bring that up is because we ended on the red side, where the red side was behind us, and then it cut to the actual end game, and
do you
blue
know where
side
you are, Frosco?
is on the bottom. And so I feel like if they just reversed it, it would be so much cleaner in intro, because they broke the 180 rule.
Oh, dang it. So all of the film school students are now just really frustrated that was happening, because I was fine with it. I was just like, well, we're now back into the game.
I was like, this is a sick intro. It comes back in and blue side's underneath me. I'm like, that was
where
red
am
side. I was looking at Ryze, and now I'm looking at Punished.
We are actually going to have a look at the vote here, 65 to 35. So LGD actually
that is far too
still
even.
A little bit more faith for this team, and maybe the fans know something that we don't.
The CLG of the LPL.
Yeah, there is still faith. Still faith.
But we are going to go ahead and have standard lanes. Again, priority for both of these teams, at least initially, is going to be Condi bouncing in between this Lissandra and this Ryze. He has a lot of kill pressure available. Obviously, you want to try to hit Marn as much as possible, especially because he has a power pick like that Echo.
Yeah.
But more importantly, hit Echo before he has Chrono Break available to him, and becomes that much harder to kill and lock down. On the other side, Amy on Rek'Sai, let's just pray that he shows up. He's got a control-oriented jungler. He should be able to kind of find where Condi is, keep up with him. Obviously, the speed at which Rek'Sai can jungle being increased due to the buffs to Cinderhulk. So just find the counter gank.
Well, right now, Marin has hit level 2 first. It's 957 with his Thunderlords, able to proc that, get a little bit of extra damage here. But WE well and truly in control of this bottom lane. The level 2 advantage was struck for the supports.
Not a lot Alistar can do at measly level 1. Really needs that level 2 before has the all-in potential.
Mystic just not caring at all as he just face tanks the Mystic shot and doesn't react whatsoever.
Didn't even flinch.
Yeah, that is confidence right there. As they're just going to shove this wave all the way through. And Imp is going to do probably a decent job clearing up all of those creeps underneath the turret. So nothing doing there towards the bottom side, but WE have got themselves off to a 200 gold lead based on that. So that's cool. Feels a bit better.
Otherwise, it's just been very quiet. LGD with their composition should probably just hope to get to the big 5v5 stage. You're looking at the 2-item power spike for Ezreal. You're looking at grouped up team fights for Victor to make the most of his Chaos Storm as well as his laser. And with a control jungle, Rek'Sai has a lot of tools to help establish vision.
Yeah.
Get around the map quickly, make sure that she can keep tabs on everyone for her team, respond with semi-global presence if she has a neural network of tunnels set up correctly, walk into graves.
Get shot in the head.
So just survive. Right now, LGD's like, this is fine, quiet, let's farm it out.
I'm also looking at WE's late game team fight though, and with the tools that they have in this double AP comp, as well as Condi having so much damage, I mean, just the AoE threat from this team.
It also makes it
Seems
very
terrifying.
easy to itemize against, though.
That's a very good point.
But you do then have to look towards Graves and Lucian.
Mm-hmm.
So I expect the Korean build to come out for Mystic on the Lucian, simply because he'll be able to empower the Shred and AoE spread from Graves with the Black Cleaver.
Well, Amy as well. Now, actually going to hand over a very early blue buff to Punished, empowering the Victor as much as possible here. Even going to help slow down some of the damage. As there it is, Death Ray comes through, and that is going to be Victor picking up the blue buff. So a little bit of an advantage, but GA with the extra time in the lane was definitely able to capitalize as he heads up those CS scores.
Yeah, trying to empower Punished as much as possible. That's a very early blue buff. Naturally not as punishing on a Rek'Sai as it would be for a Graves due to her resource bar.
Yeah.
But see what he can do with it. As teleport has been burned for Marin, not quite yet for 957. So back advantage, which is why Marin is going aggressive.
Well, 957 actually throwing out the claw for some extra damage here onto Marin. But back is going to come in here from 957 as well, who used the last remaining bits of his mana. We'll see what he decides to pick up first. I have a feeling that something like a Rod of Ages will be headed towards for this Lissandra. But just going to start with the extra Dorans. And there's a Negatron Cloak as well. So it looks like the Abyssal Scepter. Possibly sooner.
Makes a lot of sense, facing across from so much magic damage on the side of LGD.
True.
Even mixed damage for Ezreal.
Condi actually going to come through for a very cheeky gank.
We'll see how close 957 is to level 6. He's only level 5 right now.
And Marin playing very safe at the moment as well.
He's very close. He's a little over halfway.
Possibly even after this wave, actually, as Condi has just vacated the area. Marin has hit level 6, though, so that Chrono Break is available. And there's a big Pulverize from Yu onto Mystic, but Imp actually taking the brunt of the damage here after all of that CC had worn off. WE standing their ground in this bottom lane.
Yeah, issue is that Braum's going to throw up the wall, deny a lot of the damage that Ezreal can follow up on the CC chain. But more importantly, because Alistair put his face in it, means that he immediately takes an auto attack as well as a Winter's Bite. And then it's just a very quick 1-2 from Lucian before Concussive Blows is procced. So you definitely losing out on that trade. Does have the added advantage of having the Triumphant Roar, so some sustain available to him. But now, here we go. Lissandra is level 6. Like we said, the Chrono Break's available.
Yeah, Parallel Convergence does come down. Amy waiting patiently behind the brush. So 957 has Frozen Tomb. We'll see. If he does go overly aggressive, that could be very dangerous, and Amy doesn't want to waste time.
I think it's not necessarily that Amy wants to kill 957, but he was actually sitting there waiting because he expected Condi to show up. He was waiting for the counter gank.
Well, it wasn't to come, as Condi now finishes off his trackers, heading towards that Warrior Enchantment there as well, as Punished actually taking a huge round of damage from Jie here in that window of the passive. Probably a time where he probably wanted to be underneath his turret and the heck away from that rise.
So far, though, Team WE members just passively and organically winning their lanes. Yes, it's very close in this mid lane CS between Xie and Punished, but that's not where you want a rise to be.
Yeah. Imp though, that's some nice damage there onto Mystic as he takes a True Shot Barrage at the same time. There's the knock-up, Zero taking a bit there. As level 6 has been hit by Mystic, he does have the culling available if he can get into the position to use it. But right now, Yu hunting for another combo. And that is actually some good ground made from LGD on the bottom side of the map.
Again, it's the sustain from you on his Alistair kit coming in and kind of giving them the advantageous trade over the course of 3.
Yeah.
So, had the health. They've whittled down Mystic and Zero pretty significantly.
And kept up in the farm very nicely there at the same time. So, see whether one of these teams is going to want to go back relatively soon. As there's another Ring of Frost. Amy is in position one more time. Pink Ward here at the ready. It's LGD well and truly in control, and 957 is going to get knocked up. There's the claw. They don't have the CC in time to stop him from getting out.
Just the safety that Lysandra has in these side elongated lanes, especially when she's able to use Glacial Path through terrain like that. So hard to deal with when setting up ganks.
Yeah, Amy actually deciding to get the heck out of there as well as you. Is going to cop the concussive blows, but is level 6, so probably not going to get dived or anything like that. Imp making his way back into the lane, but it may actually miss out on this cannon creep.
Definitely will. In fact, Yu's just sitting here picking up solo EXP, but...
Did they just walk past? Oh no, because he was stopped. That Rek'Sai was under the ground, so he just wandered past Mystic backing. Oh, it is so sad, Amy. But I can understand how it would happen. Just didn't have the vision. Chaos Storm is going to come down here in the mid lane as GA misses a couple of Qs. And he's going to take all of the damage.
I like how
one.
the spectator didn't sell him out.
Yeah, that was good.
He was looking at Alistair. He's like, it's okay, Amy. No one's going to see. No one will ever know.
Oh, dear.
But what I was going to comment on is this seems so small, but the fact that you didn't synchronize his back with Ezreal or with Rek'Sai actually means quite a bit. Yes, Alistair gets free EXP or solo EXP, but he was already level 6, so that mark that you're trying to hit, you've already kind of achieved. And more importantly, he's not in a position where he can now group up as effectively with Amy to go and ward. Like, you don't want your support warding alone. And now this means that the Rek'Sai kind of has to wait around for Alistair to back, reset his position on the map, and then walk back towards him if they want to ward together.
Oh, 957 throws down the claw. Punish going to get tombed up. Nice gravity field's going to come in here as 957 has to flash, but that's going to be first blood going to Condi as he makes his way in. Zero was over to the side as well. WE just really wanted to kill Punished.
And this is why I also think that Lysandra still has a place in the meta, is that she's one of the few champions that on these hard carry junglers, they can get a full rotation and just instantly kill someone through the frozen tomb. It's also why I thought that Lysandra would be for that mid lane, just because the kill pressure is so much easier there on Victor than it is on Echo. But again, 957, he's the more confident Lysandra player. Does make his way mid lane anyway.
Just jumps right on top of Punished. So, nice play to come out from that Glacial Path over the wall. Marin had been given some time, though, towards the top side of the map and has actually made good use of it. 18 CS the lead now for him. Has himself some Merc trades as well as that Spectre's Cowl. So, he's going to be pretty comfortable up against the CC-heavy 957.
And it's always going to be that question of what do you sacrifice when making a play on the map. In that case, it was the farm and experience for Marin, as Amy's now actually caught.
Yeah, and Punished as well, taking a lot of damage. There's the flash forward. In fact, the exhaust comes out. Chaos Storm's going to do a lot of damage to Xie. An aggressive play that was actually counted out quite nicely with that summoner spell.
Yeah, exhaust saved his life for sure. That does mean that Mystic and Zero get to go fully aggressive on Imp and you, though, knowing where everyone is.
Yeah, exactly right. You does still have the ultimate available, as there's the ult out of Zero. They're unable to kill Imp, just Arcane shifts his way out. Xie fighting Marin here as he gets another Rune Prison out. Fair bit of damage goes in, but of course the ultimate's still available there from Marin, as Condi is just going to wander over. Quick draws right into the face of the Echo. And you're right, it's just WE just organically winning every lane.
Big thing is the fact that Marin has expended TP, and Lysandra and Rai still have their TPs available. They're now using this to abuse bot lane.
Yeah, here's the dive as Imp possibly going to get tombed. Not actually going to use it on you until that ultimate's worn off, and there it is. So you now taking a lot of damage, has to flash in order to get out, but WE don't find any kills. They just grab some summoners.
And that surely will mean the bottom outer tower if they choose to take it down, or they could choose to keep the lane up and continue to abuse Imp and you. The CS discrepancy between Lucian and Ezreal is really starting to take off, and there's not a super high priority to control this bottom side of the map simply because it's a Cloud Drake. But Team WE, pull the trigger, they're taking the free objective.
Yep, they'll move over, grab the extra movement speed out of combat, feel pretty good about it, as Marin does have a Time Winder around here, but Condi, he ain't going to get outsmited, especially not when his mid lane is going to be able to take down that dragon. And Marin and Amy just sort of had to look on and watch the big dragon fall down.
Next dragon will be the Ocean Drake. We have to ask ourselves, what did Team WE give up when making a play like that? They did expend both of their TP summoners, so Marin will have a tiny window where his will be up and Lissandra's will not.
That's a good point.
They also did a good job trading the blue buff that they lost, so a small victory there. But otherwise, it's really just a small CS lead on Marin still, and big advantage to Team WE.
Yeah, Jie still looking to finish off that Rod of Ages. Does have the Catalyst sitting there. Definitely a good combination of items for a Ryze to have. Feels very comfortable. Punished. Takes away some Raptors at this point, but is still about 20 CS behind the Ryze as Yu actually takes a full culling from Mystic, flashes forward, picks up the solo kill, and gets himself a cheeky exhaust for his trouble.
Just straight up outplayed there. Mystic has really defined himself out of this B-rate carry role into quite an achievable 80 carry in the LPL.
And not just on the Ezreal as well, which is what he was originally able to make his mark on. This Lucian looking very strong and looking like he's going towards the Essence Reaver build still, so wants to get that late game power.
Yep, not taking a team-oriented build, even though I actually think in this situation it works fairly well with the Graves, but being a bit more greedy, retaining, like you said, that late game power by prioritizing crit and CDR.
Yep, 14.5-minute Rod of Ages comes in for Jie, grabs himself some Swifties at the same time, pretty quick. Now on the Rift is the Ryze. Definitely does want to be, is now the turret under well and truly fire from WE on the bottom side of the map. That will only extend their lead further. About 2,000 gold will be the lead after that tower falls, and it probably will go down after this minion wave.
But still, priority isn't necessarily on breaking the tower and opening up things for Mystic, but continuing to punish Imp and Yu, which is why we see the immediate backs come in. Team WE, they know that they could take this at any time. They've prepped it, and it will actually fall to the creep wave. So LGD deciding that they want to get out of this lane phase, but Team WE, with a play like that, they know that they're ahead. They know that they're stronger, and they're pretty much just
oh my goodness, Yu actually going to get stunned up one more time. Does have the ultimate, but the Pulverize doesn't land onto Mystic, who turns his attention to Imp. Fantastic ultimate to predict the Arcane Flash, but Mystic able to pick that one up. Amy has turned up. It's going to be 2 kills, though, as Condi always at the right place at the right time. Mystic relentless pursued into that, didn't fall down, and they're able to pick up 3.
Beautiful play from Team WE, and this is what we were talking about. It's this confidence. And this, who would have thought the day would come where Mystic is just styling on Imp? Yes, you have a very different support structure around you, 0 versus you, but Mystic is playing phenomenally in this 2v2.
And just completely without fear. There is no fear at all out of Mystic. He's playing beautifully at the moment on this, this Lucian pickup. 2-0-2 now as well. Essence Reaver completed, now going towards something like the Static Shiv or the Phantom Dancer, depending on what he wants to do. I would like to see that duelist build with the Phantom Dancer.
But with an unlocked unlocked bottom lane, this now means that Team WE can start rotating him around with whatever build he chooses to pick and start pushing down and sieging more of these towers. So things are about to go very downhill very quickly for LGD.
Yeah, Zero actually going to turn up, finds Amy, but he is able to clear out the ward. Definitely good. Replaced immediately by Zero. Jie just able to shove very, very effectively with the ultimate.
There is a sigh of relief, however, that LGD do have the Victor, so
yeah,
they do have the wave clear available that at some point they can try to slow Team WE down before the snowball gets out of control.
Yeah, Marlon. Parallel convergence is going to be able to lock down the creep wave and protect him underneath that turret as he's now going to head back to base. Mystic just continuing to push down, wants to find another outer turret for himself. As it's just the shove wars between everyone here on WE, just trying to get these waves out further and further. And with Alessandra top lane, I mean, it's not something like an Echo or a Maokai. She's going to be building damage. She's going to have a heck of a lot of wave clear herself.
And she's going to have a brilliant power spike at the same time that Lucian does, just because she's a mid-game champion.
Oh, the culling comes out one more time. The ultimate has to come in, but Mystic, through the ult, is still able to kill you.
Solo kills on the support. That's two times now that Yu was just given free power into Mystic's hands, and he's punishing his team. Dragon spawning in 1 minute. Team WE should look to quickly chip down this top tower and then rotate towards that objective.
Yeah, Imp does have his Iceborne Gauntlet, but he's not going to be able to get up towards this outer turret at all. WE will be able to take this one down, head back to base, and grab themselves a little bit more space and power with the Ocean Drake in their back pocket. Not too worried about mana, not too worried about health. Mystic is able to lock that one down, and this guy's just a one-man wrecking crew right now.
Continue to see Team WE picking him up, moving him around, now turning their eyes on the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Amy's just in the Dragon Pit.
Well, he knows that what he's looking for is he's waiting for Zero to walk over and to ward it, because he knows that Team WE want it. So, Amy trying to be proactive there, but
didn't quite
unlucky.
Happen. Yeah, blue buff is just going to be secured by GA, grabs it himself. More than capable of doing that as Marin now looking to try and get a gank onto the rise. Parallel Convergence is here. Marin will be able to get the stun right on the edge there as Chaos Storm goes down. Punish locks that one through. Massive CC here from 957 who wants to ult himself, does so, and gets a lot of damage through. Mystic off to the side as well, still able to get some work done as Marin right up the front. But GA's dead, does have teleport in 26 seconds when he will be back alive. We'll see whether they can get some work done, but LGD now want to try and get this outer turret.
Yeah, Hail Mary play from LGD right there. They go aggressive, look for the skirmish, and come out on top on a superior rotation.
Yeah, they don't want to lose this turret, though. The ultimate comes out of Zero. Does get stunned by the gravity field, but does protect the tower as True Shot Barrage gets a lot of damage onto Mystic. And GA will be up in another 2 seconds. So the rise of the teleport is going to be able to even out this numbers game very nicely for WE. And I have a feeling they're not going to be able to continue this siege in the mid.
It doesn't necessarily mean a 100% free dragon, though. Yeah, okay, so LGD staggered their backs really nicely. They have a teleport on Marn, so they could feasibly contest this, but I think now they're like, do we contest the dragon? Imp and Punish, we're checking. No, we're not contesting it. They now back off.
Yeah, and GA went back and picked up a needlessly large rod and a Negatron cloak, so he had a lot of money as well when he did go home. I shudder to think when GA is actually able to pick up, you know, some kills as well on top of this, because the man is going to be very scary to deal with. But Condi able to take down a red buff. This guy, Silent Achiever, 3-0-0 on the Graves. Ahead in farm as well, as Amy actually going for the full Facilitators build, picking up that Aegis of the Legion. And Imp now trying to pick up as much farm as he can where he can find it on the map.
He does have his Iceborne Gauntlet. He had it last fight, so not in a terrible position from this Ezreal. It's more so the fact that everyone else lost as hard as they did. And speaking of itemization, again, I don't fault Mystic for going more the traditional AD carry build, simply because Team WE historically like to fight at that really late game period where that build will take over. But it's just unfortunate that Condi on the AD Graves is also really far ahead to not have that immediate power spike from the Black Cleaver Ghostblade, and then to also empower the other 3-0 champion on your team.
Maybe Condi can just build a Black Cleaver as his 4th item or something like that after that Mora Malmortius, because of course Graves can do it as well, just can't quite stack it as fast as a Lucian. Does like the cooldown reduction though.
Oh, so does Lucian.
Yeah.
Just equates into safety. But at this point, LGD have a 6-minute window where things should be relatively calm on the map, and you can look for individual picks as Team W are doing
Speaking of which,
that.
957 played that one out beautifully. The ultimate has to be flashed here from Marin, who's just now on the Great Escape. Claw of Doom comes in. 957 wants to try and lock down this Echo. In the meantime, LGD actually make use of the space that Marin is creating. He's even going to be able to get out. Nice play from this Echo as he creates enough distance in order to get themselves a turret.
Yeah, big error from Team WE. It should have just been a farm fest there for their Rise and their Lucian to look towards that late game and to continue to keep even with LGD and then just continue to beat them around every turn. But instead, they get greedy, they tunnel in on Marn, and LGD have a really nice response. So, glimmer of hope may be dimmed.
Punished. Could be in a lot of trouble here as the Chaos Storm goes down. Gravity Field not going to get any stuns as there's the exhaust, but GA just doesn't seem to be worried about it. Storm Raider Surge gives him a lot of movement speed, But eating that whole Chaos Storm is very dangerous. True Shot Barrage very close out of him.
That was actually really nice timing on the exhaust from Punish. Didn't immediately panic exhaust, waited until Xie really got on top of him and was looking for second rotation of burst before tagging him with the exhaust.
Yeah, Q play. Sigh of relief now out of LGD. But Xie is going to go back, see whether he finishes off the Seraph's Embrace, or at least Archangel stuff. There it is. Seraph's immediately done for the Rise. So his 2-item spike, well and truly in effect, and also has himself a cheeky little book. So we'll see whether he goes for something like a Void Star from here and then heads towards Guardian Angel or something like that, or whether he actually does want the Abyssal Scepter that he could be building towards right now. Makes a bit of sense when you do have 957, but I guess, you know, he's already got one, so maybe not.
I actually would really like a Void Staff.
Yeah.
Personally,
so
Spirit Visage is, like you said, completed on Marn. Locket should be done eventually by you if he
Well,
continues.
it's actually already done by Amy.
Okay, there you go. So Locket already online. I think Void Staff would be the right option, but seen some peculiar Rise builds as now at Amy.
Yeah, looking for 957. Nice ward is going to spot him out. So Lysandra just claws back. Nice little pink ward here up towards the top side for LGD. Condi's going to find Amy. Lots of damage here out of this Graves. Look at that. End of the line comes in, but gets into his one of his tunnels. Zero unable to follow up on too much. Well, Mystic in the mid lane setting up, as you can see.
So Team WE are trying to hold on.
Yeah, Punished in trouble once again as there's the teleport from LGD. Xie has to flash, but it might be a little bit too late here as Marin has made his way in Death Ray. Seraph's Embrace Shield is going to come out, but Xie is running out of options right here. Does have the ultimate available. My God, almost turned it onto Punish there, but not going to find it. Does get a big summoner spell though.
And the thing is Team WE had a teleport, so they could have followed up on that, but instead choosing to continue with the play that they've been setting up, which is deep warding or their triangle vision alongside LGD's red buff and contesting for this mid and top tower.
Imp as well, keeping himself safe, protecting that turret. And WE did at least get a bit of chip damage on that inner on the top side. Imp actually coming around looking for this red buff as Condi just going to smite that one away. Nice defensive ultimate out of Zero, and they actually want to start this fight. There's the Frozen Tomb onto Imp, but he flashes himself to safety. Can he get the work done? 957 falls at the hands of the Ezreal already as Zero is falling down low. Death Ray going to come in, punished. Grabs the kill onto the Braum, and WE, positional mistake.
And it looked so good initially. The Frozen Tomb hit multiple members, but good response from Imp.
Yeah.
So staying true, being that all-star AD carry, and Punished also looking much better on this Victor play. So where you has had some issues in the early game, the AD carry and AP carry starting to compensate for LGD.
Precisely, and it's now only 1,000 gold, the difference between these two teams. Marin was able to clean up that bottom outer turret, so getting themselves back even on turrets taken this game.
Team WE have lost so much momentum that they had from the early game. So again, they were just completely dominating that bot lane through Lucian and Braum. But once they've unlocked them, LGD have done a phenomenal job on kind of two key skirmishes to either absorb a bunch of time or find picks and trade towers. And it's in these messy macro decisions that Team WE have made around the map that LGD have actually had to shore up a lot of their early game blunders.
Yeah, and also the fact that, you know, Xie was unable to help out with that last fight and sort of WE relying on all of their members working together as opposed to anything else. But Dragon is going to respawn one more time. It's going to be Ocean Drake number 2 here for WE. Lots of siege potential now out of this team as Condi does lock that one down. Amy a little bit late. As Xie still stuck inside the pit. WE may be forced to fight this one as they're trying to throw in some poke. Parallel Convergence will be available there for Marin as he's going to make his way in. Could be a possible massive stun. Big knockups to come in here as Zero already dead. Frozen Tomb is down. Mystic able to get work done here as Amy is going to eat the culling and fall. Marin off to the back line as he uses the Chrono Break. Massive damage out of it, actually. The base is pretty high as 957 is able to lock down him before he falls, but massive triple kill out of the Ezreal and Condi. Now the last man standing. Punish grabs it. That's the ace for LGD.
LGD's team fighting looked better in their series against Vici Gaming, and it's proved here against Team WE. Great layering of CC as well as their damage abilities, particularly from Punish and Imp. Both these members are stepping up.
Just gigantic.
Thing to look for here is, of course, the big pulverize and how it's beautifully layered with the parallel convergence as well. It opens up just a brilliant line of the Victor Laser, the Ezreal True Shot Barrage, as well as the Chaos Storm all overlapping.
And Marin as well, just creating so much space for his team. Made sure that Mystic, Condi, multiple people are fighting just the Echo, and LGD just steamroll through. And it looks relatively easy. The man's farming exceptionally at the same time. And look at this. Punished, topping the damage.
And this is a question that we had going into Team WE versus LGD. We know that WE love to play games late, and they love to have the confidence that they'll win that one decision late game that gives them the game. But against the likes of LGD, yes, they've had a really rough couple of splits, but you still have Imp, and you still have Marn on this roster. And if you take it to 6 items, do you really want to roll the dice against a world MVP and a world champion, or 2 world champions and a world MVP?
I certainly wouldn't, Brusco. Not going to lie to you. Mystic has actually finished off his Mora Malmortius here as well, so he wanted to make sure that he can survive punished Marin and Imp's damage. So yeah, no, like, look, flat out would not want to do that, as GA has actually finished the Abyssal Scepter. I don't like doubling up on that one. The passive's redundant. That's fine. If they are going to continue having these split team fights, then being able to layer that one is a little bit more difficult.
Also giving him protection.
Yeah.
Something that the Void Staff won't give you. So you're technically still getting penetration, but just minimizing it a bit to cop some defense against the like of magic damage on Echo, magic damage on Rek'Sai, magic damage on Victor, magic damage on Ezreal.
Yep. Magic damage on Alistar.
He doesn't count.
Yeah, super powerful. That trample, man. OP. But punished. Having a fantastic game. 5-on-4. 100% kill participation for the Victor. This is a guy that we haven't looked for making these massive plays and being able to facilitate the rest of his team as effectively. And he has done so this time around. You mentioned the fact that he's having a much better game. Just want to reiterate, because it's not exactly a PowerPoint here for LGD that we're normally expecting to exist.
I'm actually higher on Punish than a lot of other analysts in the office.
Yeah?
I thought his performance on Unlimited Potential, particularly on Victor and Twisted Fate, are actually...
Oh, LGD. The trap is here. GA does have to flash out of the way. Could have gone over the wall. Decides not to. Is you just going to use the Pulverize on the ground. They get a big cooldown.
Yeah, I think Punish is actually relatively good on a limited champion pool. I think his individual performance on Unlimited Potential was pretty good. Pretty decent.
I remember liking his Kassadin a little while back.
His Twisted Fate pretty much single-handedly beat EDG when they were on their tear.
Yep, good
by
point.
countering out the Clear Love Evelyn pick.
Like
He's
it.
a big Twisted Fate player.
They were actually hovering it for a little bit as well, deciding not to play it this time around. The Victor does seem to be the right choice, though, as he now has a Rabbidan's Death Cap, perfect hex score, and as well as the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, so he's pretty happy.
I mean, the thing to understand with LGD is they had kind of just gotten themselves together last split. You know, trading out Acorn, taking Marn, yes, it's an upgrade, but you're still working on a new team, kind of finding their bearings together. Now you've removed the shot caller. You have a brand new support. So you're kind of back to square one. And LGD notoriously starts slow.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of expectations that this team was supposed to perform 2015 Worlds, didn't, but everyone keeps expecting them to be still this big elite team, and people just need to size that back down. This is a brand new team. Jungler's new, support's new, Marn only has a split underneath his belt, now working with a completely different shot caller. It's going to take them time to get it together. And they're facing across from a roster in Team WE that didn't make any changes.
The most stable in the LPL, yeah. It's a very good point. We'll see whether, you know, the WE rule is going to continue to be in effect. 3 minutes to go until their wondrous 35-minute mark. The WE do find themselves pretty pleased in. They do have complete control of these dragons as well, so that Elder Drake going to be helping them out a little bit more. But with only oceans, only clouds, it's a different sort of story for this WE roster. Condi still clearing things out in the jungle. This guy has close to 40 CS ahead. Mortal Reminder already completed as well for the Graves.
This is also where LGD have really thrived in these big 5v5s around the Dragon Pit. We'll see if Team WE continue to
It's
pressure
a mountain break
into
as
it.
well. This is a big deal. As WE do not want to lose this one without a fight. The ward goes in. Condi trying to clear out Vision where he can. Now has to try and make his way over. Gravity Field is there. Not going to be able to make it in there as the Dragon does fall, and that is the most important Dragon going to LGD this game. As Imp may actually be caught out of position. Bit late on the QSS, but is still going to be able to throw it down. Unbreakable not going to block the True Shot Barrage just yet. But WE still very, very healthy. Marin across the backside, but he takes a lot of damage. The culling, the full version thrown down onto the Echo as Yu. He's going to make his way over the top, but he's all alone. Has to flash his way back. In goes the claw. 957 is going to get in there. They grab the pick on the support, and can WE get anything more? Mystic at full health. Chaos Storm just floats by. And now GA throws down the ult, just secures this outer turret in the mid lane.
All said is done. It will be a Dragon traded for a tower, mostly because Imp and Yu, again, the bot lane for LGD, were kind of caught out on precarious positions. So good capitalization from Team WE to make something count, but here comes a counter TP.
Yeah, LGD actually looking for it this time around as GA getting surrounded by LGD members. 957 right in amongst it, but look at Imp getting chased down by Mystic. 957 over the top is going to be able to lock that one down. Amy takes so much damage, but GA is going to fall in the end. Condi trying to get some work done as Marin does have to use his ult to get himself out. Zero right in amongst it here as 957. Another tomb comes in, and Punish is going to fall. That is massive for WE. The claw one more time as Marin, he's trying to escape, but the CC chain's too strong. 957 grabs that kill. Zero still looking for more as Amy is going to get out, but he was the only one that wasn't dead in the last little while.
What was looking so good for LGD was simply undone by a single bad decision to follow up a counterfight on TP. It will now be a Baron, only Yu up and able to contest. Amy on top with Rek'Sai.
Yep, three wards over the top as well.
Level 16 smite to level 14.
Yeah, Condi actually out of this pit though. Possible smite to come in as the ultimate does come down from Yu. Look at the patience here out of the Rek'Sai as Amy waiting to try and get a possible steal. In he goes. This might be a little bit too early though. As a True Shot Barrage not going to be enough as the Baron's going to fall in. WE just ticking over 35 minutes. Welcome to the highest gold lead in the game so far.
Son of Baron comes through though. Condi secures the smite, which means that Team WE have now blown this game pretty wide open for themselves.
And look at the item buys as well. Now Bloodthirster completed from Mystic. You got a Guardian Angel onto GA in the mid lane. That's a Moramel Mortius now completed here for Condi at the same time. He's on 4 items, just looking for that one more. Serrated Dirk is now completed at the same time. See what he is going to go for as his last item. If that's a last item Ghostblade, that'd be weird. Kind of like it though.
But it was really LGD again, undoing themselves on a single poor decision on a team fight. We go back to this idea that this is still a brand new roster. They're working out the kinks. They're trying to learn, what everyone's preferences are. And it could have just been an issue of miscommunication that undoes LGD in this late game where Team WE have been so stable, have been so consistent.
Yeah. Well, WE now moving towards the top side. That Baron buff needs to do some work for them. As you can see, Punished, he's trying to make sure that GA doesn't knock down his front door, or his back door, I guess. This is going to be the bottom lane.
His bottom door?
Yeah, Amy is actually going to head over the top. We do have a flash available from GA, who does use it, but maybe not in the direction he wants. Is the chase not going to happen? WE just say, all right, you can chase down our mid lane, and we're just going to take your top inhibitor turret. In goes the claw, but 957 not going to follow it. They just need to finish off that turret. They are going to do so here as Mystic is able to lock that one down. Yu has to use the ultimate as Marin in there. Does get a stun onto Zero, but the ultimate flies through. LGD, they pick up the support. Can't get too much more as the culling is actually going to do absolutely nothing. Marin wants to find Mystic. They have had their base broken.
The issue isn't not necessarily that more resources were put to counter out Xie rather than defending the base. It was what resources were allocated where. The fact that the primary wave clear in Victor was dealing with Ryze when he should have been top.
That's a very good point. So that lead is going to extend with the falling of that turret. Only 5-3. WE still need to get some more work done with this Baron, but we'll see what they can actually do. As you're right, I mean, if Punished is actually there, attending to these waves, he can do a heck of a lot of work. This is a 5-item Victor. is looking extraordinarily strong.
Punish is massive, 6-2-4. Likewise, Emp 5-3-4. The carries from LGD are doing wonders. It's now making sure that their tank line is communicating properly and working together to create space and opportunity for them. Or getting picked out.
Yeah, there's the claw. Frozen Tomb's going to go down as Marin does have to use the ultimate, but he's not going the direction he wants to. The passive's there. What's movement speed? But Mystic is just probably going to get this kill delivered to him. Nice work. Picks that one up, and it's relatively easy.
Condi, hello? Through his ultimate?
Well, you know, that's what Condi does. Secures kills by, throwing down his ult. That being said, it is going to be a pick-off. We'll see whether anything else is going to come of it. 8-1-7 now for Mystic. Only missing out on 1 kill participation in this whole game. And they are going to be able to translate this into the inner turret. Without their tank, they can't really get much done. Yu does have his Unbreakable Will available one more time.
Punish is in position, though.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Gravity Field goes down. Bit of chip damage on this inhibitor turret.
It's a good thing that they do have a cannon wave, so continuing to poke at that, although there it goes.
Just wore off. WE now moving back. Turret falls in the mid lane, though, as 957 getting some good work done offside.
This is going to be really dangerous. Marin is up in 7 seconds. Yeah, okay, this is a good call. So Team WE don't want to overextend, don't want to overstay their welcome. Really respecting Marin's death timer. As I say that, they're setting up a trap.
Yeah, they were, but Prey Seeker is going to find them. They were moving around a little bit too much, I think, with the entrance of Amy. And now, yeah, the little sploochies are going to be enough to make the work done. But GA looking for a home guard teleport here.
If they fight this Elder Dragon, they're sitting on a lot of individual gold. They just took down 2 global structures.
Yeah.
So this is actually just really poor back management from Team WE. It gives LGD at least, not the opportunity to take the Elder Dragon, just because it takes a long time to kill it, but to at least move into the area and start setting up vision. As I say that, LGD are like, we see your terrible backs, and we raise you. Also terrible stagnant backs.
That was their play. That's the maneuver. We will also just back badly. That is Lord Dominic's regard, though, completed here for Mystic. He's got 6 items. 6 items as well for GA, as the Void Staff was picked up. Decent power play there. It's 4.5k.
Yeah, they got a ton out of it. They executed with the Baron wonderfully. It was literally just the back half of it that was mismanaged, as we're now going to contest the Elder Drake. Again, this is a very big monster.
Yeah, immediate ultimate here from you. And even with that, will still fall down as WE have already got the pick, and that is so much of the CC needed in this chain. Now dead. Amy trying to find his way in tunnels through, but it's just going to take a lot of damage. Really nice Chaos Storm there, but 957 is going to be able to lock down Amy. Punished now as well, struggling in the face of 957, who has to flash out of the way. Zero, not dead somehow. Not entirely sure how. That is going to be a 2-for-0 in favor of WE.
And WE's gold disparity is speaking for itself. Not only were they able to fight LGD and pick up some kills, but they were also able to fight the Elder Dragon. So.
Oh my god, there's the flash forward. Imp in trouble. Mystic locks down the kill. Now dancing away from Marin where he can, and that Bloodthirster is doing so much work. Marin has to now escape as Jia gets exhausted. Now his damage is going to be right out in front of him as Punished is running away. Decent gravity field is going to knock him back. That is a big knockback, as Yu is going to headbutt him out of the way as well. But this could be the base broken open, and the first inhibitor of the game falling down for WE.
With Punish blinking red, the wave clear isn't available for them, so it will be possibly 2 inhibitors, as a lot of pings are going towards the top side of the map. Reminder, Team WE are sitting on so much gold still. After they make this back, if they don't end it here, they'll be unstoppable.
Yeah, Frozen Tomb comes out. Marin just eats it, though, like a boss. Not worried about that damage at all. Does have a fountain available to him. They haven't taken down the top inhibitor, though. There were minions crashing onto it, but bottom lane inhibitor is the one that they want, because Baron's up in another 24 seconds, and they'll have super creeps helping them with that one. Just 6 items for everyone. This is just crazy. Condi,
it's just
4, 1,
the
and
top
10.
laner.
Yeah. But even on the side of LGD, we're getting to the point where gold's becoming irrelevant. And it is an 11,000 gold lead, most definitely for WE, but, you know, some stages, that doesn't matter. If everyone's given 150,000 gold, literally makes no difference.
It's just the race to 6 items. Unfortunately for LGD, they've lost complete control of the map simply because an inhib, or the Baron inhib, is down, as well as their top inhib is exposed. WE have their pick of the litter, and this is exactly where they like to be in all of their games. We call WE kind of the card counters of the LPL. They sit and they play the long game, and they just watch you until you make that one single mistake. They only beat you once, and they hit you hard.
They most certainly do. And now Super Creeps having to be dealt with here by LGD is punished way back in base. And the Baron is available. Amy is hanging out in the area, just using that Tremor Sense to make sure she knows what's going on, is the Rek'Sai. Imp waiting for that one more item. Punished, completely done with his build. This guy is massive. Morellonomicon actually completed here. Smoke screen going to come down. Condi, they know exactly where he is. Just patrolling around the Baron. Has actually been started. They don't have anyone who can really tank it all that well on the side of WE.
But they do have a very different strength of smite, level 18 to level 16.
Yeah, and an Ocean Drake, meaning that they can start it up and then just get heaps of regen. But here could be the fight. Big ultimate out of Zero, actually setting things up quite nicely here now as Marin putting himself around the side. True Shot Barrage locks down Condi for a lot of damage, but Amy's just going to get obliterated. Not on the same page here with LGD as the Rek'Sai, and just throws himself in when they weren't ready to commit.
LGD unfortunately have a very small window. They have about one more wave to kind of contest this before their Nexus Tower will be under threat. Without their jungler, they have to fight.
Yeah, and look at this. The Baron is going to fall down. LGD is going to make their way in. Condi locks down the Baron, though, and look at the Frozen Tomb out of 957. Heaps of work done as he's able to kill the support at the same time. GA takes down Punished, and now LGD just on the run. I mean, 957, just teleport into the base, man. You can finish this game.
I think that's exactly what he's going to do, resetting his position on the map, and there he goes.
Yeah, there's the teleport. So right on top of a minion. Already one Nexus turret is going to fall down. Look at all that wave clear available here for 957. As Zero is going to get taken down by Imp, but Mystic is so big. It's just scary out of this Lucian. And now Marin fighting Super Creeps, fighting WE. Condi here as well. Seems to be fighting everyone, but the Nexus will eventually fall down. WE, in the end, it's a very solid performance, but once again, LGD actually able to fight back through most of the early and mid game.
But do not be fooled by a late game against Team WE. This is where they like to put themselves, and they consciously do it every single time.
Yeah, they most certainly do. And look, I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that, I mean, LGD played well in where they're strong, but you getting caught out multiple times in that early game made Mystic this completely bogus dominating force on the Lucian. It was just too scary to deal with.
LGD had, I think, 2 good team fights as well as one initial good pick on that mid lane. So again, great individual performances from some of their members. I want to highlight Imp, Marn, and Punished in particular, but like you said, unfortunately, Amy and you were just too much fodder for Mystic.
And look at Mystic. Picks up the kill, and now straight in there on top of Amy, who could have just turned around and auto-attacked him and he would have died, but man was confident in his team. As this is the fight that LGD were able to, send WE skyrocketing. Glad that we have this particular perspective for that one, because they went pretty high into the air.
They're breaking the 180 camera rule.
Oh, damn right. We're breaking all that. This is the 360 camera rule now.
It's fine, because they're not making any cuts. No, but what this team fight proves is that LGD have the tools. They can get everything going, but to consistently do it, that's the issue. It's the consistency.
Yeah.
And I just want to re-emphasize this. A lot of new players on the roster, still building synergy. LGD historically starts slow.
Certainly do.
It's now a question of development. You know, what does this ceiling of this iteration of LGD look like? You go across, you say, okay, Punished, probably not as good as Wayless. You, probably not as good as PYL, so it's not going to be to the height of the 2015 summer playoff LGD. But they don't necessarily have to reach that high.
Yeah.
Just hit the bar.
And we'll see whether they can actually do it. Of course, they still do have one more game, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to throw to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether LGD can reach that ceiling and come up with a victory in this best of 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. WE, we're just able to take down LGD, and our MVP is going to be Mystic. 11, 1, and 10. The guy did a lot of damage. Certainly had a good start in this series.
He pretty much dominated the bottom lane. And yes, it's the difference between Zero and you, but was still outplaying Imp pretty convincingly in a couple of those team fights. So great job for Mystic. We talk about this. Kind of started out as a B-rate AD carry and quickly moving up into the A and S tier, especially with that performance.
Most certainly was. And this was fantastic. Just able to catch you out of position, headbutts him away, but then just culls him to death.
Just kills him.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of that.
Poor.
I think he did that on 3 different occasions, once in the top lane as well, but just so confident, so aggressive, and this was the primary difference between these two teams is the trust fall exercises and teamwork.
Like this one, for instance, that is just ludicrous.
Whereas LGD didn't look like they were on the same page. Again, new roster, trying to work out the kinks, but Team WE didn't make any changes over the offseason, and it definitely shows as they continue to be a dominant force.
Yeah, even through the ultimate there, so Mystic playing extraordinarily well. You can see even fans in the audience making sure that they're cheering on their favorite player. So WE looking very, very strong moving in. LGD showed signs of life, though, and it was team fights that they were actually able to take in the mid game that was really looking to put LGD in a forerunning position. But unfortunately, they weren't able to do it before 35 minutes struck, and as soon as it did, 5,000 gold lead, and WE just ran away with the game.
Yep. Team WE very good at recognizing and drafting late game power spikes, knowing when they're strong and the correct places to fight. Yes, they fumbled about 2 team fights there. We're also caught out once in the mid lane, but otherwise complete control of the tempo and pace of that game, and should expect to continue to see that from them in the LPL. This is an uphill battle for LGD.
Most certainly is, and now momentum not really with them as well moving into game number 2. Are there any things that sort of stand out to you as far as changing things? Because honestly, it was a very interesting team comp. They only had a Braum as far as like big frontline was concerned, and they utilized the double AP. They had just massive amounts of CC. They could chain it very well with 957 going back to his roots on the Lissandra pickup. And do you have to adapt to that? Because that's sort of an off-the-wall type comp.
No, not really, because I don't even think it was executed as cleanly as possible for Team WE. We had that discussion about, the Ryze Lissandra being in the mid of the top lane. They used the Lissandra in the mid lane anyway, so I think it's more so Amy has to be relevant, and they've tried it on a couple of different jungle picks, and it's just not working out for him. So I almost think target Condi and try to get Amy just the most powerful pick possible just to be underneath. Because, Mar and Imp, they can play everything. Punish, she's going to play a control mage. There's too many of them in the game. Probably not going to be a problem. Yep. And I don't know if you can save that yet. So just save Amy. Just try to get him in the game.
Get him on something as powerful as possible. I mean, he did manage to pick up Kindred in some of their past matches and wasn't quite able to make it work. But regardless, it is going to be banned away as WE take it off the board with the Swain, as Lucian and Azir have been taken off from LGD as they move to the blue side. Really changing as far as these bans are concerned.
See what the priority is for Imp. Obviously doesn't want to be stuck in that matchup again.
Very true.
Coach Hart behind LGD.
And Maokai actually going to be banned away here from LGD as well. Ryze is going to hit the bench. Not going to let that one go through first round. As LGD now with the power pick potential. Echo is available, but Marin didn't find success on it last time. We'll see what they really want to take away, as Nidalee is an opportunity for Amy.
Nidalee is also a big opportunity for Condi, but Vladimir was the other one that escaped it.
Yeah, that is a big deal. As Punish could possibly be playing that. Marin, of course, could be playing it on the top side of the map at the same time. Condi looking at the kitty lady, and the Bard is there for Zero. My God, if we're talking about power picks for this team, they are a couple of them, not to be locked in just yet. So we do have 43 seconds on the clock for them to make up their mind.
So, will Vladimir be enough to compensate for Condi's Nidalee?
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about Vlad, since he's been pretty much permabanned. We've seen him a couple of times in the LCS as well as the LPL. How Vlad works is he's impossible to trade with right now. So his resource bar into Crimson Rush stacks up very easily.
Yep, couple of Qs.
About 2 of them. And then once he has that stacked, he just runs at you. And due to the life steal that he gets back off of the Q damage, cannot trade with him. And so he can just stand on the back caster creeps and be obnoxious.
Go to work in other words. But WE actually decided not to take away the Nidalee. It is going to be the Sivir locked in for Mystic, as that Lucian was taken off the board. So bottom lane already there. I do like this. If Amy does lock away the Elise, he has played it before, didn't quite find too much success, but if he can move around the map, I feel like Elise could be a good option. Also works well into Nidalee because you have your little spiderlings follow you and they tank up all of the spears.
The real question is what AD carry will Imp play? He's now played 5 unique in all 5 of his games.
Yeah.
Are we going to see some overlap? Is this the day?
Wow. He's played Lucian, Twitch, Sivir, Vayne, and Ezreal now. He's got...
Is he going to go for Caitlyn?
Yeah, I think Caitlyn is definitely an option. Varus is another option there. Very strong in the bottom lane at the moment.
I'm trying to
Tristana.
stick in the meta.
Yep. Ashe is another option.
Oh, Ashe.
That's
good
an
year,
actual
good
serious
year.
one. That's a serious one. As opposed to the Varus, which not great, really.
I actually really like Ashe, especially against Sivir too.
Yeah.
Because you just wait for her to just reflex spell shield a volley, and then you're like, gotcha.
Sorry. And if she doesn't, then you've just shot her with a volley and it's done a lot of damage.
Yep.
All good. But it is going to be the Elise locked in as well as the Braum for you. So trying not to reveal their hand too much over the side of LGD. Not necessarily picking up power picks, but definitely picking up flexible picks.
I like that they're taking the CC. So the reason why Team WE didn't want to take Nidalee in second rotation is because they were confident that LGD wouldn't. Simply because Vladimir Nidalee, how are you going to kill or catch anyone with that? That is a 0 CC jungle mid duo. So they take the Elise to try to give some power there in terms of crowd control, which means that Condi can pick it up later on in the rotation.
Well, Condi is going to be able to grab it, so Nidalee is there, as well as the Lissandra, which is now definitely a flex pick here for WE, as GA has played a heck of a lot of it in the past, but 957 played it last game. So more than happy to play that. And that is going to be Vayne picked up one more time for Imp, so his first redo on a champion
Most
is going
played
to be
champion,
the Vayne.
Vayne.
Yeah. Most played champion in the LPL this split. Nailed it. Perfect. Into a Sivir as well, which I believe is something that he liked to do.
It's a counter pick.
Yeah, no, it was picked into Ezreal last time, I think.
It's also a
Still
counter
works quite
pick.
well. Yeah. I dig it. And now, Marin thinking about his champion of choice. Very interesting, the fact that he can pick a last option Echo. It is going to be locked in here. So Marin, back-to-back Echo games. And that is going to be more CC available now as well for LGD, if that parallel convergence can be placed right. I do like it making up for the lack of CC on Vladimir by picking it up on every other champion.
It
Now
also
WE to
means
answer.
that LG across the board have superior kind of 1v1 and 2v2 matchups, so the potential to really snowball that way, which takes a lot of pressure off of Amy from making sure that his lanes either go neutral or win.
Yeah, I like it. GA thinking about picking up the Kassadin into the Vladimir matchup. Doesn't sound like it'd go all that well. We'll see how he goes. It is going to be locked in, so GA throwing the gauntlet here in the mid lane as he locks away the Kassadin.
I mean, I think the mentality here is that you're just going to pick something that's going to scale just as hard.
Yeah.
Kassadin will also have his shield when he tries to make some trades. That said, Vladimir was able to out-trade Victor with his shield at level 1. So we'll see if it goes better for Kassadin.
Well, not entirely sure whether it will, but GA will have definitely the mobility to back him up and the advantage in that regard.
It's going to be a very rough couple of early levels, though.
Most certainly will. But WE have locked themselves down a pretty powerful bottom lane. We'll see what is going to be able to come out of LGD in the response. Imp probably has something to prove moving into this game, especially now that he is on the Vayne to really get the work done.
I feel like this is just lane dominance coming out of LGD versus long-range pick potential. And again, Team WE, they like to play late, and picks can be game-changing in those moments. So this is something they're very practiced with.
But WE do need to rely on getting an advantage or making sure that their CC hits multiple people because they're so squishy. Just really frightening. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get into game number 2. So we are going to have a look at WE, drinking their coffee, having a look at things. We do have a pause to start off this particular match. We'll be back into it as soon as possible. As WE champing at the bit, ready to get onto the Rift. And look, that the last thing that was raised about this comp being very squishy. Do you think it's going to be a problem?
It's so unfortunate. Like, as a color caster, you just hold on to how compositions work because you wait for them to be executed and then you bring your color point. But in the LPL, we just get so many pauses that I'm like, well, I guess I'm just going to blow everything that I had about these compositions saved up.
Yep. Come on, bring it.
So if you look at LGD's comp, something that's very cool is the tower dive potential.
Yeah.
So you have an Elise and you have a Vladimir. And now towers were changed in how they're juggling aggro. It's a lot harder. It's not going to reset the damage. But with Vladimir's W as well as the Elise repel, and the thing is we see this every time Vladimir is being picked, is that he has so much threat and damage underneath the tower that he pretty much just runs through it and then just pools and trollolols away. It has great synergy with Amy on that Elise pick. And so if this Vladimir gets rolling, I expect that to be something to watch for. Now, you do have anti-dive in the pick of the Bard for 0, so Team WE do have some options that they can play around with it, as well as anti-dive on Alessandra. But otherwise, again, Team WE's comp is about long-range pick. You've got the Tempered Fate Hail Mary throw into the On the Hunt to just run everyone down there. Likewise, playing around Fog of War with Kassadin and Lysandra and their mobility in jungle corridors to get onto backlines to blow everyone up. And then it's just Nidalee kind of controlling everything, keeping everyone healthy, and assisting with Siege. So that's kind of how these two comps look. So look for long-range pick potential in the late game from Team WE, as well as Vladimir and Elise to hopefully get leads and to be diving towers.
Do we think that maybe, we were talking about LGD, we were talking about the fact that Amy is largely a problem for this team at the moment, the fact that he's not able to get into position to gank lanes as effectively. Now with the fact that, he's got the Vladimir lane, he's got the Echo lane, two champions that are fantastic at diving turrets, what with their untargetability, especially after Echo hits level 6, not to mention the fact that he has a shield on his parallel convergence as well. Things looking great as far as that is concerned, at least able to aid that extraordinarily well, but he has to be there for Oscarin. Do we think that this is going to be hinging a lot on Amy and his ability to play this one out?
But it's more so on Amy being proactive rather than reactionary. So when you're diving someone underneath someone's tower, it's obviously you seeing that my top lane or my mid laner are so far ahead that there is kill pressure here, as opposed to Amy needing to show up to save the day simply because Marn's getting 1v3'd and he just needs his jungler there. So it's a very different instance. A different point to stress. It's more going to be about how far ahead can LGD plan, how effective will they be with it, rather than Amy's self-awareness over the game to predict where the enemy opponent's going to be.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And Condi as well is probably going to try and make his life hell by getting into that jungle, really ripping things apart with that Nidalee pickup. And of course, it is something that he has found a lot of success on. Has been falling away just a little bit because we've whenever we see one of Kindred or Nidalee banned away or something like that, it's you get both of them generally, and you are going to be picking from those other junglers. But often it's the Kindred that gets through, and you don't then see the Nidalee. So it's exciting to see what Condi's going to be able to do on this pick as he's going to eat his way through the jungle. We are back onto Summoner's Rift, though, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, LGD, now moving up towards the top side as 957 pops down a ward, isn't going to push his luck, as it looks like a lane swap is in mind here for LGD.
They were spotted out by the ward, however, so we'll see if they're able to get it still. Emp did cheekily reposition himself, is now walking back towards the top side.
And you can see Silverbard wander towards that ward on the bottom side of the map as well, as it has been pinged.
They should investigate and figure this out relatively quickly, though. Typically, bards like to invade level 1 to make the most of their meeps.
Yep, meep slap into
slap.
Cosmic Binding.
No, it's just about the slap.
Don't even worry about the Q.
Don't
level
worry
anything.
about
Just
it.
wander in and smack someone about the head.
Meep slap into 2 auto attacks, Cosmic Binding into Ignite. That guy's dead.
What a powerhouse. What a boss.
What a god.
Mm-hmm.
Lane swap initiated.
Damn right. So you and Imp going to start on the Gromp here. He's going to be 957, looking to try and get amongst it after he's helped out with these Krugs in order to get himself at least 3 creeps. Condi pouncing around this one. Does get himself some resets. Of course, this is pre-change Nidalee. Not going to have that. He's going to have that reset very, very easily, instead of having to just deal with it being lowered in cooldown by a little bit.
Marn going ahead and beating his counterpart to lane, gets the 3 creeps. Likewise, 957 gets them as well, just a little bit slower. And we have now initiated double jungling. And the lane swap commences, so...
Ah, sick Cosmic Binding.
What this does mean is that the mid lane is isolated. This Vladimir will get all of the opportunity to punish this Kassadin, especially in these early levels.
Well, 957 actually turning onto you here just a little bit. Let's get himself some concussive blows as Condi is going to make his way out. 957 says, oh, come on, man. You took all of those. Now I'm still level 1.
I think the adaptation that Team WE need to make, especially with this Bard, is instead of letting the mid lane be isolated, take these windows where the towers are going down and people are repositioning the lanes and gank this mid lane, like what you see Zero doing.
Yeah, Zero does have to contest with a heck of a lot of creeps who are hanging around, but Xie at least does get a cup of cocoa out of it. Reach towards the sugar cube, Coco. Give us some more. But 5CS is the lead at the moment. Punish probably going to continue to move ahead in this lane with that range advantage, with that Vladimir advantage that he does have. We'll see whether GA can weather the storm.
Team WE choosing not to fast push this despite the fact that they had 2 waves coming in. Instead, they let the counter wave push in and change the aggro of the creeps. So they should just be feeding this one towards their top laner.
Condi actually coming down to deliver an attack speed buff to Mystic, possibly, as Amy's able to lock down his blue buff. Well, lots of extra jungle speed out of the Nidalee. Ahead a little bit. They aren't going to be able to grab this minion, this turret on this wave. WE may be behind a little bit on this turret push.
And again, it was just kind of mismanaging the creep aggro again. Not as precise as they would have liked it, but it will mean that they can rotate into this dragon before swapping back, so Ocean Drake advantage in the end.
Yeah, 957 actually able to lock down this turret as well, so he gets himself the local gold. Marin going to do the same thing. Actually gives it to Imp as well.
Unfortunately for LGD, they're not in a position where they were able to stack up their wave and utilize Lisa's pushing power to push through to get some sort of counterplay on that dragon take. But they will get a counterplay on the mid lane.
Yeah, Xie could be in a lot of trouble here.
Just
Flash
gonna
is
walk
available.
back towards his.
Yeah, but there's the flash pull. Getting the slow for Punish. Xie is going to flash, but it's still going to get hit. My God, everyone piling on top, and Punish grabs first blood for LGD.
So the question was, by losing the dragon, what do LGD trade for it? They could have made the choice to conserve their creep wave and try to push into Team WE's inner top tower, but instead they used that 5-second window, duck into Fog of War, and translate this into an advantage for Punished, giving Vladimir that first blood on Kassadin.
Did expend his flash, though. You did mention the fact that you do probably have to try a little bit harder to keep this Vlad down. Does, of course, have the pool available to him, though, and 7CS now the lead for the Vlad with a wave in a very nice position.
He's also got a level advantage, as well as his Ghost still available for him. So even though he doesn't have Flash, he's still in a very nice situation in terms of safety in the lane.
And Ghost is arguably better for a Vladimir as well, just considering the fact that you can pull and create so much more distance just over a longer period of time.
One of the few champions that Summoner spell does effective work for.
Oh, Punish. Building up that Crimson Rush, as you can see there. There's Imp and you trying to push this wave towards the turret. Another one's going to crash in. LGD looking to try and grab as many as they can. Condi on the prowl, taking away Jungle Camp after Jungle Camp, but on the powerful side of his map. Just standard lane swapping things for WE and LGD so far.
Advantage still to LGD just because of how they use their time in between the lane swaps.
Yeah.
See if the Ocean Dragon really means that much. But this is kind of the big difference between why it took them multiple waves. You saw that Mystic caught the incoming creep wave there and then slowly dragged it into his creep wave. Obviously, this changes the target function of the incoming creeps.
Yep.
From the tower towards enemy minions. And it was just slightly fumbled the first time. But doing a much better job this time around.
Most certainly are. Amy, of course, prowling around the jungle here. Will grab himself a Grump. As you can see, it is Condi's Nidalee towards the top side of the map. 10 CS advantage as far as those jungle creeps are concerned as well. Is actually going to translate to a little bit more here for the Nidalee. Amy hasn't even been back to base yet. GA trying to trade. And Amy does have to be so careful. Grabs himself the Wolf Camp, and even going to be able to get the rest of them as well. So Condi just controlling his jungle entirely.
Because he's able to jungle faster and he has that CS lead means that he has an experience lead. It was level 6 to Amy's level 5, so having the stronger smite, able to win the battle there.
Yeah.
Kind of curious why Amy would try to contest it in the first place. But otherwise, side lanes are opened up. This does empower the double TP team a little bit more, as well as the Sivir comp, just because there's farther to run. But we'll see if they can execute on that.
Well, red buff looks to be taken away here by WE at the same time. So Condi launches himself on top of the Brambleback, and Zero will be able to create an exit for him if he wants to. 957 going to claw his way out as Marin was going a little bit aggressive.
Does have the advantage initially in this top lane. Xie trying to trade back on Vlad.
Doing quite nicely here as well as Amy's going to get caught. Spear lands, will have to use the repel, but my god, the damage as Punish is going to come over. Picks himself up a kill as Amy still alive. Zero's going to die as well, and LGD picking up another advantage.
They pull the trigger on the teleport and collapse onto Team WE invading the red buff, but there's no reason that Team WE should be trying to force that so hard. They don't have control of the mid lane.
Well, Boomerang comes down. Imp takes a bit of damage there from Mystic. That's a big creep wave Imp has to deal with, but he's got a very long lane. I mean, yeah, Mystic does have to be careful. And WE just looking a bit out of sorts, honestly, in this game.
The lane swap caught them off guard, and they didn't execute as well as LGD, especially on that initial gank. They've now got to slow things down.
Yeah, Repel is going to prop Amy up, but Condi still able to look for more. Marin's going to come in, and everyone piling through. Pound's going to get Condi at least over the wall. They just always seem to be there, ready to help Amy out when he looks like he's being caught.
And again, it just goes back to having control of both top and mid lane, meaning that they can get the superior collapse. In response, Team WE are trying to funnel all of their resources into the mid lane. Should get good chip damage.
Yeah. But WE, I mean, with this comp that has the Kassadin, they don't have a lot of wave clear coming out of this mid lane. They can put 957 in there, of course.
I think they have good enough wave clear in their side lanes.
Yeah.
Obviously, this was thought of in the composition when drafting, like you said, having Lysandra there, so she has her W and E and Q, which will all work wonderfully together, but more importantly, having Mystic on Sivir. So I like the fact that a lot of teams will draft Kassadin and then not draft any other wave clear on the comp. Team WE did not fall into that trap.
Punish as well, just staying at full health constantly, being pretty happy at the moment on this Vladimir. As GA going to head over and grab himself a blue buff. Still massive lead for Condi as far as farm is concerned. And this Nidalee, we're looking at Condi to really make sure that he can suffocate Amy out of the jungle.
But the difference between an Elise late game and a Nidalee late game don't mean anything. Nidalee does not scale well. She can assist teams in her assassination potential if you have a very kind of scrappy team fight or in your siege potential.
Yeah.
But she's not going to be as key as someone like Elise will with these CC cocoons.
You can see Punished trading with GA now. He does have the Rift Walk in order to get out of the way of the Tides of Blood, which is definitely a good news story, because that can do a lot of damage. In he goes one more time, but if he uses it aggressively, it is a different story. There's the ultimate Hemoplague actually in here as Amy looking for it, but it's not actually going to do anything.
So the counterplay to Vlad is trying to make these trades in between his Crimson Rush, as the tower will fall. Nope.
Quite possibly. GA actually
This
playing
is
very
scary.
far up, though. Yeah, exactly.
Really ballsy from Team WE. But again, on Vladimir, he has very clear windows of counterplay in between his Crimson Rush and the superior trade there. And I think Kassadin actually makes the most of that because he has such low cooldowns as well as his shield. So it's a very interesting, I'm not going to call it a counter pick just yet, but I can understand the mentality that Xie has picking Kassadin into Vlad.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Imp, though, has been doing fantastically well on this Vayne pickup. Infernal Drake actually going to get started. Helped out a lot by those silver bolts as well that Imp's able to chuck into it. And there's going to be Dragon number 2, sorry, going over to LGD. Ocean Drake was the one that WE were able to pick off as Drake number 1. The added stats going to be definitely helping LGD out, especially as they move into the late game, and now extending their lead to 2,000. against WE by taking that outer turret in the mid lane and opening things up. And with a comp that has an Elise, wants to find some picks, definitely a good news story to have that down so early.
Just so much more important, though, that they're naturally winning their lanes. Again, going back to the top, the mid, and even this bottom lane, the CS difference between Sivir and Vayne, it alleviates so much pressure off of Amy to perform and to keep his lanes ahead.
Well, there's the Frozen Tomb. All too easy here for Condi to make his way in. And the Hunted passive is on top of Mara, and he's able to flash his way out as Condi can't pounce over that wall. And WE at least save their top laner and get a flash out of Marin.
They also have a sizable wave that can push into this, force Amy to respond.
Yep, Marin, of course, quite low underneath that turret. But there's no ultimate out of 957, and the spear's going to land. Marin gets himself the shield as Condi pounces his way out, but he can't keep defending this. Whew, scary stuff for Marin, but he's going to be okay.
Definitely testing himself. They do manage to stall out long enough that they're not able to take the advantage of that big wave into the inner turret and start pushing it down. So Marin, gambling with his life, does save his structure, or at least some damage on the structure. And we're starting to see different lane assignments come out of Team WE. So now that the map's opened up, we're starting to utilize that double teleport more, or at least threaten with it. And we're starting to threaten the Vayne with the Kassadin pick.
So Rod of Ages now completed as well for GA. Decides to go towards a Negatron Cloak as item number 2. Probably looking for that Abyssal Scepter if he can get it. But if he is going to be going across from Vayne, maybe something like a Zhonya's could have been a cool idea. But decides not to. Marin just continuing to smack down on this wave towards the top side. Lots of pings here from LGD in the mid lane. They do have a teleport from Marin available. And Punished is making his way in.
Team WE trying to brute force this one, knowing that this tower is very low.
And Imp actually taking some considerable damage there, actually, from the combo out of GA.
They can threaten to dive. Obviously, Lissandra is very good at that with her Glacial Path.
And the Frozen Tomb, which is now back off cooldown again. Does have about 20% cooldown reduction from items alone. Is Amy going to take the return on the Boomerang?
And
but
more
LGD will
importantly,
lose their outer turret.
this is where Nidalee is strong.
Whoa, ultimate actually. Glacial Fissure comes in from you, but it's a really nice Cosmic Binding. You actually almost falling down. The spear not quite going to find him. Probably would have been his death if Condi nailed it.
But we talked about the fact that Elise is going to offer a lot more late game than a really farmed Nidalee, so Condi's lead doesn't mean as much in terms of the composition's late game. But this is where Nidalee is strong. This very early sieging potential, obviously standing aside, throwing her spears, they're still going to hurt quite a bit due to him being ahead of the clock because of that farm, 48 to 77. So I like that Team WE, again, very good at recognizing when they're strong and how to execute on it.
And they have actually clawed back that lead quite well here, especially with that global gold available to them. The outer ring of structures has been completely removed on both sides of the map, as inner turrets are all that remain. GA wants to be able to grab himself that blue buff, does so relatively easily, and now will face off against Punished towards the bottom side of the map. Or actually, he's going to head back to base, and it's going to be Marin that picks up for him.
His Negatron Cloak will assist him in either matchup against Vlad or Echo, of course.
Yeah, Mystic able to keep himself safe, and actually back up in farm here against Imp on the Sivir matchup. And look, Mystic just wants to get farm, get himself to a good stage in the late game where, with Peel, he will be able to rip through an entire team with his Ricochet. Imp, though, probably just wants to single out Mystic and kill him, if he can.
An issue with Vayne, however, is that a lot of the times if she has her Bork and her Phantom Dancer, she'll try to kick herself out to one of these side lanes and just look for a 1v1 matchup on any member because she'll still have kill threat. She actually doesn't have that luxury against this type of composition. So it really limits LGD's win conditions and that they can't utilize Vayne
in
the
split
same
push capacity,
yeah, in the same type of versatility.
We can see Punished. He has his dash cannon completed as his first item. Seen this a lot, of course, saw it in match number 1. Xiaohu picking that one up for RNG.
Yeah, pretty stable. It helps out with Vladimir's low mobility. Obviously, he also synergizes with it really well. It's just cool to see him dash forward and throw down an E.
Yep. Big tides of blood. It's 957 going to take the whiplash of the Time Winder. But Amy, going to clear out some vision and going to stop WE from finding any gank towards the top side.
But this is important from LGD that they've effectively stalled out the game despite not having the best wave clear on their composition.
Yeah.
And they're starting to funnel farm and gold into their appropriate carries. So pressure on Team WE to have the momentum and to try to run away with this. And this is what it comes down to. Kill pressure on this Vayne.
Well, you can see you actually trying to make sure that the Vayne does stay alive. Amy helping out at the same time. So that Tides of Blood starting to really deal with these minion waves very well from Punished. 957 though has to be careful of Marin. If he takes too much damage, he's not going to be able to enter this lane just because he does have such a long lane in order to have to run away from the Echo in. Dragon is going to be up though, 6 seconds until Cloud Drake #1.
LGD really bullying themselves through to this.
Oh.
Completely shoving their way into mid lane, taking control of the Rift Scuttler. Maximizing the threat Marn has in the top lane, and now looking to contest in jungle.
Yeah, actually Winterspite is going to go wide as Condi just pounces his way over the wall. Spear not going to find anyone either. As LGD, you're right, just brute force right here. Because they are going to start up Dragon #2. 3.
WE confident, though, that they can use this as a 5v5.
Yeah, actually going to contest this. As you can see, there's the back to base here from 957. He wants to find the teleport, and there it is. Mystic actually going to throw down the ultimate right now as the Tempered Fate locks down Imp and Punished. But there's the parallel convergence. Not going to find too much. But WE's members are getting exploded. My God, Punished damage is gigantic as Imp dancing around this fight. GA's going to fall. Imp is a god on this Vayne. That is such beautiful play as Condi jumps his way out. And LGD just roll over WE in this fight. And how, Marin, that shield was pretty conveniently timed.
And again, it's a Cloud Dragon. So emphasis is that Team WE went into that only for the 5v5. They're not going to throw a game or kill themselves on the back of a Cloud Drake. Maybe an Infernal, maybe a Mountain, but not a Cloud. It really came down to 957 not being able to follow up at a beautifully timed Tempered Fate. The Tempered Fate actually locked up Imp. So one of the carries was vulnerable, but the teleport was still channeling, so Lissandra wasn't in position soon enough.
Yeah. Definitely wasn't the team fight that WE were looking for. Thought that it possibly could be an opportunity for them. Of course, the Dragon doing a little bit of damage to LGD, but Punish just did so much work. This Vladimir pick, it's pretty silly.
Naturally also empowers the rest of his team, just because of how the Hemo Plague will work.
Yep. Now Imp able to grab himself a red buff. He has a Hex Trinket now built up, as well as that Zeal. So we'll see what Imp is going to build towards next, whether he finishes the Maw, grabs himself something like a Static Shiver or a Phantom Dancer. Tries to help his either wave clear or dueling potential. As Marin could actually be in trouble here. Claw comes out. 957 looking to try and find his way in as Condi pouncing his way through. Marin throws down the Time Winder. Not going to find the Spear. And WE have to slink away.
And again, just opening up more time and space for Imp to continue to get this farm has now turned a discrepancy into an advantage over the Sivir. And with that Hex Drinker, Imp has a lot more security and kill pressure on a Kassadin or a Lissandra 1v1. Obviously willing to take his chances here and looking for the outplay.
And certainly played well in that last team fight as well, as he's actually going to tumble towards GA. Once again, just threatening the Kassadin. But nice Force Pulse says that Imp probably shouldn't be doing that all the time. There are 4 Abyssal Scepters in this game, Frostman. Possibly 5 soon.
Purple wands that
there
are super cost efficient.
Yeah. Now 3 of them on WE. Not bad. We'll see whether Amy decides to build one. Because he can.
I think it says something about an item when you have 5 of them in a game.
With a unique passive that doesn't stack.
Yep.
Yep. I think we're learning something here too. But Marin does have his Sheen. Spectre's Cowl there on top of it as well. But going early into the damage, into the aggression here for the Echo seems interesting.
It's Marn.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They're already all winning. His damage will be amplified by Vladimir.
Punish then takes down a Gromp.
I mean, unfortunately, the secret to how this all worked is that the initiated lane swap bypassed Vayne's weak early phase, isolated the mid lane, allowed Vladimir to win naturally, and then take that natural winning into spreading it over the jungle and getting an early dragon. And then from there, they just allocated farm correctly to feed into Echo and Vayne, these dueling champions, and opened up dueling for LGD. Which, again, we talk about the one problem that doesn't exist with this team is their micro ability.
Yeah. Imp almost actually got taken down there as GA going aggressive onto Marin. There's the Rift Walk, actually. GA not going to get stunned by the parallel convergence, but does assert his dominance on the bottom side of the map. Oh, WE, they're looking for Shu. Nice Unbreakable is going to stop anything from happening here. Cosmic Binding doesn't find Imp. Good tumble timing. And that's twice where they almost managed to find a pick, but just couldn't do it.
And they resorted to trying to find these picks and making these cheeky plays simply because they can't just run 5v5 at LGD. They'll lose.
Yeah. Trying to scale, of course, still here in this game. It's just feeling like LGD are doing exactly the same thing. And by the look of this Vladimir pick, I just don't know how it's going to be all that helpful here for WE to wait until the later stages of the game when he's got 6 items and you actually can't kill him.
Oh, well, we've seen LGD fumble before in these big, important, high-pressure 5v5 scenarios, whereas that's where Team WE thrive.
It's going to be a big test to fumble this one, I think.
Yes.
But, look, they might have it in them. LGD now looking for the pick-off onto GA. He is trying to Rift Walk his way out as there's the Blade of the Ruined King. Tempered Fate comes down. GA is going to fall as Imp just continues his rampage. My God, double kill almost instantly as Zero is going to fall. The Bard just not able to stay alive. And Imp's Vayne is starting to do ludicrous things.
Now has the wave pressured behind him, so could try to turn this pick into a tower. Meanwhile, Marin responding to 957 on the top side of the map.
Yeah, despite the fact that it's 7-1, you know, it's still only about 2,500 gold the lead. So LGD still looking to try and break more of the base open, get themselves more solid of an advantage.
It's really important that Xie starts to itemize into this Hourglass so he has more protection diving this backline to assassinate this Vayne. Likewise, the armor will probably help him out a bit.
Does have the arm guard now, so it is exactly where he's heading. Mystic as well, trying to get himself up towards the Infinity Edge or maybe even the Last Whisper if he wants to get to that beforehand. Depends how behind he's feeling, I guess.
Second item, Guardian Angel, coming out of Amy.
Yeah, that's what that Negatron Cloak was going towards. As Condi is going to start off Cloud Drake number 2. And WE going to grab the 4th dragon that has spawned this game relatively easily there at the same time. So, last remaining dragon to be picked up will be the Ocean Drake.
Gives an opportunity for WE to pick up 3 Ocean Drakes.
Yeah.
Pretty important for how much roaming around this map has been happening. It also means that there's a 6-minute window where they don't need to contest or worry about any objective other than Baron. Although we'll see how confident LGD are.
Yeah. And Amy has already removed vision from the area.
Yep, moving into the area, setting down pockets of true vision by taking the Rift Scuttler as well as the pink on the Baron pit itself, and now trying to lure Team WE into a trap. Very aggressive trap.
Yeah, Imp actually throws down the ultimate here as well. He's actually still looking for something. Boomerang's going to fly through, but doesn't find Imp. So, I mean, that's a cooldown now unavailable for the LGD AD carry. We'll see whether WE can actually capitalize. But as they moved around that jungle, there's a lot of vision available here for LGD.
Should be shoutouts to Amy too, as kind of we recap how we got to this moment.
Yeah.
Only 7 kills, but Amy's been responsible in 6 of them. So we talk about how we need LGD's jungler to step up and to do something, has certainly been empowered on this Elise pick. I don't necessarily think he's the primary catalyst for a lot of that success, but doing a much better job being reactionary and being where his team needs him to be.
Yeah, definitely. Now WE just looking to try and clean up. It's punished. Dash cannon if they're ready. Imp going to get nailed by the spear. That Cosmic Binding not going to find too much. Boomerang there as well, not going to do too much work as Amy gets the smite off, gets a lot of health back as Mystic might find himself slightly out of position. Nice Unbreakable comes in, but the Tempered Fate is going to be there. Locks up Amy. Able to flash his way to safety as Punish is just commanding so much respect with his position. Condi still looking for more as Marin makes his way over. And no one going to die just yet. Zero pretty squishy. And there are low health bars on LGD, just going back to base. Sorting things out. Condi, don't face check that one. As there's the possible condemn. Not going to happen as he throws down the final hour and just flashes in and takes down Condi. Now looking for more as there's the Blade of the Ruined King. Mystic Has to deal with Imp, but that's the easiest double kill I've ever seen. Imp is just so strong.
Hits the blade of the Rune King around the corner, immediately pops heal to give him the movement speed bonus, and then hats a crit on a silver bolt proc. Deletes 2 people, which opens up a free Baron for LGD.
Yeah, Zero's going to watch it go down, but that's about all he can do. There's a Kassadin in the area. Marin's actually going down quite low, but I have a feeling he's not going to try and do too much there, and that is going to be the Baron falling. Amy secures that one, and LGD looking to answer back in this series. 27 minutes into the game, it's already a 6,000 gold lead. We'll see where LGD move next.
LGD's hopes and dreams are sitting on the back of Imp's shoulders right now.
Yeah.
Marin's had a great series so far, but Imp is just on another level.
And he now has a rapid-fire cannon as well, so this guy's got a lot of attack speed. Now moving towards what looks like some Last Whisper upgrade or another. As Condi continues to eliminate his jungle, but he's running out of time where he's relevant. It's Nidalee sort of known for owning the jungle, but it's just going to be very difficult as these 5v5s start to break out.
The problem is that Team WE's composition never got to that backline. So they have so much backline threat and dive, not only in their Kassadin and Lissandra, but also in the reach that Sivir has with a bouncing blade. Or, excuse me, a ricochet.
Yeah.
But there's never been an instance where we had a follow-up on a Tempered Fate into assassinating Imp.
Mystic able to get at least a ricochet across here as the spell shield goes down. My god, that's a lot of damage just incidentally onto Mystic. As Imp is just so confident. There's the Tempered Fate. Imp moves out of the way of it. Not going to actually find anyone as he's just going 1 versus 5. They have managed to take down some turrets here, but Yu's going to fall as well. The shutdown comes in for GA. That is a big deal. 957 going to get rid of the Braum. Repel going to throw Amy up into the air. He's actually able to repel his way over the top at the same time. Marin taking down the inhibitor turret in the mid lane as that is going to be Amy falling. But if they manage to break open the base, that's actually a big deal here for LGD. Nice magical journey gets Zero over. But base broken. LGD at least successful there, but they lose 3 members.
Very different story, however, in a skirmish. Yes, it was technically a 3v5, but that's what that composition should be executed to do. Get onto Imp, immediately delete him from a fight. Like you said, LGD do manage to open up the mid inhibitor by trading Imp's life for that tower. But
yeah, but it's still going to be a bit of an interesting scenario here. Not exactly a fight that you probably would have taken, but look, when Imp's playing like this, that is a good thing. The man willing to go in against almost anyone.
also, a big thing to point out is that Amy's GA was popped, which means he immediately sells it.
Yeah.
It's no longer a cost-efficient item, although Team WE caught out by Punish.
Yeah, Frozen Tomb actually going to be thrown out here just to make sure that they can't catch up. Nice slow field there at the same time, so LGD can't close in on 957 and Condi. Lots of vision here from LGD, though. They are well in control of this map. As WE looking to just continue holding on, get themselves another 5 minutes, guys. And that 35-minute window comes in, where no matter what, WE always feel like they have a chance.
It just comes down to that single choice, that one team fight. See if they can stall it out long enough. They don't have to compete with a reviving Spider anymore, but jumping back onto Vayne still going to be difficult if Echo and Vladimir are also in the fight.
Yeah. LGD, though, will want to finish off their Dragon collection. Elder Drake will be the next one, but they grab an Ocean to complement their Mountain and Cloud that they already have. And WE making sure they are as safe as possible. Double Zhonya's now completed here for WE, though. So they are getting some safety on their carries. More of Malmortius done here for Mystic as well.
Big thing is that they have 3 pink wards in their inventory. It's not to set up vision around Perrin or Dragon. It's simply for Vayne and when she drops into her final hour. So they understand what their target is. It's now just about executing on it.
Imp dodging out of the way of that spear. Condi's still looking for opportunities, but LGD making sure that WE can't start off a fight as in goes LGD. 957 already down to half health as GA will have to get his way out. There's the explosion. 957 is going to be able to help take down Imp in the backline. The Zhonya's is there. GA is able to get himself out, but LGD, they're inside the base. WE aren't here, and they can't do anything about Punished. He is so strong as the Boomerang almost takes him down, but look at that Q. when it's powered with that Crimson Rush, it's able to do so much work. Teleport coming in, GA able to find his way round the backside. And Punished is going to probably fall eventually. No, the pull comes in. Mystic's able to lock one down, but look at this. WE. It's only 32 minutes. They're still able to get an ace.
They're 4 minutes early right there, and what a beautifully executed team fight. We talked about the pink wards. They weren't for setting up objectives. They were for the Vayne. Immediately, the Tempered Fate catches Imp. Pink wards go down. Lissandra follows up, locks him up, deletes that carry before the team fight even starts. And then it's a great management of their teleports to come in for the counter flank with Caston and Lissandra and clean up the back half of it.
Well, you can see Mystic did so much damage in that fight at the same time, more than double that of Punished, who was top on the side of LGD. Imp not going to be able to defend this as On the Hunt comes out. They're waiting to make sure they can take him down, and they do manage to kill the AD carry. You going to fall immediately afterwards. That is another ace to come in as they've broken open the base, and they will be able to get an inhibitor. WE, what happens? It hits 30 minutes, and they're winning the game.
They don't act on something unless they know 100% that they can do it.
Well, it's certainly looking like they can here as LGD now getting punished for their slight lack of wave clear. Mystic able to get a lot of auto attack damage through as punished, trying to do some work at the same time. But Amy is so incredibly low. Zero is going to fall. And that is actually going to be the double kill. Dash Cannon comes through as punished at full health, just wreaking havoc against WE. They have managed to take down the inhibitor. That is a big deal. And Amy somehow survived after all was said and done. GA not going to be able to grab a blue buff, but the kills all tied up.
How frustrating must it be being Imp on LGD right now? You play the game so well for 90% of it, but it doesn't matter. That is a composition designed to kill a Vayne. There's way too much backline dive threat, and unfortunately you can't rely on your front line to do enough damage to compensate for it. If I'm Imp, they're sending Cassidy, Lissandra, and Bard after me. Why can't you guys do anything?
He only just built a QSS, though. And I honestly think that that's basically the problem, because he's just been frozen, tombed, and destroyed whilst in that CC. If he had have built a QSS like third item, fourth item, he was instead going towards the Infinity Edge as his fourth choice. I honestly feel like it's just greedy.
See if it changes the course of these team fights again.
He had to sell a pickaxe in order to pick it up.
Team WE. I cannot believe they came back in this.
I know.
I thought for sure, I'm sitting here, I'm thinking, oh, they're not going to make this mistake again. They won't let the Vladimir go through, but they're just going to resign themselves. Nope. 35 minutes.
Well, Baron is once again available. They do have a Bard, so they can sneak in behind the pit. But
I can't, Atlas,
yeah, I know.
I cannot get over how good Team WE are on executing compositions.
Exactly.
Team fighting is something that's often taken for granted in terms of, you know, when people look at what makes the most elite team, they look at macro play and how they set up waves and all of this stuff. But the simple combination of how they layer CC or how they're layering abilities or how they're zoning around certain aspects of a team fight, what targets they're prioritizing and when, it's that very simple example of Easy Hoon grabs the Rune Prison on one person, but knowing that he's going to die anyway, turns the rest of his damage. Like, nothing is wasted. And that's what's beautiful, and that's what's potent about Team WE.
Assuming it's past 32 minutes in the game.
Assuming it's past 32. That was technically, what, 31 and 22 seconds?
That was even
so they're
better.
early.
This is crazy. WE, if they continue to make these sort of improvements, they're going to be winning at 25 minutes.
But it's something that's so subtle and easy to overlook that makes this team strong.
You can see Baron is going to get speared, as Amy does have that Guardian Angel back up and available. Decided actually not to sell it there. Just left it in his inventory, waited out that 5-minute gap, which was a good opportunity for WE, but now WE defending as LGD are going to make a push. They are still, of course, ahead by 5,000 gold. LGD still in the driver's seat, but without that inhibitor towards the top side, things getting more dangerous.
Pink ward's still available for Team WE. Check Zero and Condi to be
Double
responsible.
teleport still available here for WE as well. So if they manage to get another protracted team fight, things are going to be a big deal. GA going to spot off Marin there towards the side, but it's an even trade between the two, and this inhibitor all the while is falling down lower and lower. Tides of Blood comes out. Punish
the Tempered Fate. They're aiming for Imp. That's why Shie's creeping along the side, making sure that he can get back there.
Yep, still trying to find some work here as there's the Tempered Fate. Doesn't find anyone as 957 thought about going in. Marin is very, very low as Condi gets a point-blank spear onto you. There are low health bars on the side of LGD, and now they're all grouped up. In goes Xie. They almost managed to delete someone, but it's not quite there. It is going to be you falling down first as the Vladimir is able to take out Zero. 957 somehow still alive, but LGD turning it on its head. This is massive. Imp with the QSS, but no! Mystic's able to lock one down. This is huge. Punish just so big. And he's the last man standing. That is ludicrous. Out of this Vladimir, who heads back to base, will be able to clean up all of these super creeps. And what do they get? They get an inhibitor.
Amy walked back in and killed himself.
Yeah, it's sort of like, it broke my brain when that happened. I'm like, let's ignore it. Vladimir's huge.
Again, the execution is perfect from Team WE. Slight crits came out. Imp was zoned out of the fight. Did manage to use that QSS, so he survived much longer, but excellent zoning potential from the likes of 957 to force Vayne out of the fight as long as possible. No, they didn't get the immediate assassination on Vayne, which is why ultimately LGD technically won the team fight, although trading, Oh, okay, the Nexus Tower didn't go down, so thank God.
Yeah.
But in him back up. That's important. Okay, overall, LGD, they do come out ahead, but not necessarily because they played it perfectly, but simply because their Nexus, or excuse me, their inhib decided to respawn.
Yeah.
Something completely out of their control, put them ahead in the trade.
Nailed
Excellent
it.
job.
Brilliant.
Well done, boys. Go home.
But it's now LGD with sort of the map control, knowing that it's their inhibitor that is now available instead of WE's. So
I
you're
love
right.
it. They come out of the fight, and it's like, it's fine, we're ahead. We got an inhib trade.
Yeah.
If I'm Hart, I'm just standing in the audience like, oh my god.
Oh, no. They are still ahead by a fair bit more. That being said, Mystic now has an Infinity Edge. This guy's got 4 items on his Sivir, and he's looking very, very powerful. If he is untouched in these fights, it's going to be very scary.
Ridiculous amounts of damage
Ludicrous.
in these fights. It's pretty much all on the back of Mystic.
And that's a Rabadon's Death Cap now done from 957. So there are definite item spikes coming in here. Void Staff as well for Jie is a big deal as Marin picks up the blue buff. Nope, Jie was the one able to lock that one down. That was optimistic, honestly, thinking you can outburst a Kassadin. But 2 teleports are now available for WE as the spear is going to come in, and Imp is going to have to deal with the Baron smacking him in the head. Condi now pouncing away.
More important is that Vayne does not have Flash right now. So if a team fight happens while that summoner is not available, LGD are toast. They need to buy time for key summoners on Imp.
Well, Marin actually does have a Guardian Angel. He's going to get engaged on here as Jie finds his way over the wall. On the Hunt was popped. So that's actually a big cooldown here that WE don't have available now. But you're right, they want to start a fight wherever they can.
Super dangerous to check into this. They don't have a blue trinket available, which is why they're just going to continue to push down mid lane and create a pressure point that LGD have to respond to.
Also able to shove out those super creeps as well, buying them some more time.
TP.
But yeah, here's the TP flank from Marin. He's trying to find his way in as Mystic. Could be in trouble, walks right on top of the parallel convergence. There's the spell shield, flashes out of the way here as Amy catches him, and Mystic's going to get exploded. LGD find the fight that they want. 957 trying to deal with Amy, but it's just a Q from Punish that obliterates him. And not even with Imp available, really. He's finally finding his way over, but LGD find the team fight they're looking for, and this could just be the game.
They are waiting for the creep wave to come, and it's still relatively far back, but huge death timers. Imp!
My god, the creep's just doing things that Condi doesn't want them to. Doesn't matter as Imp is just massive. Takes down the jungler relatively easily.
But check out...
Xie's he's just not going to be able to do enough.
But Xie is stalling the creeps. A single super creep manages to get up and underneath it, but they're just shredding through the towers.
Yeah, that is going to be enough. Nexus turrets are going to fall. The Nexus is to follow, and LGD even out the series against WE. Whoa, it was an optimistic team comp, but they managed to make it work.
There is life left in LGD, and we said it at the start of the block that anything is technically possible for this team when you have all-star performers like Marn and Imp. And it was certainly on the back of those two that led LGD to victory.
Not to mention the fact that Vladimir is a silly champion.
Again, you know that Team WE are shaking their heads saying that will not happen again.
Yeah, damn right. So look, it was banned away in game number 1, more aimed at Xie we thought, but Punish just showing that he can do the same thing. Vladimir pretty ridiculous at this stage of the game. And look, he was ignored for a lot of that later stage of the game.
But he's still empowering Imp and Marn to do as
Exactly,
much
and
damage
creating
as they
so
are.
much pressure.
Good news for LGD fans, though. LGD know how to team fight. Still a little bit inconsistent on the back half of those, especially for Team WE fighting from a gold deficit. But again, the individual mechanical abilities of the likes of Imp and Marn are so impressive to watch.
Yeah, especially with that incredible Vayne play out of Imp that we were just seeing. GA, of course, able to lock him down in this fight. Fight where WE were able to find somewhat of their way back in, but it just wasn't enough, and it was just honestly too little too late in order to get him back into the game.
Again, Condi's Nidalee pick really not meeting anything in these late game team fights. So unfortunate, but congratulations to LGD at least winning this game. Again, this is the second place team in the group, Team WE.
And look, Amy was able to get work done. The Cocoons were on point. He was able to actually get around the map earlier on and pick up advantages, and that is brilliant to see out of this guy. Hopefully in game number 3, he'll be able to continue that, because honestly, if he gets on something like this Elise and does work like that one more time, I'm happy to just change my opinion. Amy, map presence, nailed it.
I'm not going to give him that much.
No?
No. He did better in this game, but overall the sample size that we have of Amy, more often than not, he's still not living up to the pressure that
Good
his
point.
team demands from him, or at least requires on a base level. Did play much better that game, so big props to Amy there.
Yeah.
I would like to see him take the Elise in game 3 and really close this one out, but you have to think that draft phase was an issue, that it will be addressed, and I do not think that we will see another Vladimir pick, which means what do LGD have next? Punished is playing well, Imp is playing phenomenally, but how many different iterations of compositions do they have left?
Yeah, that's exactly right. But we will see after this very short break where LGD and WE square off for our final game of the night. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. LGD managed to fight back in their game against WE and even out the series at 1-1. And Imp, of course, is going to get the MVP. 8, 4, and 5. Not a massive damage share, but that guy was a highlight reel.
Yeah, he was also drawing a lot of pressure around the map from Team WE, so definitely deserving of this. But it was technically Marn's late game play on that TP flank that won them the game.
Not to mention the fact that Punish was unkillable and honestly ridiculous.
The confidence, though, and just the beauty of Imp Spain is always fun to watch. That guy, this is so good. And then he uses his heal and his Bork to chase down Mystic. So popping the heal puts him in range for the Bork around the corner, and then hits him with a crit on a Silver Bolt proc. Just deletes him.
I'm not even sure whether that was a crit. It was just stupid amounts of damage. That Silver Bolts when you max it first is just silly. But, man, we'll see whether Imp is going to play Vayne one more time. I have a feeling the biggest problem, though, was the fact that WE just had no answer for the Vladimir, and they decided their option there was just to not answer it. They just let Punish go, tried to stay away from him wherever they could. It did actually help them out moving out of the mid-game into the later stages. They managed to win a team fight, but it just was not enough. It was just sort of too little too late.
It's this idea that Vladimir is going to draw so much pressure early game just because of how hard he's going to win a 1v1 and what kind of response that requires from Team WE to use their resources there. That meant that they couldn't put the resources elsewhere. And yes, it was Marn and Imp that would eventually take over and win the game for LGD through their damage, but Vladimir is amplifying that. So it's not saying, yes, Vladimir was the hard carry here, but Vladimir definitely was a problem that opened up this avenue of attack for LGD to get in the position that they did. Yeah,
most certainly. And we'll see whether he's going to be able to pick up something equally as powerful here on the side of Punish, because he has impressed us so far this series, both on the Victor and on now the Vladimir. So see whether he moves into the next game feeling as good as he did in game numbers 1 and 2. But who are we now looking at? Is it still on Amy to try and hold on to this?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think LGD's strategy of making sure that they just had frank winning lane matchups and alleviating a lot of pressure from Amy to gank them and make sure that they get ahead or that they're okay was definitely helpful. I think this series also really exposed Nidalee and why she's fallen out of favor in terms of the Kindred pick. She just does not mean as much late game, whereas Kindred and Elise do.
And I feel like as well is that Nidalee needs specific comps before she's really strong as well. I mean, Kindred, you can basically put her in anything and she'll just be ridiculous. Slam's Respite is a fantastic ultimate that's always able to be utilized. Whereas Nidalee, I mean, I feel like she still has a place in those poke-type comps with things like Soraka, where you can just make her this heal bot, just sit in the back, make sure that Soraka's still healed up, can heal everybody else, throw spears in, get massive damage, poke everyone out, war of attrition type style. But in this sort of comp, where what they really needed was something like a Rek'Sai, something tanky coming out of the jungle, even something like a Gragas, could have really helped out. So I think maybe WE making a few mistakes as far as the draft. But we are back into it. And Trundle and Bard once again going to be taken away, as it is going to be Maokai removed on the side of LGD.
So removing a lot of top lane power. It's also kind of a double whammy against Zero. I don't know why WE are focusing so hard into Bard and Trundle.
Yeah, I find it a little bit strange.
I mean, Yu, I think, has really been exposed as a weak point for LGD.
And I feel like Bard still, you know, isn't necessarily where he's going to find any of his power. But WE, looking at their final ban, we'll see what is going to be taken away. Of course, Swain option, that is going to be it. They get rid of it. So, Azir, Ryze, Vladimir, Lucian, all of those picks still available.
Pick your poison, LGD. What do you give?
Exactly right. It might just be a throwaway ban here, honestly. So Lucian is actually going to be the one that is thrown out. Ryze, definitely an option. Does leave the Vladimir once again available for LGD. And an Azir, all sorts of things.
Curious what LGD will make of their second rotation. We've seen Xie take Ryze into the mid lane, and 957 have back-to-back Lissandra games. See if they mix any of that up. I don't think we're about to see a Hecarim.
I don't think so either. Although Amy did switch his summoner spells.
He's ready.
Yeah. Champing at the bit, one could say.
Amy on your screen right now. Obviously having a pretty intense discussion with Hart.
Yeah, cycling through, looking for their options here is Braum. Fairly consistent consideration for the most part, as Vladimir is going to be what he switches to, and that makes a heck of a lot more sense, as that's going to be locked in. Braum as well picked up here for LGD. It's now WE to work out their next round. What is going to be picked up here? Condi can grab a jungler if he wants to. Of course, Nidalee's still available, but probably not going to go towards that. Can pick away the Elise.
I was going to say, I think we might have a fight for the Elise. Graves also available and an option.
All right. Condi going back to something that did work in the previous series that they played earlier on. Mystic not going to be able to play his Lucian, which did dominatingly well in that first game.
Ooh, Zero's getting serious though, taking the Thresh. Obviously having a range advantage over Braum means that you have a superior 2v2.
Not to mention the fact that Zero was known for his Thresh play. Also known for building very interesting items on it.
We're not going to talk about it.
We're just going to move on from that. Yep. That's fine. Okay, LGD. Now with their second round, we'll see what they are going to pick up. As Punished already has that Vladimir. What do you expect? Something like an AD carry and a jungler.
They've pretty much hid their composition, both teams on either side so far.
Yeah, not really committing anything, right?
Sivir still available. I think that's why either team is very cautious of picking it early, just because Imp showed how potent and powerful the Vayne counter matchup is. Yeah, giving him the final pick.
Yeah, so everything going to be very open to Imp and what he wants to take into this. See what Mystic decides to do. Ezreal is, of course, his fallback. He's hovering it for the moment. And Lissandra is there as well. So, WE, very similar comp to what they used in the first game. Now with a little bit more AoE available to it if they do decide to lock in the Ezreal.
I cannot believe they're tunneling so hard into this Lissandra pick.
Yeah. Well, there it is. Ezreal's locked in for Mystic. Yet another champion that Imp does like to pick the Vayne into. And that's what the comp's going to be. So, Ryze, Lissandra, as well as Condi back on the Graves. We'll see whether he can have another dominating performance on it. Of course, does just feel more comfortable on that pickup.
I just don't like Lissandra in the top lane versus the mid lane when Graves is in the game.
Yeah.
You have so much kill pressure. I don't know. We'll see. They executed well on it last time in game 1, but they actually literally brought Lissandra down from the top lane to use her strength in the mid lane with a gank.
Well, this time, of course, they still do have a fair bit of wave clear in the Vladimir and Echo as well, but looking to pick up a Sivir to augment that even further.
It's to help Vladimir. So, like Ryze, Vladimir doesn't have a lot of mobility, which is why he builds that belt.
Yep, dash cannon.
Sivir will work really well in tandem with him by allowing him more flanking opportunities to get his Hemoplague across 5 members.
Well, that is exactly what is going to happen, as Imp has locked away the Sivir. So Sivir Braum going to be the bottom side of the map, as Marin once again heading in on the Echo. And Amy on a champion that he's shown proficiency on so far this series in the Elise. And LGD, I have a feeling like this is a tried and true theory moving into this game. And it's have Punish be a rock that is immovable and get Amy around. Make sure he can gank some lanes, get Imp ahead potentially, get Marin ahead. We'll see whether they can make it work.
Also empowering their 5v5, in particular Imp, quite a bit again. This time around on an AoE scale as opposed to single target damage. So trading away from that Vayne into a Sivir. This is again a comp made to make Imp shine.
And Imp has always been an incredibly impressive Sivir player. Has actually played Sivir as well. So was against Vici earlier on. But LGD, now it's do or die. They really need to find a win at some point. Otherwise, you know, it's just going to be feeling pretty bad being in the LGD camp. And this is their opportunity. They have a good comp. WE going to be taking what they won with in game number 1 into it. We'll see whether that Vladimir pick is exactly what's going to be able to make it work as we hop onto the Rift.
This one is for the bad guys. Stand up, be the same. So we take till we get it rushed away.
Thank you very much, Marin, and we are onto the Rift for game number 3 between WE and LGD. LGD fighting to find their first victory in the LPL for the summer split. Wanting to finish this one off with a bang, and we'll see whether they can do it. Of course, Vladimir Siva has always been a combination of champions that has worked quite well in tandem, as Froskerin had mentioned.
Venn diagram of murder. As we have quite a cheeky invade, as there's an extra person there trying to make use of Brahm's level 1 power.
Yeah, lands the Winter's Bite as well. Mystic, he's an explorer though, able to get the work done. Moves out of the way. Good.
So I wanted to touch on both these compositions. Team WE, I have a feeling we're in for a long one. They have quite a bridge composition set up, so their early game is going to be entirely reliant on Condi with this Graves pick. Their mid-game power spike then comes through Lissandra and Ezreal, and then like a baton, they hand it off late game to Xie and Rise, which tells me that they're looking for that late game. It's going to be probably another 45, 55-minute slugfest if they get their way.
Damn right, but look at the aggressiveness of these Keystone Masteries. Imp decides to go for the fervor of battle, as well as Marin. As both of them don't really care about, Grasp of the Undying, Warlord's Bloodlust. Nah, it's not about sustain. It's about being able to more effectively kill people.
And that's how effective LGD are in their lane phase and where they've actually found their win condition. They truly are a win lane, win game style of team right now until they can get their synergy working for them. But we will have another initiated lane swap. They performed well in it last time. Again, isolating the Vladimir matchup is the important aspect.
Well, is it going to be the same isolating it against the Rise? We now have 2 consistently banned champions being picked up in the mid lane. We'll see whether GA is going to have a better time with it this time. But honestly, I wasn't all that impressed by the Rise out of GA in game number 1. See whether he can turn it on its head this time around.
Naturally, a lot of teams prioritize Rise, however, just because he's so tanky, so much CC, so much burst, so much power.
So much consistent damage. Just pretty silly. Condi, though, it's going to get joined by 957 as Yu gets a Thunderlord's proc to the face. Nice work, 957, as he wanders back towards the top side of the map and won't really care too much about losing his health bar. Punish just continuing to shove the wave forward. This time, GA, though, feeling more comfortable.
LGD used to do this a lot when they had Twin as their jungler. Obviously, it was a very different roster back then, but they had one of the best manufactured lane swaps. But they did it entirely not to isolate a mid-lane matchup based on a champion, but to hide their jungler.
Yeah.
And we saw that it worked to great effect. Obviously, it carried LGD all the way to Worlds with Twin as their jungler, who wasn't performing very well in that split. But it could work in a very similar vein for Amy here.
But it's exactly why they replaced him. It was to never have to do that again, Froskerin. Amy just got to step up.
I think Twin got the last laugh.
He did. He did. And probably is still having it in the LSPL.
Performed well on OMG.
Yeah. And he left on his own accord, if I remember.
Yep. Went on to bigger and greater things.
Or smaller and less public things. As Amy is going to take down the Gromp here towards the top side of the map. Tower going to fall first for WE on the bottom side. We'll see whether they transition into the Dragon. Looks like no is going to be the answer to that, as it is just a Cloud Drake. And Imp is going to head back to base.
So we're already starting to see some habits formed from teams. Their priority around the Dragon and how early they rotate into it depending on what it is.
Yeah.
I think the answer has been that Cloud Drake is not very important to LPL teams.
No one really cares. Yeah, that's exactly right. So ignored entirely.
We saw that in the Vici Gaming game where they literally didn't take a single dragon.
Yeah, I think there were 2 dragons taken that game. They were both Cloud Drakes, and then no one cared about the Elder. They were like, well, this is pointless.
You still get battle stats.
True. Imp with a nice spell shield there. 957. Unable to lock him down. Throws out the claw after getting a little bit more damage on the creeps. Like it. You can see Imp 5 CS ahead of his opponent in Mystic, but on different sides of the map. Just looking to rinse and repeat.
Should be noted, though, that initially 957 has a CS lead over Marn. However, Marn is waiting for a big buildup of Mystic's wave to crash into him. So not as distant as it might seem.
Yeah, lots
Although
of members
now
of
it
WE
is.
moving up, yeah. It's actually dying, and Marin's heading back to base. So, Mystic just going to be able to shove even more creeps into this turret, and 957 going to keep his lead.
See what they're able to do with that is now both top laners are rotating back to their duo lanes. And we're continuing to open up the side lanes. Previously before, the twist on these lane swaps was a gank on the mid lane. See who's going to get the jump on that.
Of course, Xie with pink ward towards the upper side, meaning that he is going to be chilling out a little bit closer to the top side of the map. You can see just throwing down the ultimate as soon as it comes available at level 6.
LGD, though, threatened the gank on the mid lane initially with Marn, so the same type of mentality still carrying over from last game into this one.
Oh, an LGD bite the bullet. They say, well, someone's going to have to get us to the next dragon. May as well be us. Xie going to teleport back into the mid lane, and WE going to send a whole bunch of people over here. And looking to possibly threaten this dragon as well. Spidey senses were tingling. They grab the ward and they say, no one's killing Cloud Drakes. Just not doing it. Not this game.
The course of action was Rise has teleported to the mid lane. We have a window of opportunity where we can't take the Rift Herald. It's too strong at this point. We don't necessarily care about the dragon because it's Cloud Drake. Let's gank mid. Good reaction from Vladimir by burning Ghost to get him to safety. Might as well check dragon anyway.
Yep.
As opposed to race to Cloud Dragon.
And
We
deny
can't
it.
let them have it.
And then not do anything. Perfect. Well, it is a very early Sightstone one more time here for Amy. That Chilling Smite available as well. But 10 CS ahead is Condi, who's been ripping through the jungle. Probably looking to go back and finish Warrior relatively soon. As you can see, it's actually Condi and Zero hanging out together. The Thresh and Graves, best buddies right now. Early Lucidity's rushed from 957. A little bit more mobility. Condi will find his arch nemesis in the pink ward, which is immediately replaced. Adorable. I like it a lot.
It's more so either junglers are playing to their strong side of the map where their duo is and trading buffs. So we do have a bit of vertical jungling happening right here for second rotation of blue. Xie picking up his, and it's actually going to be Amy, unless Punish wants to mosey over. That's going to take this one.
Well, Punish definitely doesn't want to mosey over. He's underneath his turret right now as Imp and you have found themselves an inner.
And LGD do get the heads up on this one. Their wave crashing first. It's also a cannon creep wave. True Shot Barrage being fired across map to try to thin this one out, but a lot of chip damage being lost.
Yeah, and Imp is going to shove another wave into this turret as well. But you can see WE, they've got an Essence Flux, they got a Graves, and they got 4 people underneath this turret. 957 not level 6 yet. In fact, only level 4 is the top laner, but they'll very quickly take down this inner turret. Parallel Convergence coming in. There's the hook. Marin actually going to be able to grab himself a shield. You can see lots of damage available from WE, and they pressure them away from this inner turret.
And like you said, initially it is traded 1-for-1 there, but the initial wave by LGD is then met by an even bigger wave from Team WE, a bit more preparation set up into it, but the same outcome.
Does mean, though, that this mid lane exactly is isolated and Punished not looking nearly as comfortable in the Rise versus Vladimir matchup, which is just a little bit silly. LGD now going to grab themselves the Rift Herald. As you can see, Amy might grab it. Of course, Imp there as well. We'll see who wants to be able to pick this one up. Maybe Imp getting a little bit more solo defensive statistics could avoid him getting caught out. But look, it's going to be the Elise. Picks that one up.
No, it makes sense. We've seen this a lot, not just in the LPL, but pretty much globally. It either goes to the top laner or it goes to the jungler.
I've been seeing more junglers picking it up recently.
Well, it makes sense. We have skirmishing and dueling junglers
Yeah.
that are taking a priority. They're going to get a lot of it out of it as well.
Yeah, I like it.
The top laners are still so far behind that they can't make the most out of it. I mean, if this was standard lanes, you might see more of a priority towards the top lane, but because it's a lane swap, and it's now about trying to get as much farm back onto these carries as possible.
Oh, 957. Nice heads-up play, though. He's just going to play very far back. You and Amy are going to be backing away in the end. There are pings going out. 957 just really wants to get an experience range. Wants level 6 as quickly as he possibly can. 0 as well. I mean, he's only level 4. You at the same point. But Marin has hit that level 6. Possible like level advantage here for LGD. Could make some sort of play somewhere.
Also checking in on how this Ryze and Vladimir lane went, because LGD went to such great lengths to get the isolated matchup. She has done wonderfully here.
Yeah.
Obviously does have the teleport, so giving him a lot more security and safety 1v1 in the lane since no one else will bother him. Does have a Roa completed about 5 minutes early, as well as a tier.
10-minute Roa, that is very impressive.
You usually average around 15 minutes, so incredibly impressive from Xie, as well as the CS lead. In fact, he's almost on perfect time for CS.
Looking like a very different Ryze player. He was playing with reckless abandon in game number 1 on the champion, but this time looking immaculate in that mid lane. Was able to wander back to the mid lane at the same time, so Punished wasn't able to shove that wave in completely as he grabs his dash cannon on his way back home.
But this is classic Team WE. We now have a position where Ezreal is being allocated all of the side lane farm.
Yeah.
And he's just going to sit out there until he's ready with his 2 items, which means that for the next few minutes, Team WE are fine keeping everything as they are.
Just chilling. And Connie will make sure the jungle is as empty as possible, as he is wont to do. Krog's going to be the next ones to fall down, as 957 has hit that level 6 mark. And LGD getting a bit of a shove on here in the mid lane. 0, he's hanging out, but GA still looking to find his way back through.
And this is what teams should do. I've always questioned, how are Team WE able to consistently get to a late game point? They should be punished much earlier by proactive play. LG are doing a good job trying to be proactive on the map, taking and challenging these dragons, consolidating resources mid, trying to get chip damage there. Unfortunately, it is a Cloud Dragon, so it's not going to have the same snowball effect as a Mountain Ocean or Infernal Drake. But the same thought is there. I want to see them push it a little bit harder, though. Look for not a crazy play, but a very calculated, aggressive play on this Ryze, or possibly on Lissandra.
Well, Cloud Drake is going to fall down. Next one is going to be the Mountain Drake. Possibly a little bit more of an important one, you could say, as WE. Whoa, Imp just explodes! GA grabs first blood out of nowhere, as the Sivir just didn't look like she had a health bar.
Okay, I said calculated. Calculated aggressive play. Not careless.
Yeah, I would say so too, as GA a little bit underestimated, one could say, as Marin is actually going to grab a nice double stun. GA going to get immediately destroyed. Amy locks down the kill. Frozen Tomb right up amongst it, though, as 957's getting some work done. You very low. Punished also. Flashing red. But it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end. True shot barrage. Oh, the flash out of you.
Much better. That's what I was looking for, and that's what I was hoping for LGD fans. Unfortunately, too little too late. It means that they can't translate any sort of that pressure or advantage into taking towers or sieging any other objective. But again, the mentality exists. Don't let Team WE do this. A lot of teams just see them go into passive farm mode and for whatever reason think, okay, that's fine. I'll meet you late game anyway, despite Team WE's consistent record in the late game for winning. Just challenge them. Force them to be reactive.
Well, there's the flash out of 957. Marin got there at the right time, and he is 20 CS ahead. Scary times for the Lissandra player.
But the same CS discrepancy has also been built up between the 80 carries in favor of Mystic. Again, he's going to continue to sit here until he has that Iceborne and Muramon already.
Just stacking up that tier at the same time. Things getting better and better.
And he's not pressured at all simply because of the 2 Cloud Dragon spawns. So that's been a 12-minute window where totally fine.
Yeah, precisely. GA as well. Catching Punished out of position. Not a whole lot that Vladimir can do right now against the Ryze. He's able to lock him down constantly. And eking towards a 40 CS advantage as well for the Ryze. GA having a much better time this game. Most certainly not a Kassadin.
So everything's going according to plan for Team WE. Checking back on LGD, though, I'm expecting that we're about to come across one of those crazy LGD plays that they like to pull. Which is when you actually step back and look at Team WE and LGD. Yes, it's kind of like second place versus one of the last place teams currently. But stylistically, LGD are actually well equipped to deal with Team WE, to kind of throw them that curveball where suddenly there's just 5 people in your lane.
And they did it last game. Made it look easy at the same time. But Imp no longer on sort of that solo playmaker in the vein. Now on the Sivir, more of that team player. Looking at Marin here, definitely, though, because the Echo play that we've seen over the last 2 games has been very, very powerful.
I mean, he's still in World's MVP form in terms of his mechanical performance.
Oh, yeah.
He just doesn't have a World's MVP team behind him.
He does have a pink ward behind him, though, and that has been sitting in that brush for a very long time. Well, the 957, I believe, may have almost checked, but didn't.
So
Imp
close.
picks up some mana.
Yet so far.
Yeah.
Iceborne Gauntlet is complete for Ezreal, so very close. Has his pickaxe as well as the stacking tier.
Yeah, it's only the combined cost to go now as G8 nabbing some cute little Qs.
It's going to be
with the wave clear.
go time for Team WE come this Mountain Dragon spawn. I have a feeling that's when we're actually going to get our 5v5.
Yeah.
And then it's all on Punished and Imp to make sure that they can overlap their damage correctly.
But in goes Zero. He's going to bring Mystic into the mid lane here as well. They're looking to try and just siege this one down if they can. Spell Shield is there for the Sivir. They've got a lot of wave clear in this LGD squad. WE cannot hang around.
And Team WE have control of both side lanes. It's now pushing back towards Team WE, but they had reset it halfway on the map. Likewise, the bottom wave was pushing in, which is what Imp's responding to now. So I like the fact that both our waves are too far forward. It's unsafe to be over here. Let's try to see what we can get done mid, and maybe we can beat LGD on a rotation. And they do take the tower to about half.
Yeah, they did well. But it is going to be the Manamune completed here for Mystic. So the 2-item spike well and truly there now for the Ezreal. Not to mention the fact that that tier is well and truly stacking for GA. He's got his Rod of Ages to about 6 stacks. I mean, the lull that you get from picking up these tier items is basically non-existent at this stage. WE probably looking for that fight around, like you said, the dragon that's up in 1 minute's time.
It's 50 seconds, probably about 20 seconds. Everyone should take their backs here because it takes about 30 seconds to walk from the base to the dragon, buy their pink wards, and start setting up for this objective. I expect that's what LGD is doing now. We've got 1 pink ward. Amy, come on. Where's your pink ward?
There it is.
They bought
Very
a pink
nice.
ward and a
Ooh.
sweeper.
Yeah, Paul's going to come out from Punish here in the mid lane as GA just mounting the pressure. He blew his ultimate, though. Oh, wait, hang on. I think that'll be up in the next 2 seconds.
But we don't necessarily have a back out of Shia yet. He's actually sitting on quite a bit of gold, does have teleport available for him, so he could stagger and look for a counterplay. But he's still only sitting on that 1 item, again, the very early Roa.
Yeah. Another round of ultimate here as well as he just shoves that wave into Imp. And WE with the positional advantage around this dragon. LGD are setting up for it. They are coming in, but WE have started it off already.
And they're going to do this with half a mana bar on their rise as well as a major back
Whoa!
mist.
Nice work. Dodges out of the way of the cocoon there, but has to take a lantern. The box comes in. Marin going to immediately get hooked. Might have to ultimate his way out. He's going to do so and makes it back to the top lane. Now a 4v5 situation as Imp gets exhausted. The flash comes in, able to get Amy out to safety, but Imp's just getting destroyed. GA locks that one in. WE, this is the team fighting we're looking for in the mid game. And they lock down 3 members of LGD.
LGD unable to punish Team WE's game. We understood exactly what they were going to do. Stall this one out, get their itemization up and online. Come time for Mountain Drake, they pull the trigger. And LGD just watch it happen.
And Marin, like, he did not want to have to ult in that fight because he needed to wait more than 4 seconds to stay there for his team. But just didn't happen. Just heads his way all the way across the map. And that's all of his relocation abilities used for basically the wrong reasons.
And that means that it will be the outer mid as well as the Mountain Dragon in favor from Team WE.
And that
They're
is
in full control.
Yeah,
and
that
check
is
out
such
what
a tempo
Shia is going to
play.
buy. Because I'm just curious.
Yep. Whoop. Back home. That is the Archangel staff already done from a tier.
And that was a power spike that he was missing in that team fight that they were already so dominant on. He's been sitting on that for a while. Again, they started that with half a mana pool from Ryze, as well as a massive buy not executed on.
And he could afford a null magic mantle at the same time. That was at least 2,500 gold, something like that. Really, really brutal. So he's only more dangerous now with those 2 key items. Not a Seraph's Embrace just yet, so won't quite have the shield. But, I mean, horses for courses at this stage. Lucidity Boots done for Mystic as well, as he's going towards the coveted Blade of the Ruined King 3rd item.
So now what Team WE are going to do is they need to deep invade on LGD's red jungle and start setting up their triangle vision. Make the most out of their double teleport. So kick 957 bottom, which he is.
Kick him in the bottom.
Kick him in the bottom.
Got it.
Start setting up your waves mid and top, and then try to catch LGD as they're
Mystic.
cheating through deep vision that you have placed on their red. If you get a massive pick, translate that into Baron, or if your waves are set up correctly, start getting chip damage and push down one of these towers. So there goes the triangle vision. This is what they're doing now.
I like it. I like it. Staying with the plan. Staying with the plan.
This is the plan, guys.
Yep.
There we go. Create a little triangle. Theirs is a little lopsided, but you know, it's okay.
It's okay. Nailed it. Mystic's going to be able to steal away a red buff here as well. WE well aware of the fact they were in so much control. And Baron buff, they just got a Mountain Drake, you know. Like, Baron buff could be an opportunity here, but it's only 21 minutes.
It's 21 minutes. I mean, Team WE, again,
They stole a Raptor camp. It's go time. Get the Baron.
they're the card counters, okay? A couple more cards need to be played before they, can
deck
predict.
ain't hot yet. The deck isn't hot. It's fine.
Exactly. They're sitting back. They're okay. Oh, I think this one will be a king. That's the 3rd.
Good.
Just
I
need
think
to
we're
wait
at
a
about
bit more.
we're at about like a 15 or something like that, you know.
Exactly.
Still pretty good, but could be better.
But here we go. So now they pressure both of the waves. So little triangle vision, it's set up. Now they just continue to push the waves forward. It means that LGD will need to respond, and eventually LGD will mess up, and they will walk through that vision advantage that Team WE have. And that's when Team WE will look for a superior collapse having the vision, which is what they're doing now. They're like, did we get one? They're fishing.
Exactly right. Using GA as the bait, who does like that, honestly, because he's GA. If he's fighting, he's in a good mood. This Mystic back into the mid lane, does have his Mura Mana transform, as well as a red buff. So Punish probably doesn't want to go within Mystic shot range of Mystic currently. It's because we saw what happened before. It was not pretty.
The other thing that's happened here is because things like Imp and Marn trying to make picks on Xie, they're splitting farm and experience between the Echo and the Sivir, which is creating larger and larger CS gaps and gold gaps in between their respective carries. So 221 to 195 for the AD carry, for example. And it's those tiny little moments of Marn, I think we can catch this guy, come up here.
Yeah.
As opposed to Marn and Imp farming on their own accord.
Well, Scrying Orb is going to go down. Zero tanking a lot of damage from that Baron buff. Thankfully, GA does have himself a shield from his passive. Keeps himself pretty healthy as the Baron is going to spit on him. Sonya's is completed here for 957. Item spikes. I had the Equinox done for 0. Hang on, that may not necessarily be what we're looking for, but he is actually able to go back to base, grab himself another pink ward. One available there for 957 as well. As we can see, more of Malmortius actually done here for Condi, so he's really strong after that back.
So there was a window of opportunity to do this play from Team WE. They didn't get everything out of it that they wanted to, so good job on LGD playing defensively correctly, not falling into Team WE's trap, protecting their tower as well. All they effectively lost in that Dragon window, so about 4 minutes, was just, again, the CS differences on their carries, because they were splitting farm and experience by being in the same wave. But they could have lost so much more. They could have given a pick over. They could have lost a tower. So good news for LGD fans. It does mean now that we're going to shift our focus back towards the bottom side of the map, and the triangle vision should be invaded into LGD's blue side now, which is what Team WE are doing.
Yeah, of course, Dragon coming up in a minute 20. And 957 able to get a position around this blue buff. GA says, it's mine. You are a top laner. Whereas I have a feeling
No,
if
your
957 was playing top lane Ryze and GA was playing mid lane Lissandra, GA would get that blue buff.
Don't you know? That's how that works.
I didn't know. Because I feel like, never mind. He doesn't have any of the cooldown reduction. There is a lot of cooldown reduction available for 957. He's on 30%. A Zero going to get cocooned for no reason. Lands the hook, though, as GA able to utilize his movement speed from the ultimate. Gets another Rune Prison onto you, and that's a lot of damage available. The teleports to come in from 957. And LGD, health bars are low. We'll see whether they go towards this Baron.
Yeah, they are very keen to make a big play here. Should be noted, though, that LGD have 2 blue trinkets available, so they can check this. Imp is too far away, however.
Yeah, just managed to go back and get a BF sword for himself. There's another hook. The box comes in as you getting delivered. Everyone over the wall. They managed to get the pick. Amy also has to move out of the way as now Parallel Convergence coming in. They're turning onto Marin, but some split decisions from WE. Punished. Gets himself right in amongst it. Massive hemo play comes down. Imp, now's your time to shine as he's doing a whole host of damage. GA running at him, trying to close the gap under the Sivir, and Punished able to get some work done onto 957. Sivir's able to take down GA at the same time, and he's running for the hills. Mystic, he's still here. True Shot Barrage comes in, can't get it onto Imp, and Boomerang comes through, gets over the top, and it is going to be Marin falling down. The bottom lane still alive for LGD. Condi survived somehow, but that went so much better for LGD than it should have.
Yeah, and it was really on the back of Marn trying to put in his best effort. He actually got an excellent Echo ultimate on top of a Hemo Plague that then set up Imp to start doing massive amounts of damage across multiple members of Team WE. But where Marn was the hero for LGD, the one they needed but not the one they deserved, Mystic was the hero for Team WE and cleaned up excellently on the back half of that fight.
Massive amounts of damage here, and we mentioned the fact that he'd made it to that power spike that he was looking for. Condi has actually made it to a Dragon as well as he takes that one away. Very sneaky Infernal Drake, as you hate to see that, don't you? It's like LGD's like, yeah, we managed to get a Dragon. What was it? Cloud Drake. Oh, what did the opponents get? Mountain and Infernal. Oh.
Mountain Infernal.
Mountain.
It's fine.
It's nothing. It's just Mountain Infernal. It's not a very good Drake. So, not exactly the best news story here for LGD as far as Dragons are concerned. They bit the initial bullet, taking down the Cloud Drake, and since then have not had a look in that particular objective. And as we move into the later stages of the game, now currently about 27, that Infernal Drake is going to mean more and more. 8% AP and AD.
It doesn't actually mean a lot for Ezreal, though. Because he
That's a very
doesn't
good
build,
Flat AD.
yeah, flat AD or flat AP, I guess.
Yeah.
In fact, doesn't really mean a lot for majority of their members. Like, it still counts, obviously, but it means more for other champions. Someone like Ahri.
Yeah. And Ryze as well, I guess. He doesn't build flat AP, especially not when you're GA.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Like, their items, they don't really have...
If he was Easy Hoon, on the other hand.
They're not the most
Hell of a lot of
effective
AP.
Infernal Drake composition. How about that?
Yeah. No, that's good. They do have Condi, though, so they're going to at least have somebody else who's building damage. So that is a good news story. And you tanks a Mystic shot, and it does so much damage. It is silly. 304 for Mystic. You can tell that this is his comfort pick. Like, just feels so comfortable.
On Spawn's tier list of players who are allowed to play Ezreal, Mystic is on it.
Whoa! Zero looking like Tarzan as he heads over the wall.
Cheeky, though, that Xie didn't get to use the Lantern
Yeah.
and said it was Condi.
Oh, well, you see, Zero just wanted to get in there. As Marin's going to get caught out of position. That ultimate doesn't get him very far at all. As Rune Prison's going to come down. Frozen Tomb's going to be there just to ensure the kill. And WE, is that going to be enough of a pick in order to pick up a Baron? Not entirely sure whether it is.
Instead, they go ahead and return to their waves. We do have Punished trimming the top wave there, so the only option for Team WE is going to be this mid tower. See if M can hold it with the wave clear of Sivir.
Boomerang is going to fly through. You can see he is able to do a fairly good job as the Vladimir is going to make his way back down. Not losing too much here from Marin falling, but WE actually just going to two-man this Baron. The Mountain Drake helping them out. Zero trying to grab himself a decent position as the hook. Oh no, it missed on the stationary target. That is a poor news story right now as the dash cannon comes in for Punish. My God, that Q gave him back about 1 billion health. And WE say, Zero, it's okay. No one saw it. We lost no one. We're fine. Let's go back home.
A bit of a blunder. It doesn't cost them too much, just his pride.
Wonderful.
That was
That was
hilarious.
beautiful. It's fine. It's like no harm, no foul.
Oh, TP. This
Yeah.
is going to cause harm.
GA trying to find his way in. We'll see whether the Rune Prison does get spell shielded. There it is. They wait for it. There's the flayback, and Imp is so damn dead. GA is able to pick up that kill. And that is no AD carry for another 40 seconds.
And immediately 957 pulls the trigger on his TP. That's the go button they're looking for. Amy, level 13 to level 14 in terms of the smite battle.
Oh, and look at this. Just finished Last Whisper for Mystic. Item buys are perfect for WE with the Void Staff coming in for 957. We got 4 members currently here as Zero is hanging around, just making sure he can get the flays in the right spots. You and Amy want to get over to the side. They want to try and find a steal. Amy, this is your time to shine. Get in there, mate, as Marin is going to get hooked and smacked around in that frozen tomb. They give up on the Baron as Condi right over the top here. Amy still looking for it. Steals the Baron! Massive play. He's going to die, like super dead, but that doesn't matter as WE miss out on the big purple buff.
Amy can hang his hat on that one. Stole Baron from the son of Baron, the Prince of Thieves.
Yeah.
Condi, how does it feel?
Probably pretty bad, but I'm not Condi. Can't tell you exactly how it feels. We can see him, bottom left of our screen. There's a slight smirk. And he's like, well, we're still going to win, man. That's fine. Don't know whether they will, because this could be good stalling power.
Exactly, that's what it turns out to be. So unfortunately, Imp doesn't get the Baron buff, but it is on Punish, so you still have great wave clear and a couple of options there. And it just makes it that much more difficult to siege into LGD's base. Now, Team WE, they do have some pretty glaring available objectives on the map that aren't the base, including the outer, mid, and top tower. So I suspect that's what we'll be looking.
Well, we'll see what they can actually do here. As Condi and GA. Oh! Two up! Who took it? Was it Condi? I don't know. It wasn't GA. Condi's got one.
It's Condi. His is refreshed.
Yeah, because that was down on 4 health for a very long time.
The old misdirection.
Yeah. No one expects it. This Punish is just tiding some blood all over these creeps.
LGD are trying to make use of this Baron buff and manipulate their side waves to keep Team WE running around the map as opposed to running into their base. That's what they're doing. So again, buying themselves some time, just trying to get closer and closer to those big item breakpoints. Should be noted that Imp's pretty strong.
Yeah, that guy, I was just about to talk about that, has certainly hit an item breakpoint the first time. He even has that QSS on top of that triple amount of items that is very, very strong in the hands of a Sivir.
So how confident are you, Team WE? You took it to late game. We're inching close to 32 minutes. We're about, what, 3 minutes off?
They've just got to chunk Imp out, though, because he's got no sustain at all from anywhere. So if they manage to do a bit of damage, it's going to be sticking, because this is a Furor battle Sivir. We have to remember.
Well, she's not really against a sustained damage comp. She's kind of against a wombo
not a lot
combo.
of poke there either.
Nukem comp.
Duke Nukem. WE, they want this dragon.
I think they want this fight.
They certainly do, as you can see, getting themselves into position. 957 right here. They're a 5-man stack versus a 5-man stack, and Marin looking for the flanking play. Off to the side. The dragon, going lower and lower. And it's going to reset eventually. Boomerang not going to find anyone. As Mystic shots are being fired forward. And the Dragon continuing to get held onto here by LGD, down below half health. Dragon, chill out, bro. You're supposed to have resetted by now. This is crazy.
This is pretty intense.
Yeah. Wow. Did not know the Dragon could get leashed that far.
Marn reset his position for the home guard TP play. He's now behind.
Yeah, he's actually able to make his way over the top as GA. He's over the side as well. Marin in trouble as immediately everyone turns on him. He's just going to die as the red team does manage to pick up the Dragon. It is going to be LGD that grab it. Punish right in amongst the middle of the fight as 957's already helped remove the Echo from the fight. Nice Zonyas comes out from Punish as he dash cannons forward, but it's not enough to deal with Mystic. LGD, last remaining members on the bottom side of the map, but that's a 1 for 3, and this is WE possibly able to make their way into the base.
Good news, LGD got the Dragon. Bad news, Marn teleported in, flashed at someone, and immediately died. Worse news,
they'll lose their base.
Is probably going to be the inhib.
Well, that tower is not long for the world. Their own Mountain Drake helping them out there, as the inhibitor is the next one to fall down. Condi able to get a lot of damage over the top as well, and the rest of WE are going to move their way out. Baron buff, of course, has finished on the LGD members. Still waiting a few minutes before that comes available. And we'll see what WE decide to do next, as it looks like the top lane in a turret is going to be the option.
More free gold, reset our position. Baron timer should be up and available then, or I have a feeling we're going to have a quiet game until that big purple worm spawns again. So Amy will have another moment to shine.
Yeah. Oh man, Lord Dominic's Regard also completed here for Mystic. 5-0-8 on the Ezreal. He is so strong. 13 out of the 15 kills he's participated in. And look, in their last victory, he was the one that managed to pick up the MVP. That Lucian play in game number 1 was beautiful. By all means, he got shut down in game number 2. He was getting preyed upon by Imp's Vayne, though. Mystic has just really stepped up.
No, he's really solidified himself. Like,
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that he is an A-tier AD carry in the LPL, which is a region that has that particular position stacked.
There's Defts, there's Imps, there's Uzis. And when you can say that you're able to stay up with the best of them, that is definitely a big deal, especially in this game.
I mean, he's had his back and forth with Imp. Not many people
has.
can say that.
In this game, he's come out ahead. Now just heading up the mid lane. Of course, that inhibitor has been taken down. They need to work on their waves, though. You can see WE still with a couple pushing towards them relatively. As GA is going to head towards the bottom side. Teleports available on both solo laners out of WE. 0 available from LGD. They are playing full defense here. Not a lot of opportunity to create some plays.
What Team WE should be doing is they need to tend to their mid lane wave. They're only creating 2 points of pressure when they could have 3.
Yeah. Those are super creeps, I guess. They'll be pushing pretty quick, but you're right. For the moment, some breathing room for LGD.
Just could have been timed a little bit better with their cannon wave.
Yeah.
Now they're actually going to have to wait 2 waves.
Well, they have time to have a giggle, and that is definitely a good news story. Is Mystic getting some poke damage? It's actually decent here onto Punish off to the side, and if he can't Q anything, damage is actually going to stick. There's the teleport's going to come out. Yeah, 957 going to find his way in. Marin doesn't have his TP. 957 barely has his health bar, but it does mean that they will be able to take down at least this inhibitor turret. And the super creeps have found their way in. That was pretty cute, but also pretty dangerous out of 957.
A little bit strange, too. You could have just used it by TPing onto a minion that's taking the tower. I mean, obviously, you're using it to try to beat Mar into the position, so you're threatening with a numbers advantage, but why not just conserve a creep?
Yeah. Look, maybe it's just...
The idea was good.
Yeah,
the
I have a
execution
feeling
was weird.
yeah, it was possibly to do with oops more than anything else, as the Baron is going to respawn. 1 second. There he is.
Come here, come here. He teleports to a ward next to him. Not what we meant.
That was close enough. Close enough. It's been a long night. Condi and Zero. Going to be able to eye off this Rift Scuttler. Vision Crab in the river. 957 is moving towards the Baron. And we'll see exactly whether WE are just going to start it straight off. Which it looks like they're at least clearing out Vision. But with an open inhibitor on the bottom side of the map, looks like they are just going to use their teleport in order to threaten taking that down, even with the likes of Ryze.
Left.
Yeah, it's a 6-item Ryze too, my god. Good luck.
Yep, just buying their time, being patient. That is going to be the last blue trinket available for LGD, so they have no other way to check this with long-range vision.
There's Mystic. He's so hungry to kill someone. Oh, there's the Unbreakable. Hook comes in. Zero grabs him from across the wall. And I mean, they're at the point where they have to face check. Just can't do it. Timewinder, not going to find GA on the way back. He's just killing an inhibitor. The rest of WE are taking down the Baron. 16 kills to 5. They've got close to a 10,000 gold lead. WE just looks like they're unstoppable right here. LGD unable to do anything. The Baron falls.
But this gold lead doesn't mean anything. So Punished is actually caught out. We'll see if Mystic
Dash Cannon.
Dash Cannon continues to go for it. But again, like this gold lead, it doesn't mean anything at this point in the game. Everyone has their items. They're beating LGD not because of their gold deficit, which is empowering a 5v5. They're beating them because they're smarter.
Whoa! GA is going to die, though. So I hate that. You're a bit of a cast curse. But if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be GA, let's be honest.
Still this idea that they're so patient. They have so much more map control, and they just sit and they wait. And they know that let's not push our luck. Amy, please.
Oh, dear. Well, Amy is definitely going to die. Condi picks up the kill. 7-0-4 for the jungler. He is huge. As Zero and Mystic, forever friends, looking for another pick. here in the LGD jungle. LGD have none of it right now, as their inhibitors have respawned.
Well, there's no real reason for them to go there unless they want the Raptor camp that badly.
Yeah.
That's what they were. That was the
was
bait, is
thinking
the
that.
Raptor camp.
Yeah.
Here we go, Elder Drake.
That is going to be spawning two apiece for the Dragons, but Infernal and Mountain are both of the options here. So WE pretty happy with this pickup. Already down to half health, but LGD, they want to fight for this, and it's doing a lot of damage to Condi. In they go. Glacial Fissure comes through. Parallel Convergence doesn't find any stuns, as Yu's actually just going to get caught out. Mystic going to grab it. The teleport for the flank as GA is going to find his way in. Imp does have the spell shield. No Rune Prison going to come in as Mystic over the top. Able to lock down the kill with the help of 957. Marin as well trying to get some work done, but you can see Punished. He's doing some work towards the back line. Nice Onyas as Mystic just waiting for a Q. Isn't going to be able to find it. That timing was very, very nice. And WE, they locked down 3 key kills, and Marin and Amy the only ones available.
And again, just to put emphasis on this, that gold lead, that doesn't mean anything at this late in the game. Everyone's got their items. That was a 5v5, in fact, with Team WE being behind because they tanked the Elder Dragon. Amy, can he do it again?
Well,
he's in the pit.
He's at least in there. Rune Prison is going to come down. He's in range of Smite. But they're just going to turn off it. Amy is probably going to die as Condi just going to commit himself to destroying the Spider. Mystic is going to commit himself to destroying Echo, and he's going to do so effectively. Amy able to get himself back, and Mystic's legendary. What a beast on the Ezreal.
But LGD had the opportunity to look for an even 5v5, and they still fell short. Team WE are not winning this game simply because of their gold lead. They're winning this game because they're better at every single avenue. They play Fog of War better. They play around Vision better. Their 5v5s are beautiful to watch. They understand exactly when they're powerful, how to execute their different compositions. They're patient. That's probably the most dangerous thing about them, is that in the LPL we have a patient team.
Yeah. But not now, Froscarin. It is 42 minutes into this game. We are well past WE being patient, and they are now just destroying inhibitors. The Elder Drake buff right on top. Marin yet to respawn, but that is 2 inhibitors in swift succession. Creep waves heading towards LGD's base. WE looking to try and tighten the noose around this LGD team that played so well in game number 2. Fought back so hard, but are right now looking like they're completely out of options.
Just smothering LGD, as it's going to be a triple inhib takedown, and the base is now being flooded.
In shambles at this stage. Mystic, aggressive Arcane Shift as he heads in, but you can see the wave clear out of this LGD comp. Feels good, but is it going to continue to feel good as there are super creeps starting to enter the fray?
This is your one fight, LGD.
Bit of a split here from WE, honestly, but Condi now has a Bloodthirster, so honestly, he's not too worried about taking poke damage. Nice Mystic shot comes out of Mystic there. The super creeps are making their way forward. Nice Unbreakable comes out from you. As GA, you have to be so careful. On the Hunt has been popped. The ultimate comes through. You looking for more. Parallel Convergence in amongst it. Mystic. Sorry, no. Imp able to take down 1 kill already. 957 has fallen. Zero's going to die. LGD, are they doing it? Mystic still alive, but he's possibly going to be the last one. GA over the top there. Imp is full health as he throws down the spell shield, and WE, come on, guys. We're calling you patient. We're calling you smart. Please play like that.
It's the caster curse. No, a lot of respect given to LGD. Team WE, again, trying to smother the base as opposed to just running it down. But Mystic
still once more nails the Mystic shot. Marin has to be so careful.
And it was poor positioning by Team WE's carries in that initial fight.
Yeah.
Shia and Mystic not able to follow up on a lot of the damage, so see how cautious Team W are going to continue to be, if they're going to attempt to siege the base again, or if it's going to be them sieging Baron.
Last fight looking good for Mystic one more time. This guy's Ezreal is beastly. Not much of a Baron power play, but as you mentioned, gold means basically nothing. It's all about controlling the map, making sure you can get as much as you can. But I mean, look, in these last fights, I mean,
Miracles
LGD just
happen.
wins one. Like, LGD wins one fight,
Exactly.
and then they leave someone to clear out super creeps and go and win the game.
We had a conversation internally in the office when we were preparing for this game, this idea that we know that Team WE, they have so much confidence. It comes down to that one late game decision. and they hit you hard and you never get back up.
Yep.
But the miracle plays out of LGD,
I mean, if any team's going to do it, it's going to be this one. Like, let's be honest.
this is a coin flip.
Well, 45 minutes. This game is well and truly late. WE have gathered themselves, and they're moving back in. Try and take down LGD. Baron is going to be up in 50 seconds. We'll see whether they actually turn out of the base. Try and pick that up, because they're now just trying to follow these super creeps onto the Nexus turrets, which are getting taken down very, very low. Nice crits to flood over these creeps, as Imp is decorating this screen with numbers. And super creeps piling in by the numbers. GA, very far up. Does have a GA, actually.
Oh, GA.
Yeah, caught out of position one more time. There's the on the hunt. Punished right in amongst it. Mystic gets caught immediately. Able to use that QSS to keep himself safe, but Marin's right on top of him. Amy there as well. Gets over the wall. Kills Amy. LGD still fighting things out, though, as the GA has been popped. You very, very low, but 957's able to get through there. Mystic off to the side. He's playing like such a gun this game. Imp is still alive. He's definitely a big deal, and Mystic cannot go toe-to-toe, and that was proven right there. This actually could be it, as Condi and GA, the last one standing from WE. GA just wants to kill the base. Is going to be able to get in there. Imp wants to do the work where he can. The Nexus is falling. Condi's over the top. Oh my god, Imp's going to get shredded. And can Punished deal with all the super creeps? That is the question. Nexus down to half health. 3 inhibitors down. It's one vampire against the world, as he's definitely sustaining well. Oh my god, LGD, can he do it?
He's drawing the aggro of the super creeps with his E, and he's able to tank them up because he can sustain with his Q.
He's done it.
Oh my god.
He's done it. LGD save their Nexus.
League of Legends.
Oh my god. 11 turrets to 4. WE well and truly in control, but these inhibitors are about to respawn. And if Imp plays like that again,
Why would
WE
you
will just lose.
ever take LGD to 46 minutes?
Oh my goodness.
Look at the damage. Did 9,000
Yeah,
damage
9,000
to
damage.
champions.
That is really silly. That's often me in one game.
Okay. This now buys enough time where LGD's inhibitors have respawned, which means that they actually have a window that they can leave their base and they can contest this Baron. So Team WE need to burn this very quickly.
They are doing so. Of course, Elder Drake not available anymore, as this Baron is going to fall. Probably would have been a good idea to pick up perhaps the Baron buff and then, you know, siege the bait. But look, never mind.
We talked about this. We're like, oh, you know, Team WE, they're just better at every single avenue. Apparently, they're not better at out 5v5ing Imp.
Yeah.
This is like a 1v10.
But they're now moving up into an open Nexus, open inhibitors.
They gotta pay this guy more.
Damn right they do.
I want him on every poster. Why is Marn in my promotional video when
Yep.
Imp is in this game?
This is silly.
Like, Marn, don't get me wrong, you're playing well, but this guy, he's like, I couldn't do it, or I did it on the Vayne. Now I'm going to have the Sivir, I need to have the wave clear, I need to have the initiation button, I got to have the late game crits. If only this champion was AP, then I could do mixed damage.
Then it would have been cool. And he could have built a Wit's End. No, let's not go there.
Calm down, Papa Smithy.
Yeah, I gotta chill, This Condi's gonna clear out a red buff. They've got Baron buff in 3 lanes now.
Okay, the respect, the composition, the mid-game power spike of Team WE has fallen.
I would say so at 48 minutes.
Their baton is only in Xie's hands, and this guy keeps walking up into Punished and getting blasted.
Condi just disappeared.
Okay.
Very confusing. Mystic able to
Nexus
get some
open.
auto attacks here. Yeah, so Nexus now available to be destroyed. It's Punished. Takes a massive round of damage from Xie. Soon to be completely collected again. My god! The collateral damage was almost enough. Mystic able to take down you as Marin's going to make his way in. Amy in trouble. There's the Frozen Tomb on top of 957 and does so much damage to the Elise. Marin's going to get caught. Imp battling on the backside, but LGD can't hold on for that long. And Punished, what Yeah, now he's so dead as WE are finally able to finish the game in what was an hour-long slugfest. LGD holding on for much longer than we were expecting. In game number 3, that was a bit of a series for us, Ren.
Hero of the game is going to be 957. That last team fight, he was entirely responsible of zoning out Imp. He didn't really hit anyone with his Frozen Tomb. He Frozen Tombed to separate Imp and the rest of his team. So props to that guy.
And to stop himself from dying, if I remember correctly. I'm going to give my MVP to Punished for staving off about 7 super creeps to give his team enough time to respawn and save the game. Because I honestly felt like that team fight all came down to execution and nothing else. It did not matter that WE were in control for that entire game. Came down to that one moment, and they played better.
Yes.
That is it.
That's what it comes down to with Team WE.
Well, that's so true. We've epitomized the matchup entirely right here. And LGD, it's like it doesn't matter what they do. It's whether Imp can carry them in a team fight. And it almost happened.
What's really bizarre is I don't think you can actually go away from this and be like, oh, you know, LGD really gave it to Team WE. I think that means that they're definitely on the upswing here. They're so much stronger than we thought. Maybe they'll return to their form, because I actually just think that the stylistic matchup of Team WE versus LGD is so good for LGD. Again, like a team that consciously makes the decision, it's fine, we'll see you late. It's like, yeah, you will.
And you'll see us in laning phase for as long as possible. Imp, of course, again, just like, that sounds pretty good to me. I'm just going to blow final hour and kill you all the time.
So it just makes it really hard for me to take this series.
Yeah,
and
what
be
does
like,
it mean in the context of the grand scheme of things?
Exactly, because now I'm like, does LG, are they actually strong now? Like, they gave a pretty convincing front against LGD. What does it mean?
Well, we are going to have a look at today's results, as of course RNG were able to 2-0 OMG in our first Swift matchup of the day. Was a decent one as well, RNG playing phenomenally. Vladimir rearing his head one more time, as then Vici Gaming were able to take the victory over Aime. Aime coming back with some power plays in game number 2, but ultimately it was Vici able to close out in the end. Easy Hoon playing once again phenomenally. And WE eventually get it done against LGD in what was the most ridiculous series I think I've ever cast. It was beautiful to watch, and even more exciting to see a Vladimir try to kill so many super creeps at the end of a game. And this is what is going to happen after we shake things out. Group B, 3 apiece in victories for RNG and WE, but of course RNG with another game to play. WE falling down that one time, so theoretically RNG still ahead. And Vici and Aime now actually tied up. But tomorrow night, Edward Gaming versus Saint is going to be our first matchup. Invictus Gaming then versus Game Talents, who are looking phenomenal. And Newbie versus Snake, which will be an interesting match. Of course, having a look at SOFM for possibly the first time here in the jungle.
Yeah, and the other really cool thing is the fact that Snake and Newbie, I mean, it's pretty much the LSPL team fighting rivalry.
Yeah.
Newbie are effectively everything that Snake should have been. Like, really good at 5v5, and Snake are good at pretty much everything that Newbie needs to be good at, which is like lane phase and macro play. So if we could just take them and put them together.
Yeah, maybe we could get in talks. Not entirely sure. No, I highly doubt that is going to happen. But Newbie coming off a loss against GT, I believe it was, and that was a bit rough. But Game Talents, they're going to be playing right before them. And this is a team that has surprised so much with intelligent play out of nowhere.
Yep, they're incredibly surprising, but we're going to go ahead and look back at this series that we just played. MVP, no surprises, it's going to Mystic.
Yeah, Mystic's Ezreal was utterly brilliant. Of course, we did predict this when the Lucian MVP came out for Mystic in game number 1. It was all about him. He did so much of the damage. 36.5%. Once again, brilliant. Because now Mystic was able to lock down Marin. Of course, avoided death against Imp at the same time, which is exactly what you want to do. Just play these team fights expertly.
That's one way to put it. Again...
Well, maybe not all of them.
No,
probably all of the highlight ones.
I do agree. I think Mystic actually played beautifully. It's so hard to take this series and, again, break down what does this actually mean, where does everyone place out.
Yeah.
I still am of the opinion that this doesn't mean good things for LGD. It means that their 5v5 has gotten better, so I guess still technically on an upswing, but I still think, like, stylistically, LGD were the perfect storm to actually take down Team WE, because they do have that miracle 1%, you know, Imp is just a god at 55 minutes. Unfortunately, I don't think that will ever work against any other team in the LPL, but I still have to, Team WE, Spawn is a big proponent of Team WE, and I have to say that their consistency and their record, I have to agree that they are a strong team. I can no longer be like, Team WE, they're just weird, they're not really my cup of tea. They're strong.
These guys are legit.
Yeah, but it's not how I prefer how to play League of Legends. I prefer that you play so aggressive that you force mistakes and capitalize on those mistakes. And the fact that Team WE would rather just play super defensive until they 100% know that they have it and then go for it, it's a much more controlled, it's almost like pseudo-Korean kind of style of League of Legends, not as clean as we should expect. But in the LPL, why isn't a team able to punish this? I feel like Team WE really have a lot of exposed weaknesses in their early game in particular. Obviously, LGD don't have the coordination because their jungler is either AFK or actually chooses to show up to a game, so they don't have the consistency to punish it.
That's a very good point.
But against the elite, like RNG, like EDG, I feel like that means that Team WE, unless they can shore that up, unless they can show a different style other than this really bizarre late game decision making, it's going to keep them down in the elite of the LPL.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We have actually already seen it. I mean, RNG weren't able to do that consistently against WE because they did fall in game number 1 of that series. So we'll see whether WE are going to continue their style. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to bring us to the end of tonight. Still one more night of LPL action this week is going to be kicking off tomorrow. But on behalf of myself, Prosker, and of course Rusty and Fish as well, and our whole production team, thank you so much for watching. See you tomorrow.